Hogwarts, my magical girlfriend Hermione. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction. So don't try any techniques you hear here in real life, your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 51, Ice Mark Clues and Shared Starlight. When Filch nailed the sign warning of Madame Norris's icy petrification to the great hall doors, panic, like cold vines, tightened around Hogwarts' ankles. The sign, written in scarlet paint, read, "Beware the chill from within the walls. The purging has begun, the heirs will purging." He's talking about Muggleborns. Lavender Brown's voice trembled at the Gryffindor breakfast table, her fork poking at the fried egg on her plate, completely without appetite. "Filch is always yelling about expelling us, and now he's the one being purged," Ron scoffed, but his eyes also held a hint of unease as he glanced across the long table. Ginny was hunched over, mechanically stirring her oatmeal, her wrist hidden in her sleeve. The worn diary seemingly a part of her. A steady warmth emanated from Hermione's starlight bracelet. Dispelling the chill in her heart, she naturally placed a slice of bread, spread with marmalade, onto Lynn's plate, sugar replenishment, per the hearth agreement, since the potion class incident. She had been even stricter in enforcing the hearth agreement. Lynn picked up the slice of bread, but his gaze drifted over the noisy Great Hall to the Slytherin table. Malfoy was pontificating to Pansy Parkinson, a gleam of schadenfreude in his gray-blue eyes, his voice neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for those nearby to hear. "I've always said the castle needed a thorough cleaning. Some people, with their scent, shouldn't be here now. The true guardian has begun to act, hasn't he?" He pointedly glanced towards Gryffindor, lingering especially on Hermione and Lynn. "He's talking about us." Harry clenched his fists in anger. "Ignore him, Harry," Hermione said calmly. Though her brow was furrowed, "He's inciting panic and diverting attention." She looked at Lynn, lowering her voice, the diary and the black diamond's resonance. "Malfoy is definitely involved." Lynn swallowed the bread, his fingertip unconsciously tracing a cold arc on the tablecloth, the starstone faintly throbbing, a residual sensation of the basilisk's path through the serpentine pipes. "We need proof." His voice was low, proof pointing to the Chamber of Secrets. The defense against the dark arts class devolved into a disastrous Lockhart solo show. He attempted to recreate his classic battle of wrestling a troll, directing two clumsy, engorgement charmed garden gnome dolls, substituting for trolls, to flail about in the center of the classroom. "Watch my footwork. Elegant. Composed." Lockhart's golden hair flew as he dodged a gnome doll's wildly swinging carrot arm, a prop, nearly knocking over the podium. "The key is to disarm their fighting spirit with a smile. Watch me." My charming smile attack. His response was Seamus Finnegan accidentally igniting the stuffing of another gnome doll, instantly filing the classroom with thick smoke and flying fluff. Students coughed and scattered, the scene a chaotic mess. Cough, cough. "This is practically murder." Ron waved away the smoke and fluff in front of his eyes. "We need real defense against the dark arts, not a circus act." Hermione's cheeks flushed with anger as she pulled Lynn behind a corner bookshelf in the chaos. Lynn's gaze, sharp as an eagle's, caught something unusual. Near the seam where the classroom floor met the wall at the back, a few extremely faint, shimmering, icy blue ice crystals were quietly forming. The shape of the ice crystals resembled the cold condensation trail left by a large serpent's movement. The starstone transmitted a clear throb. The basilisk had just passed beneath here not long ago. These ice crystals were residual magic dissipating from its movement. "Look there," Lynn whispered, only loud enough for Hermione to hear, his fingertips subtly pointing to the ice crystal traces. Hermione's pupils instantly dilated. She immediately crouched down, using the bookshelf for cover, and pulled out a small crystal prism, an astronomy class tool, and a special parchment filter membrane that could absorb magical residue from her bag. She quickly aimed the prism at the ice crystals, and a faint beam of light refracted onto the filter membrane, which immediately showed faint, winding, icy blue light traces on its surface, exactly the trajectory map of the serpentine pipes. "Magic residue imaging." Hermione's voice carried the excitement of discovering a new continent. "It can record the direction of the traces. Too bad it's too faint, limited in range." "It's enough." Lynn looked at the clear partial pipe direction on the filter membrane, and a crucial piece was added to the complete pipe map in his mind. He looked at Lockhart, who was still trying to maintain his composure in the smoke. This chaotic class had become an excellent cover after class. Students poured out of the smoke-filled classroom around a quiet corner on the second floor. Hermione excitedly showed the filter membrane to Harry and Ron. "Look! These are the traces the monster left when it moved. If we follow this direction, we're sure to find a keynote for the pipe entrance." Harry and Ron leaned in to look at the icy blue serpentine light traces, their faces full of wonder. "Cool. Hermione, when did you get this?" Ron asked. "Just a slight modification of the magic imaging principle," Hermione said casually, but her eyes sparkled, and she secretly glanced at Lynn beside her. "But the range is too small." Harry frowned. "The castle is so big, so we need more samples." Hermione's eyes gleamed with the Gryffindor fighting spirit. "We'll place filter membranes wherever it might appear again." In the restricted section of the library late at night, the air was thick with dust and the smell of ancient parchment. Madame Pance's footsteps had just faded when Hermione immediately emerged from the shadow of a bookshelf. Carefully pasting the last special parchment filter membrane below a vent near the wall. This was where Filch claimed to have heard scratching sounds yesterday. Done. She breathed a sigh of relief, dusting off her hands. Turning around, she found that Lynn wasn't keeping watch but was standing in front of a dusty glass display case not far away. The display case contained a large, open metal book, its pages covered with strange, incised patterns resembling the orbits of stars, the theory of starlight and Li-line resonance. Hermione leaned closer, reading the blurry brass plaque beneath the display case. "A treasure of the restricted section? You're interested in this?" "A little related." Lynn's gaze fell on the abstruse patterns, and the starstone resonated faintly. He extended a finger, tracing in the air a pattern on the page that represented the flow of magic. Just then, the starlight bracelet on his wrist, Hermione insisted he wear a matching guardian, suddenly glowed. Lynn's thoughts stirred, and a hair-thin wisp of starlight star radiance seeped from the bracelet, penetrated the glass display case, and gently touched the indentations on the metal page. Buzz! The dormant patterns on the page suddenly lit up with a soft silver glow. The wisp of starlight star radiance was like a fuse, flowing rapidly along the incised tracks, instantly illuminating the entire complex and profound pattern on the page. The light flowed through the dim restricted section, illuminating their surprised faces. Merlin's beard. Hermione covered her mouth, her eyes wide. It reacted to your star power." The light only lasted a few seconds before gradually fading. Lynn retracted the starlight star radiance, deep in thought. "This book records methods for detecting and stabilizing Li-line energy nodes using star power. Perhaps," he looked at the wall, "we can find a more precise way to locate the serpentine pipes." Hermione immediately pulled out her notebook and quill. "Quick! Draw down the resonating patterns we just saw. We'll go back and study them." Her eyes burned with a researcher's fervor. Lynn took the pen and quickly sketched on the paper. Hermione leaned in close, her warm breath brushing his ear, intently watching the lines flow from his pen. Her faint citrus scent, mixed with the smell of parchment, lingered at his nose. The cold air of the library seemed to thin and warm with their closeness. After drawing the last stroke, Lynn looked up, his gaze meeting Hermione's close-up, brown eyes, sparkling with the light of curiosity. The distance between them was so close that he could see the tremor of her eyelashes. The starlight bracelet on both their wrists simultaneously emitted a soft, synchronized glow. Like two resonating heartbeats. Hermione's cheeks flushed visibly. Like ripe peaches, she abruptly stepped back, nervously snatching the notebook and clutching it to her chest. You drew it very well. I mean, it's very valuable for research. We should go back. Madame Pants is coming." She turned to leave, her steps somewhat flustered. Lynn watched her retreating figure, then looked down at the warm starlight bracelet on his wrist. Feeling a steady, warm pulsation from the starstone, he followed, one after the other, winding through the deep maze of bookshelves, only the starlight star radiance flowing on their wrists silently connecting them, dispelling the heavy shadows of the restricted section and the chilling panic pervading the castle. Chapter 52, Star Map Guidance and Lockhart's Treasure. The starlight patterns on the metal pages of the restricted section were precisely replicated by Lynn onto parchment, resembling a cipher where ancient star charts intertwined with earth veins. Hermione almost pressed her face to the drawing, her fingertip tracing a winding silver line. "Look here. This energy node marker perfectly matches the ice crystal trajectory we found in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. It points to a disused magic hub near the abandoned girls' lavatory on the second floor, Myrtle's territory." Harry immediately reacted. "That's where the pipes are densest, and according to the star chart." Hermione excitedly pointed to another intersection heavily marked by starlight. "There's an ancient diversion valve here, which theoretically can temporarily cut off or change the flow direction of energy in specific pipes. If we can control it, we can set a trap on the basilisk's path, or at least, seal off part of its activity area. Ron leaned over, scratching his head at the abstruse lines. Sounds great, but how do we find this valve? Is it in the wall? The star chart shows the entrances. Hermione's finger moved along the patterns, finally stopping at one spot, beneath the stall where Myrtle is, behind a loose inscribed floor tile, in the girls' toilet. Ron shrieked, his face crumpling. Merlin's smelly socks. How do we get in? Are we supposed to wear an invisibility cloak and listen to Myrtle cry all night? Perhaps we could ask her for a favor. Hermione looked at Lynn, a cunning glint in her eyes. The process of convincing Myrtle was more lively than imagined when Lynn calmly suggested, "I'd like to see the floor tile with the beautiful patterns beneath your stall." Myrtle first froze, then burst into even more piercing wails, stirring up echoing storms in the lavatory. "What? I knew it. You living people are only interested in my toilet. You even want to steal my only secret corner. Why don't I just drown?" Hermione endured the ear-splitting wails, stepped forward, her tone filled with genuine sympathy. "Myrtle, we're not trying to steal your spot. We want to protect it. Recently, a terrifying icy monster has been wandering in the walls of the castle, and we suspect it might damage your favorite corner." She pointed to Lynn. "He has special abilities, and perhaps he can help reinforce this place for you, to make it safer." "Icy monster?" Myrtle's crying stopped abruptly. Her translucent body floated in front of Lynn, examining him curiously. "You? Reinforce my toilet? How?" "Turn it into a bubble bath with a bubble charm," she asked, sniffling. "With starlight," Lynn said concisely, a soft yet steady star radiance coalescing at his fingertip, which he lightly touched to the floor at the entrance of Myrtle's stall. The starlight flowed like mercury, outlining a brief but beautiful star trail pattern on the surface of the floor tile, dispelling the cold dampness of the corner. "Oh," Myrtle covered her mouth, though she had no physical form, her eyes wide. It's so beautiful. Like the light from the most expensive wand in Ollivander's window." She instantly forgot to cry, floating around the starlight pattern. "All right, if it's to protect my territory from being destroyed by monsters. That annoying broken brick is behind the third toilet on the left. Pry it open yourself. Don't damage my door," she finished, and with a whoosh, she dove into the innermost flushing toilet pipe, leaving only the sound of splashing water. Harry and Ron were dumbfounded. Hermione gave Lynn a thumbs up, then quickly pulled out a small knife and a crowbar. Thanks to the twins' friendly contribution, just as the trio, Lynn was responsible for keeping watch and providing a steady light source, painstakingly pried open the loose floor tile, which was carved with faint serpentine patterns, revealing the dark, narrow passage entrance below, smelling of rust and limascale. Bang! The door to the Defense Against the Dark Arts office was violently flung open. Lockhart's signature golden hair and brilliant smile appeared in the doorway, followed by a reluctant Colin Creevey, his camera hanging around his neck. "Aha! My brave little explorers." Lockhart spread his arms as if to embrace the entire lavatory. "Mr. Creevey told me you were on a top-secret mission against the dark arts. How exciting! As your professor and guiding light, how could I be absent?" Harry and Ron instantly turned to stone. Hermione quickly kicked the pried-open floor tile back into place, leaving only a crack, stood up, and forced a smile. "Professor Lockhart, we were just, well, helping Myrtle with a pipe blockage. She was crying so sadly." "Pipe blockage?" Lockhart's eyes lit up, as if he had heard of excellent material. "What a dramatic challenge. Let me think. 7 days of battle with the sewer slugs? Or the weeping ghost and my pipe-clearing wand?" He drew his wand, striking an exaggerated pose. "Witness greatness. Lockhart's exclusive secret technique, Aqua Eructo." A powerful jet of water shot from his wand tip, aimed directly at the toilet where Myrtle was hiding. "Ah!" Myrtle's scream, mixed with violent splashes, erupted from the toilet pipe, instantly drenching Lockhart from head to toe. "PFFT, Ron couldn't help but laugh out loud. Harry quickly lowered his head, pretending to cough. Hermione covered her face. Lockhart, with his wet, no longer shiny golden hair, water dripping down his stiff smile, and his expensive gold and scarlet robes clinging to his body, looked utterly disheveled. Colin Creevey's camera shutter clicked at an inopportune moment. Professor, Hermione stifled her laughter, "you are truly heroic, but please leave this to us. You should go back and change your clothes quickly, lest you catch a cold." Her tone was incredibly sincere. Lockhart wiped the water from his face, trying to maintain his composure. "Ahem, it seems this requires more professional handling. Children, remember, safety first." If you have any difficulties, always come to Gilderoy Lockhart. He left with a platitude, wringing the dripping hem of his robe, and left somewhat hastily, leaving Colin standing awkwardly. Up. Do you need my help? Colin asked quietly. No, Colin, thank you, Hermione immediately said. It doesn't smell very good here. After seeing Colin off, the three, plus Myrtle, who had floated out of the pipe, huffing, finally breathed a sigh of relief and returned to the narrow entrance. Now what? Ron looked at the dark entrance. Go down and see. The space below is too small, and it might be dangerous. Hermione shook her head, looking at Lynn. The star chart says that Valve has magically controlled Lynn. Can your star power resonate with it? Lynn squatted down, hovering his hand above the crack in the floor tile. He closed his eyes, and the starlight bracelet on his wrist lit up. A wisp of condensed starlight, like a spiritual snake, probed into the crack and disappeared into the darkness. The starstone transmitted a clear pulse, sensing the ancient metal construct that had been dormant for a century below. A few seconds later, he opened his eyes, his fingertips moving slightly. A dull click sounded from deep underground, as if huge gears were meshing, and an invisible magic fluctuation spread out from the entrance. Valve status, locked. Lynn stood up. It has temporarily cut off several main branch pipes leading to the castle's east wing. Well done. Harry excitedly clapped his hands. At least it restricts part of that monster's activity range. Hermione's face also showed a relieved smile, and her gaze towards Lynn was full of trust. She habitually pulled out a piece of orange cake wrapped in tinfoil from her pocket, broke it in half, and handed it to him, a reward for the hero. Lynn took it, his fingertips accidentally brushing her palm. They exchanged a glance. No words needed, their unspoken understanding complete. The starlight bracelet on their wrists flickered synchronously with a soft glow. At dinner, the Gryffindor atmosphere was somewhat relaxed due to the successful locking of some pipes. Hermione was sharing a new flavor of cake, raspberry chocolate filling, sent by Aunt Monica with Lynn when Ginny suddenly stumbled into the great hall, her face paler than ever, her lips purple. Clutching the diary tightly, Ginny, Percy immediately stood up. I'm fine. Ginny's voice was barely a whisper, her eyes unfocused, just a little cold. As she passed Hermione, her body swayed violently. Hermione quickly steadied her at the moment of contact. The starlight bracelet on her wrist suddenly burst into a strong, warning cold light. A bone-chilling cold aura suddenly shot towards Hermione from the point of contact. Ugh, Hermione grunted, feeling as if she had been stabbed by an ice pick. At the same time, the starlight bracelet on Lynn's wrist also lit up abruptly. A gentle but powerful warm current instantly surged out, not only dispelling the cold Hermione felt but also forming an invisible barrier, forcefully pushing back the chilling dark aura emanating from Ginny. Ginny, as if burned, trembled violently, abruptly shook off Hermione's hand, looked at Lynn in terror, and stumbled towards the Ravenclaw table, clutching the diary. She seemed to want to avoid everyone. What's going on? Ron looked confused as his sister ran off. She has a very strong chill about her. Hermione rubbed her wrist, still feeling lingering fear. The coldness and malice of that dark aura just now were even worse than the black diamond from potion class. The protective glow of the starlight bracelet slowly subsided, but the residual coldness left her fingertips icy. Lynn didn't speak. He just held Hermione's cold hand in his warm palm. Star power permeated through their touching skin, continuously dispelling the lingering chill. He looked in the direction Ginny had disappeared, his gaze as heavy as ice. The diary's erosion had reached a critical point. The thread of the basilisk was like an ice pick hanging overhead, ready to fall at any moment. The warm candlelight of the great hall could not dispel this silent chill. Hermione clasped Lynn's warm hand in return, drawing strength from him. Starlight flowed silently between their clasped fingers, like a tiny lighthouse against the darkness. Chapter 53, Warm Hearth on a Cold Night in Starlight Medicine. Ginny's retreating figure from the great hall was like a withered leaf swept away by a cold wind, leaving behind a table of frozen silence and bone-chilling residual coldness. Hermione subconsciously rubbed her wrist, which had just been assailed by Ginny's cold aura. The warmth of her starlight bracelet was working hard to dispel that bone-deep chill. What's wrong with her? Ron stared in the direction of the Ravenclaw table, his voice tight. She looks like she's just been pulled out of an ice lake. The diary, Harry whispered, his green eyes full of worry. That thing is sucking her life force. Lynn, just now, it's accelerating its erosion. Lynn's voice was deep and steady, his palm enveloping Hermione's slightly cool hand. Star power flowed gently and firmly into her, like a warm stream soothing her taut nerves. He looked towards the teacher's table. Dumbledore's gaze was also passing over the bustling crowd, landing on Ginny, his blue eyes behind his half-moon spectacles as deep as the sea. Hermione took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. She gripped Lynn's hand firmly in return, drawing strength from his composure, then turned to Harry and Ron, her tone imbued with the Gryffindor's resolve. "We can't wait any longer. We must get to Basilisk's poisonous fang and destroy the diary. The valve has locked the East Wing's pipes, but the main passage is still active. The star chart marks several possible node intersections. For the monster to move, it must pass through there. How do we know when it will come out?" Ron asked, his face troubled. "It needs eyes," Lynn suddenly spoke, his voice not loud, but it instantly silenced the three. "Ginny, she is its eyes. The diary controls her to write down a target, and then the basilisk attacks. The next attack won't be far off." A chill, more intense than what Ginny had brought, quietly crept up their spines. Hermione's hand trembled slightly in Lynn's palm, but he held her tighter. Deep in the night, in the Gryffindor common room, the fire crackled in the fireplace, dispelling the cold outside the window. Hermione, wrapped in a thick blanket, was curled up on a sofa near the fire, a replica of the star chart and a pile of notes spread across her lap, her brow furrowed. Lynn sat on the rug beside her, leaning against the armrest of the sofa, eyes closed in meditation. The starstone beneath his robes emitted a steady, warm pulsation, like a quiet heartbeat. The abandoned magic hub near Myrtle's lavatory is the best ambush point, but how do we ensure the basilisk will pass through there? What if it takes another branch? Hermione bit the end of her quill, muttering to herself in distress. "Use bait," Lynn said calmly, without opening his eyes. "Bait?" Hermione looked up. "You mean, like Madame Norris last time?" But Filch is watching Madame Norris even more closely now, not a living thing. Lynn slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of golden light passing through them. He spread his palm, and a wisp of condensed silver starlight star radiance rose and took shape in his hand, finally solidifying into a starlight star radiance crystal the size of a dragon's eye, emitting a soft, clear glow. Inside the crystal, tiny streams of light slowly rotated, like a miniature galaxy. A pure energy body. For the basilisk, it's the ultimate pure temptation, and also a fatal threat. It will be instinctively drawn to it and try to destroy it. Hermione's eyes instantly lit up. "Like what is to flame? Put it near the pipe opening at the node intersection. The basilisk will sense this high concentration of pure energy and will definitely be attracted to investigate or even attack." She excitedly leaned closer, almost touching the brilliant crystal in Lynn's palm. "That's brilliant. Lynn. Is this the power of the star core?" Lynn responded, looking at Hermione's close-up, sparkling brown eyes, shining with excitement, and the faint citrus scent lingering around her nose. The glow of the fireplace cast a warm golden edge on her fluffy curls. "But how do we deploy it?" Hermione's excitement was quickly replaced by practical concerns. "The pipe opening is deep inside the wall. Resonance guidance." Lynn's fingertip gently tapped the node position marked on the star chart. "Star power can penetrate matter and temporarily anchor. Create a miniature star power field at the node as a beacon to track the crystal's energy fluctuations." "Like fishing?" Hermione suddenly understood, then looked at him worriedly. "But won't that consume a lot? You've only just recovered." Within controllable range, Lynn offered the starlight star radiance crystal in his palm to her. "This, you'll need to process." Hermione carefully took it. The crystal felt warm to the touch, carrying a comforting energy pulsation. "Process? How?" "Wrap it in a layer of energy-inert shell, isolating most of the fluctuations, only releasing them at a preset time," Lynn explained. "It requires the power of the moonstone." Hermione immediately understood, taking off the moonstone pendant from her neck. The milky white stone shimmered with a gentle luster in the firelight. She mimicked Lynn, holding the pendant close to the starlight star radiance crystal, concentrating, and attempting to guide the moonstone's restrained, gentle power. At first, it wasn't smooth. The moonstone's light merely flickered faintly, like shy breathing. Hermione frowned in annoyance, tiny beads of sweat appearing on her nose. A slightly cool hand gently covered the back of her hand, which held the pendant and crystal. Lynn's breath came close. "Relax. Feel its rhythm, as natural as breathing." His fingertips carried a faint star power, like the gentlest guidance. Hermione closed her eyes, clearing her mind, and immersed herself in the moonstone's gentle pulsation. Gradually, the moonstone's light became steady and soft, flowing out like water, gently enveloping the brilliant starlight star radiance crystal. The starlight star radiance crystal's light gradually became subdued under the moonstone's soft glow, finally transforming into a smooth, white sphere with a pearly, Warm luster, only a faint silver glimmer faintly visible from its core. It worked. Hermione opened her eyes, looking with surprise at the warm pearl in her palm. Lynn looked at the pure joy in her eyes and the fine beads of sweat on her forehead, his lips curving almost imperceptibly. He raised his hand and gently brushed away the glistening bead of sweat from her nose. The cool touch made Hermione's body stiffen, and 2 red clouds instantly bloomed on her cheeks, hotter than the fireplace itself. She instinctively drew back her neck, like a startled small animal, but forgot that her hand was still covered by Lynn's. They were extremely close, their breaths audible. The fire crackled, and time seemed to freeze at that moment. Hermione could clearly see the curve of Lynn's eyelashes and her own shy reflection in his eyes. The starlight bracelet and moonstone pendant simultaneously emitted a soft, synchronized warm glow between their intertwined hands, like 2 resonating hearts. Ahem. Hermione was the first to falter, hastily pulling back her hand and clutching the wrapped pearl tightly in her palm, as if holding a burning coal. So, the bait is ready. When do we act? Lynn withdrew his hand, the faint warmth of her skin lingering on his fingertips. The starstone pulsed steadily within his chest, carrying a strange sense of satisfaction. Wait for Ginny's next abnormality. When the diary controls her to write a name, that's the signal. Ginny's signal came sooner than expected. 2 days later, just after Charms class, Lavender Brown rushed into the crowd in a panic, finding Hermione. Hermione. Ginny. Ginny's in the girls' lavatory. She's locked herself in a stall, and there are strange scratching sounds and whispers coming from inside. It's so scary. Hermione and Lynn exchanged a glance, instantly understanding. They took off running, Harry and Ron close behind. Several uneasy girls were already gathered at the entrance to Myrtle's lavatory. From inside the stall came a grating sound of fingernails scraping wood, and Ginny's broken, icy whispers, like a dream, must purge the filth. Hermione Granger, hearing her name uttered in such a cold and eerie way, a chill instantly shot up Hermione's spine. But the starlight bracelet on her wrist immediately sent a warm, firm sense of protection, dispelling the fear. Lynn's eyes sharpened, and he kicked the stall door panel without hesitation. Bang! The door panel flew open. The sight inside was hair-raising. Ginny was kneeling on the floor with her back to the door, her face ashen, her eyes rolled back, showing only the whites. The nail of her right index finger was split and bleeding, and she was frantically scratching Hermione's name onto the damp floor tiles with her bloody fingertip. The open black diary lay before her, thick, tar-like black mist seeping from its cover, coiling around her body in wisps. Ginny! Ron shrieked just as the black mist sensed the intruders. It surged up violently, trying to lunge at Hermione. Lynn moved. The starlight bracelet on his wrist suddenly erupted with an unprecedented brilliant light. At the same time, Hermione, as if divinely inspired, forcefully threw the moonstone-wrapped pearl she had been clutching in her hand towards the pre-planned corner near the pipe opening. The moment the pearl left her hand, the moonstone's soft glow on its surface shattered like an eggshell. The pure and powerful starlight star radiance crystal light, previously suppressed within, instantly burst forth. Boom! It was like a small sun exploding in the corner of the lavatory. The blinding, pure starlight star radiance, with its fatal attraction to darkness, instantly filled the entire space. The surging black mist that had lunged at Hermione recoiled as if burned by a hot iron, letting out a piercing shriek that only souls could perceive, and violently retreated back into the diary, and deeper underground, in the depths of the pipes, a furious hiss, accompanied by violent crashing sounds, boomed forth. The entire lavatory floor trembled. Wall dust cascaded down. The basilisk was utterly enraged by that pure star core energy. It's coming. Harry's face was ashen. Get Ginny out, Lynn roared, stepping forward to shield Hermione, his body surging with star power, poised for action. His gaze was sharp as a sword, locked firmly on the ground near the starlight star radiance explosion point. That was the designated battlefield. Hermione and Ron scrambled to pull the limp, unconscious Ginny from the floor. Harry, wand raised, nervously guarded them. The starlight star radiance in the corner slowly receded, as if the bait had been swallowed. And the terrifying hissing and crashing sounds from beneath the ground, like death's drumbeat, grew closer and clearer. A cold, foul wind seeped from the pipe cracks, carrying the grating noise of scales scraping stone walls. Lynn stood alone at the very front, his back straight as a pine, facing the horror about to burst forth. The light of the starlight bracelet flowed on his wrist, like an unquenchable lighthouse. Hermione's worried gaze was fixed on him, but this time, her fear was replaced by a stronger trust. She handed Ginny to Ron and stood behind Lynn's side, her wand gripped tightly, the moonstone pendant shimmering with a steadfast light of protection around her neck. The time for the hunt had arrived. Chapter 54, Venomous Star Flame and Warm Light Kiss. A fishy wind, carrying the ear-splitting screech of scales scraping against stone, tore through the air. The floor tiles in the corner of the lavatory exploded under violent impact. Shrapnel mixed with foul-smelling sewage splattered everywhere. A massive, grotesque, triangular snake head, covered in spectral blue ice crystals, suddenly emerged from the broken hole in the floor. Two cold, spectral blue vertical pupils, like frozen abysses, instantly locked onto the lingering starlight embers in the corner that hadn't fully dissipated. The basilisk. Its enormous body hadn't fully emerged, but its terrifying pressure and extreme coldness had already frozen the air. Harry and Ron, dragging a comatose Ginny, retreated repeatedly. Their faces ashen. Hermione stood behind Lynn, her wand clutched tightly, and the moonstone pendant on her rapidly rising and falling chest emitted an unprecedented protective white glow, dispelling the chilling breath of death that assaulted them just as the basilisk opened its massive mouth, revealing dagger-like fangs shimmering with a spectral blue venomous glow, preparing to devour the residual starlight bait. Now, Lynn's low roar was like a clap of thunder. The star power accumulated around him erupted in an instant. It was no longer a defensive barrier, but condensed into a star radiant spear of ultimate refinement, carrying unparalleled penetrative power. Mysterious runes flowed on the spearhead, tearing through the icy air, and with a speed beyond vision, it pierced with unmatched precision into the depths of the basilisk's wide-open mouth, targeting the root of the poisonous fang. PFFT, like a hot knife cutting through frozen oil, the star-radiant spear penetrated the basilisk's vulnerable soft palate without hindrance. It accurately struck and violently dislodged the longest, scimitar-like main poisonous fang on its upper jaw. Hiss-ao! The basilisk let out an earth-shattering shriek of pain. Its entire head thrashed wildly, and spectral blue blood mixed with foul-smelling saliva gushed from its mouth like a fountain. The enormous poisonous fang, dislodged by the star-radiant spear, emitted a teeth-grinding crack amidst its frantic thrashing and the continuous impact of star power, and cracks appeared at its base. The intense pain drove the basilisk completely mad. It desperately tried to pull its entire body out of the hole, its thick, ice crystal-covered serpentine body violently slamming against the narrow opening, sending debris raining down. Those two spectral blue eyes of death, filled with raging hatred, instantly swept towards the source of the attack. Lynn, close your eyes, Hermione shrieked, simultaneously ducking her head and tightly closing her own eyes. The gaze of death, extreme coldness, like an invisible giant wave, crashed violently into Lynn. The starlight barrier, automatically activated around him, instantly appeared, but upon contact, it emitted a strained crack sound, and spiderweb-like spectral blue ice patterns formed on its surface. The starstone transmitted a violent impact of scorching pain and extreme coldness. Now, Hermione moved. She didn't open her eyes, but relying on her absolute perception of Lynn's position and the guidance of the moonstone, she threw the specially made mithril dagger, its blade inscribed with guiding magic patterns, that Lynn had given her and that she had been clutching tightly, with all her might, towards the empty space between Lynn and the basilisk. The moment the dagger left her hand, Lynn, enduring the pain of the barrier's backlash, split off a wisp of star power and precisely struck the hilt. The mithril dagger, as if controlled by an invisible hand, arced through the air with a silvery gleam, shooting with unmatched precision into the basilisk's wide-open mouth as it shrieked in pain. The target, precisely that spectral blue poisonous fang, severely wounded by the star-radiant spear, its base already cracked. PFFT. Crack. The mithril dagger, carrying the precise inertial star power controlled by Lynn, acted like the final straw, forcefully wedging itself into the crack at the base of the poisonous fang, accompanied by a clear, crisp sound like ice crystals shattering. That basilisk poisonous fang, as long as an adult's arm and shimmering with deadly spectral blue light, was actually pried off from its root and spun out. Catch it! Lynn's voice carried a suppressed gasp. Harry erupted with astonishing reaction amidst his fear. He lunged forward, disregarding the foul-smelling filth on the ground, and with a thick leather glove he had transfigured, he narrowly caught the falling, enormous poisonous fang, which emanated terrifying coldness. In his hand, it was bone-chillingly cold to the touch, as if he were holding a piece of 10,000-year-old profound ice. Having lost a main poisonous fang and suffered severe injury, the basilisk let out a mournful, desperate shriek, its massive body twisting wildly, spectral blue blood spraying like rain. Its pair of hateful, spectral blue vertical pupils glared at Lynn's direction one last time, then abruptly retreated into the depths of the hole, leaving only a messy breach and echoing, painful, and malicious hisses. The crisis was temporarily averted, the starlight barrier around Lynn instantly shattered, and he grunted, swayed, his face ashen, a trickle of fresh red blood at the corner of his lips over. Exerting his star power to dislodge the poisonous fang and withstand the basilisk's gaze meant the backlash was not to be underestimated. Lynn, Hermione rushed to his side, disregarding everything, supporting his swaying body to her touch. His arm was frighteningly cold, and his breathing was somewhat erratic. She unhesitatingly untied her thick velvet cloak and wrapped it tightly around him, trying to impart some warmth. "I'm fine." Lynn's voice was a bit hoarse, but his gaze was fixed on the poisonous fang in Harry's hand. The diary. Harry immediately understood, enduring the bone-chilling cold from the poisonous fang, and clutching it, he rushed towards Ginny, who was slumped on the ground, and the open diary, which still emitted an ominous black aura. "Destroy it!" Ron yelled. Harry raised the heavy poisonous fang and, with all his might, stabbed it fiercely into the cover of the black diary. Hiss, like a red-hot branding iron plunged into ice and snow. The moment the poisonous fang pierced the diary, an ear-splitting corrosive sound, accompanied by a strong burst of black smoke carrying the smell of sulfur and blood, erupted. The diary trembled violently, twisting as if a living creature in its death throes. The blurry face of a young boy on the cover twisted in pain and shrieked, silently, but perceptible on a mental level. The black aura entanglement around Ginny's body instantly disintegrated and vanished. Like a severed rope, Ginny's body suddenly trembled, letting out a faint groan. And her rolled-back eyes gradually regained focus, although still dazed and weak. The chilling emptiness that had been so unsettling was gone. The diary rapidly turned charred and withered under the poisonous fang, finally becoming a small pile of foul-smelling ashes. The gem embedded in the cover, once so alluring, also completely dimmed and shattered. It worked. The hospital wing was filled with a soothing fragrance of calming herbs. Ginny was sound asleep under Madame Pomfrey's care. Her small face, though still pale, was breathing much more steadily. The wheel eyes, having received the news, were rushing over. Lynn sat leaning against the adjacent bed, his face still somewhat pale, but his breathing had stabilized. Hermione sat on a small stool by the bed, carefully wiping the small scratches on his arm with a cotton ball dipped in warm water and did any essence. Her movements were incredibly gentle, her head was bowed, her thick eyelashes casting a small shadow beneath her eyes, her expression as focused as if she were handling the most precise instrument. Warm steam and the scent of herbs lingered between them. "Does it hurt?" she whispered, her fingertip gently brushing the edge of the wound through the cotton ball. Lynn lowered his gaze, looking at her focused profile and slightly pursed lips. The starstone in his chest pulsed steadily and warmly, dispelling the fatigue and coldness of the battle. "No," he said softly. After applying the medicine, Hermione took out clean gauze and, with somewhat clumsy movements, bandaged him. Her fingertips occasionally brushed his cool skin, sending a faint, electric-like sensation that made her earlobes flush slightly. "There." She finally finished bandaging, letting out a soft sigh, and looked up. She met Lynn's gaze, which was fixed on her. The gaze was calm and focused, carrying a depth she couldn't fully interpret. Hermione's cheeks instantly flushed as if ignited, and she frantically averted her gaze, pretending to organize the medicine bottles. "Madame Pomfrey said you need rest, and the star power needs time to recover." Lynn responded. But his gaze didn't leave her. Silence flowed in the warm ward, yet it wasn't awkward. Instead, it carried a post-crisis tranquility and an indescribable intimacy. The sunlight from outside the window streamed through the glass, casting golden patches on the pristine white bedsheets. Hermione's fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her clothes, her heart beating a little fast. She gathered her courage and looked at Lynn again, her voice as light as a feather. Thank you, for standing in front of me." Lynn didn't answer. He just slowly raised his uninjured hand and gently brushed away a stray, soft brown curl from her cheek. His fingertip inadvertently grazed her warm earlobe. Hermione's body instantly stiffened, and her breathing stopped. She looked at Lynn's clothes, still somewhat pale face, and her own shy reflection in his eyes, and an impulse surged within her. She suddenly leaned forward, quickly and gently kissing Lynn's cool lips a touch, and then she pulled away like a butterfly briefly resting on a blooming petal. Hermione's face was as red as a ripe tomato, and she abruptly lowered her head, almost burying her face in her chest. The starlight bracelet on her wrist flashed rapidly, betraying her wild heartbeat. Lynn was also stunned at a soft warmth lingering on his lips, carrying her unique citrus fragrance and a hint of medicinal bitterness. Felt like the gentlest feather brushing his heart. The starstone in his chest suddenly erupted with an unprecedented warm and bright pulsation, as if a silent galaxy had been instantly illuminated. A warm current rapidly spread through his limbs, Even overriding the faint pain of his wounds, he slowly raised his hand, not to touch his lips, but to gently cover Hermione's bowed, flushed head, his palm carrying the unique, reassuring warmth of star power. He responded softly, his voice carrying a barely perceptible hoarseness and warmth. Sunlight filled the ward, and golden dust motes floated in the air. The shy girl bowed her head, and the boy's warm hand gently stroked her hair. Starlight flowed on their wrists, silently telling a tale of protection and stirring emotions more moving than words. Outside, Hogwarts Castle had weathered a cold snap, but inside the ward, burgeoning affection, like a warm sun breaking through ice, quietly melted away all gloom. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 55, Warm Sun, Shadow and Starlight. Orange. The sunlight in the hospital wing seemed to carry a healing magic. Under Madame Pomfrey's potions and the constant vigil of the Wheel Eyes, Ginny's complexion grew rosier day by day. Although she occasionally woke up from nightmares, the chilling emptiness that had plagued her for months had completely dissipated. Aunt Molly shed tears while hugging her little daughter, and Uncle Arthur clapped Lynn's shoulder forcefully, choked with emotion, unable to express his full gratitude. Hermione had practically become a permanent supervisor of the hospital wing. She strictly enforced the hearth agreement, punctually delivered Aunt Monica's special blood-replenishing nutritious soup, secretly doubled the beef and carrots, oversaw Lynn finishing every drop of Madame Pomfrey's magic-restoring potion, its taste rivaled Snape's prized collection, and even took charge of organizing all his class notes. At this moment, she was sitting on a chair beside Lynn's bed, meticulously peeling an apple. The peel formed a perfect spiral under her nimble fingers. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle shadow on her downcast eyelashes. Lynn leaned against the headboard, holding a copy of a field guide to common magical birds, which Hermione had recommended as relaxing, but his gaze lingered more on her skillful movements and slightly pursed lips. Here, for your vitamins, Hermione said, handing him the peeled apple, cut into little rabbit shapes. A hint of pride on her lips, Lynn took the small silver fork and speared a piece. The apple was sweet and juicy, carrying her thoughtfulness. Good knife work, he commented, a rare compliment. Hermione's cheeks immediately flushed, like a small animal praised, and she looked down, pretending to arrange the peels. Practice makes perfect. Mom taught me. She paused, her voice softer. It feels warmer than cutting with a wand, right? Lynn looked at her reddened ear tips, and the starstone resonated with a warm pulse. He said nothing, just forked another little rabbit apple and naturally brought it to her lips. Hermione froze for a moment, then met his calm but focused gaze. Her heart skipped a beat. She parted her lips slightly and took a bite of the apple from his hand. The brief touch of his fingertips to her lips sent a subtle jolt, making both of them shiver slightly. The apple's sweetness bloomed in her mouth, mixed with an indescribable flutter, sweeter than ever. It's very sweet, Hermione whispered, lowering her head to hide her flushed cheeks. The starlight bracelet on her wrist glowed softly. Hogwarts seemed to regain its vitality with Ginny's recovery and the basilisk's disappearance, at least, so the students believed. The corridors were once again filled with noise and laughter. The panic about the air and the freezing attacks gradually gave way to Quidditch tryouts and the upcoming Christmas. However, there were always undercurrents beneath the calm surface. One afternoon, as Lynn and Hermione were leaving the library, they were stopped by a witch in a deep purple, gold-trimmed uniform with a rigid, serious expression. It was Aurora Hopkins, the senior undersecretary assistant who had previously investigated. Behind her were two unsmiling Ministry of Magic guards, Mr. Linstone, Miss Hermione Granger. Hopkins's voice was as devoid of warmth as her expression. Regarding the freezing attack incidents of the past period and Miss Weasley's unusual condition, the Ministry of Magic still requires your assistance in clarifying certain details. Please accompany us to the temporary office. Her gaze sharply swept over Lynn, with undisguised scrutiny, lingering for a moment particularly on Hermione's starlight bracelet. Clarify. Hermione immediately became wary, stepping half a pace in front of Lynn. We've already said everything we needed to. Ginny was controlled by a dark arts object, and the attacks were caused by a monster from the Chamber of Secrets. The diary has been destroyed. Destroyed? Hopkins's lips curled into cold dark evidence? Just a huge, chilling fang of unknown origin. She clearly knew of the diary's existence. The Ministry of Magic requires a conclusive chain of evidence, not speculation from students' adventure stories. Especially, she looked meaningfully at Lynn. When it involves records of the use of certain special talents, the atmosphere instantly tensed. Hermione clenched her fists in anger, and Lynn's eyes also grew cold. Just then, a cold, smooth voice, full of arrogance, cut in. Madam Hopkins's concerns are highly professional and necessary. Lucius Malfoy glided silently, like a magnificent serpent, leaning on his snake-headed cane. His gray-blue eyes swept over Lynn and Hermione with condescending disdain and a hint of barely perceptible malice. Student safety is certainly important, but the Order of Hogwarts and the potential risks of certain sensitive powers require the Ministry of Magic's utmost attention. He leaned in slightly, lowering his voice, yet it was clearly audible to everyone. Especially when such power might be connected to certain dangerous, destroyed relics. His gaze pointedly flickered across Lynn's chest, where the Star Stone was located, then glanced at Hermione. Blatant threat. He was implying a connection between star power and Lord Voldemort's Horcrux. Hopkins's gaze towards Lynn instantly became sharper and more wary. Hermione trembled with anger, about to retort, but Lynn gently pulled her wrist. He stepped forward, calmly meeting Lucius's sinister gaze and Hopkins's scrutinizing eyes, his voice not loud, yet carrying a peculiar penetrative power. Evidence? I have it. To everyone's astonishment, Lynn pulled out a huge basilisk fang, still emanating a faint chill and wrapped in thick dragonhide, from his pocket, which had an undetectable extension charm applied. The moment the fang appeared, the surrounding temperature plummeted. Hopkins and the guards instinctively recoiled a step. Lucius's pupils constricted sharply, and his fingers tightened abruptly on his snake-headed cane, knuckles turning white. Lynn ignored their reactions. He held a heavy fang in one hand, and with the other, he extended a finger, gathering a point of pure, warm starlight star radiance at its tip. Under everyone's bated breath, he slowly injected that point of starlight star radiance into the fang's eerie blue tip. Hiss, like cold water dropped into hot oil. The starlight star radiance and the extreme icy magic contained within the fang clashed violently, emitting a piercing sound. The fang's eerie blue glow flickered wildly, an uncontrolled magical fluctuation, mixed with the basilisk's savage will and a chilling aura of death, spread out. This fluctuation was so clear, so evil, so powerful, that it instantly blanched Hopkins's face, made the guards one snap up, and even caused a crack in Lucius's carefully maintained elegant mask, for within that fluctuation, there clearly remained a trace of the same sickening dark aura as the diary he had given Ginny. This is that monster's. Hopkins's voice trembled, no longer rigid as before. It's enough to prove its existence and danger. Lynn's voice remained calm. He stopped injecting the star power, and the fang's anomaly quickly subsided, leaving only a bone-chilling cold. As for the source of its power, his gaze, like an ice blade, shot towards Lucius. Perhaps some people know better than I. Lucius's face turned extremely ugly, his gray-blue eyes swirling with rage and apprehension. He stared intently at the fang in Lynn's hand, as if it were an undeniable proof of his guilt. Enough. Hopkins took a deep breath, forcing down her shock. She looked at Lynn and the terrifying fang with a complex expression, then glanced warily at the ashen-faced Lucius. The evidence is sufficient to prove the monster's existence and threat. Miss Weasley's situation, the Ministry of Magic will reevaluate. As for the rest, she paused, clearly not wanting to delve deeper into the secrets of certain powerful figures. Today's questioning ends here. She left, almost hastily, with the guards. Only Lynn, Hermione, and a grim-faced Lucius Malfoy remained in the corridor. Very well. Mr. Stone, Lucius's voice was like a snake's hiss, cold and slick. You have once again proven your uniqueness. He gave Lynn a deep look, his eyes filled with malice and a hint of deep apprehension. Then he abruptly turned, his golden hair cutting a cold arc behind him, and strode away. Hermione let out a long sigh, only then realizing her palms were slick with cold sweat. She looked at Lynn, her eyes filled with lingering fear and deeper trust. How did you think of using the diary? The residual magical fluctuations are the best testimony. Lynn rewrapped and put away the diary, its coldness lingering on his fingertips. He looked in the direction Lucius had disappeared, his gaze sharp. The sense of crisis from the Star Stone had not lifted, and Malfoy's retaliation would certainly not cease here. As night fell, the wind from the Astronomy Tower carried the chill of early winter, but it couldn't disperse the warmth between the two sitting side by side. Hermione was wrapped in Lynn's large velvet cloak, holding a muffin with a thick layer of orange marmalade sent by Aunt Monica. She took small bites, a bit of golden jam on the corner of her mouth. Here, She broke off half and naturally offered it to Lynn's mouth, her eyes sparkling. To calm your nerves, as per the agreement, Lynn took a bite from her hand. It was soft and sweet, the tartness of the orange marmalade melting on his tongue, dispelling the lingering cold from the diary and the gloom of his confrontation with Malfoy. Today, thank you, Hermione's voice was very soft in the night wind. For standing in front of me again, and for solving the trouble in such a clever way. She was referring to the diary as evidence. Lynn swallowed the muffin and turned to look at her. The moonlight outlined the soft curve of her profile, and that bit of orange marmalade at the corner of her mouth looked like a tiny star under the starlight. He raised his hand and, with his thumb, very naturally and gently brushed away that sweetness from her lips. The warm touch of his fingertips made Hermione's body stiffen. Then a warm current instantly spread from the touched spot throughout her body, her heart pounding like a drum. She looked up, meeting Lynn's gaze, which was now so close. That gaze was no longer as calmly profound as usual. Instead, it clearly reflected her image, carrying a focused light that made her flustered. Lynn's fingertip did not immediately withdraw. Instead, it slowly, almost confirmingly, traced her soft lip line. This subtle movement was like a spark igniting a fuse. Hermione felt all the blood rush to her cheeks, her mind a blank. She forgot to breathe, forgot the cold, her eyes seeing only her reflection in Lynn's deep eyes, and the thrilling, gentle touch from his thumb. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. The night wind ruffled their hair, and the starlight bracelet on each of their wrists silently flowed with a soft glow, like two hearts beating in unison. Lynn slowly lowered his head, his warm breath brushing her bangs. Hermione instinctively closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling like startled butterfly wings, waiting for the anticipated yet heart-stopping touch. A kiss as soft as a feather, with the sweet scent of muffins and the freshness of orange marmalade, landed on the corner of her lips. It wasn't the fleeting shyness of her earlier touch, but a brief, tender, and cherished stay like starlight, gently kissing a ripe orange. Hermione's breathing completely stopped. She felt as if the whole world had gone quiet, leaving only the soft touch on her lips and the frantic drumming of her heart in her chest. The glow of the starlight bracelet suddenly became bright and warm, enveloping her in a hazy aura. Lynn slowly pulled back, his thumb still lingering on her burning cheek. He looked at the girl's shy appearance, her eyes tightly closed, long lashes trembling, and cheeks flushed. The starstone in his chest pulsed with an unprecedented warmth and brightness, as if a tranquil galaxy had been fully ignited. He responded softly, his voice a little hoarse with satisfaction. He pulled her closer into his embrace, wrapping her slightly trembling body in the velvet cloak. The starry river sparkled in the night sky. The figures nestled on the Astronomy Tower became one under the starlight. The cold wind was still biting, but it could no longer invade this small world protected by starlight and warmth. Hermione buried her burning cheek in Lynn's neck, listening to his steady, strong heartbeat, the lingering kiss on her lips carrying the orange-flavored starlight, sweet to the deepest part of her heart. Chapter 56, Warm Winter Letter and Undercurrent Premonition. The starlight from the Astronomy Tower seemed to still linger on her lips, carrying the sweet scent of marmalade and the tender touch of a boy. Hermione sat in her usual window-side spot on the library, an open copy of Advanced Potion Making unread for a long time. Her quill unconsciously drew circles on the parchment, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve into a small, upward arc. The starlight bracelet on her wrist glowed with a gentle radiance, like it held a small, never-extinguishing warm sun. Hey! Snap out of it, Miss Know-It-All. Ron waved a hand in front of her eyes, a mischievous look on his face. Your book's upside down. Hermione snapped back to reality, her cheeks instantly flushing crimson. She fumbled to right the book, then glared fiercely at Ron. I was thinking. Deep thinking about how Lynn's starlight barrier helped block the wind for you. Harry snickered beside them, earning a light swat on his arm from Hermione's thick history of magic book. Lynn sat opposite Hermione, seemingly engrossed in a copy of Ancient Runes and Alchemy. However, the corners of his lips were almost imperceptibly turned upwards. The starstone beneath his robes pulsed steadily and warmly, mirroring his current mood. He pushed a small plate of sliced tangerines towards her. The fruit was plump and emitted a fresh, sweet aroma. Hermione's face grew even redder. She muttered softly, the agreement stipulates vitamin supplements, but dutifully forked a piece into her mouth. The sweet juice spread in her mouth, dispelling the embarrassment of being teased, and warming her heart. Outside the window, tiny snowflakes began to fall, blanketing the castle in silver. The corridors were filled with a festive cheer of Christmas approaching. Ribbons and holly decorations adorned the pillars, and Peeves, having stolen Fred's wheel-eyes wildfire whiz-bangs, darted about, causing bursts of screams and laughter. Hermione, laden with several heavy reference books, walked alongside Lynn on their way back to Gryffindor Tower. Aunt Monica sent a new recipe. Hermione's voice was joyful, her breath misting in the cold air. She said she wants to try making starlight pudding during the Christmas holiday. She insists on serving it on a reflective silver platter, saying it's the only way to match the name, though I think it's just whipped cream pudding with edible glitter. Lynn responded, naturally taking most of the books from her arms to lighten her load. His fingertips brushed against the back of her hand, an accidental touch that brought a slight coolness and a familiar flutter. Hermione's free hand subtly hooked onto the sleeve of his skull robe, as if grasping a warm kite string. Dad also asked if we wanted to go skiing in Switzerland during the holiday. Her voice softened, tinged with a hint of inquiry and anticipation. He said Muggle ski resorts feel completely different from flying on a broomstick. Lynn's steps faltered slightly, and he turned his head to look at her. Snowflakes landed on her fluffy curls and long eyelashes, like a dusting of powdered sugar. Her brown eyes sparkled, holding cautious expectation in the falling snow. Okay, he said softly. One word, yet it was like a pebble dropped into a lake, sending out ripples of warmth. Hermione's eyes instantly lit up, and her smile could no longer be suppressed, so radiant it seemed to melt the surrounding ice and snow. She hooked his sleeve even tighter, as if afraid he would change his mind. It's a deal. I'll write to them tonight. However, the calm before the holidays did not last long. One morning at breakfast, an unfamiliar owl, bearing the Ministry of Magic's wax seal, dropped a formally worded letter in front of Lynn, Mr. Lynn A. Stone, regarding the follow-up handling of the previous Hogwarts special magic fluctuation incident and related item, code S087. The diary. The Department of Mysteries of the Ministry of Magic cordially invites you to its London headquarters during the first week after the Christmas holiday for a supplementary statement and registration. This procedure is a routine safety review, intended to complete records and ensure campus and public safety. Please attend on time. Department of Mysteries, Ministry of Magic, Unspeakable's office. The atmosphere instantly froze. Hermione snatched the letter, quickly scanning the contents, her face darkening. It's the Ministry of Magic again. And the Department of Mysteries. What do they want? Registration? Review? She looked at Lynn, her eyes filled with worry. This must have something to do with Lucius Malfoy. He's behind this. As expected, Lynn's voice was calm and unruffled. He picked up the letter, his fingertips brushing the cold wax seal. The starstone emitted a faint, wary coolness. Malfoy's revenge, like a coiled viper, had finally bared its fangs. You can't go, Hermione said urgently. Who knows what they'll do? The Department of Mysteries, it's too dangerous. Not going would confirm their suspicions. Lynn folded the letter and put it away. They have proper procedures. I'll go with you, Hermione declared immediately, her tone resolute. A supervisor has the right to accompany you throughout. Supplemental clause of the agreement. Article 5. She quickly patched up the hearth agreement in her mind. Lynn looked at her cheeks, slightly flushed with urgency, and her determined eyes. The trace of coolness in his heart was quietly dispelled by a warm current. He raised his hand, very naturally brushing a bit of breadcrumb from her hair, his fingertips grazing her warm earlobe. He quietly assented. With her there, even the shadow of the Department of Mysteries seemed less heavy on Christmas Eve. The Gryffindor common room was filled with a warm, bustling festive atmosphere. A giant Christmas tree sparkled with colorful magical orbs, and beneath it, gifts of various wrappings were piled high. Fred and George's portable swamp bubbled eerily in the corner, drawing bursts of laughter. Hermione squeezed into the most comfortable armchair by the fireplace, a large package from Aunt Monica resting on her lap. She unwrapped layer after layer of paper, revealing an exquisite round tin box inside, its lid adorned with a grinning gingerbread man, Mom's special Christmas gingerbread. Hermione happily opened the lid, and the rich, sweet aroma of cinnamon, cloves, and honey instantly wafted out. The golden brown gingerbread was shaped into various cute forms, stars, moons, little lions, and even a few crooked cookies that vaguely resembled star patterns. She picked up a little star cookie and, as if presenting a treasure, offered it to Lynn, who was engrossed in the alchemist's almanac beside her. Try some? Mom baked them several times before she got them right. She said the stars were the hardest to draw. Lynn put down his book and took the little star, which had slightly burnt edges. The cookie was warm, emitting a sweet fragrance. He took a bite. It was crispy and sweet, carrying a deep warmth. How is it? Hermione looked at him expectantly. like a kitten awaiting praise. "Very good," Lynn said seriously, taking another bite. His gaze fell on her brown eyes, slightly widened with anticipation, and he added, "Sweeter than starlight." Hermione's cheeks instantly took on the color of the firelight, redder than the gingerbread man's smile. She lowered her head, feigning to rummage through other items in the package, muttering softly, "Smooth talker, learned it from Fred." The package also contained 2 thick, hand-knitted wool scarves. One was Gryffinder's gold and scarlet stripes, and the other was a deep ink blue, dotted with tiny silver threads, like a tranquil night sky. A note was pinned to the scarves, "To our brave guiding star and clever little witch. Merry Christmas, love, Monica and Wendell." Hermione picked up the ink blue scarf. It felt soft and warm to the touch. She stood up, walked over to Lynn, and, standing on tiptoes, with a slightly clumsy but utterly earnest motion, wrapped the scarf around his neck, tying a careful knot. Her fingertips occasionally brushed against the cool skin of his neck, sending a subtle shiver through him. "Christmas present," Hermione said softly, her fingers lingering on the soft folds of the scarf for a moment, as if ensuring it was warm enough. She looked up, the golden glow of the firelight dancing in her clear eyes, and on her slightly flushed cheeks. Lynn looked down at her. The scarf carried the warmth of wool and a new scent, but even more so, the lingering warmth of her fingertips. The sweet fragrance of the girl in the gingerbread lingered in his nostrils. The starstone in his chest pulsed steadily and warmly, like the warmest hearth fire in winter. He raised his hand, not to touch the scarf, but to gently grasp her still cool hand before she could withdraw it, enclosing it in his own warm palm. "Thank you." His voice was low, carrying a hint of warmth that was hard to detect. Their gazes met, no more words were needed. Warmth and affection flowed silently between their clasped fingers and the folds of the scarf. The snow outside fell heavier, but the small space by the fireplace, warmed by the sweet scent of gingerbread and the new scarf, was cozy and inviting. Hermione did not pull her hand away, letting him hold it, a sweet and contented smile curving her lips. She picked up another little lined gingerbread cookie and placed it in his free hand. "Here, for energy," she winked, her smile mischievous. "The agreement stipulates." Lynn looked at the gingerbread line in his palm, then at the brightly smiling girl beside him, and tightened his grip on her hand. The starlight from the starstone shone through their clothes, gently illuminating their clasped fingers, and also lighting up the path ahead for the upcoming holiday, full of unknown challenges. No matter how heavy the wind and snow, it no longer seemed cold. Chapter 57 Edelweiss Starlight and Whispers in the Dark Room. At the foot of the Swiss Alps, the Edelweiss Peak Ski Resort was covered in silver, and the sunlight danced on the pristine white snow, reflecting diamond-like glints. The Granger family home's holiday chalet was nestled halfway up the mountain. Opening the window revealed continuous snow-capped peaks and glittering icicles hanging from the coniferous trees. Hermione, bundled in a thick cherry-red down jacket, her small face rosy from the cold under the fluffy hood, her eyes, however, shone like stars. She clumsily stepped onto rented skis, wobbling as she practiced basic stances on the flattened snow in front of the house. "Bend your knees a little more, Hermione," Uncle Wendell instructed from a few steps away, holding a hot cocoa, center of gravity. "Lean forward." Aunt Monica held up her camera, the lens filled with her daughter's clumsy yet adorable figure. Lynn stood nearby, wearing a dark blue ski suit, his posture tall and straight. He learned quickly, having already mastered basic lighting and braking, and was now watching Hermione trying to keep her balance like a clumsy baby penguin. The starstone beneath his thick clothing pulsed steadily and warmly, strangely in tune with the crisp, pure mountain air. "Ah!" Hermione lost her balance, crying out as she fell backward. The anticipated sensation of falling into cold snowdrift did not come. A steady, strong hand timely supported her back, while another firmly held her arm. Lynn had skied to her side at some point. Even through the thick down jacket, Hermione could still feel the reassuring strength and warmth emanating from his palm. Thanks." Hermione steadied herself, exhaling a large puff of white air. Her cheeks were flushed, whether from the cold or something else, she didn't know. She looked up at Lynn's face, close by and slightly reddened by the cold wind, and his calm eyes. Her heart beat a little faster. "Take your time." Lynn's voice was exceptionally clear in the crisp air. He didn't immediately let go but naturally adjusted her grip on the ski pole, his fingertips brushing her gloved hand inadvertently. Hermione nodded vigorously, trying to glide again with his support. This time, she seemed much steadier. The sunlight fell on them both, casting intertwining silhouettes on the white snow. Aunt Monica's camera shutter clicked, capturing the moment the cable car to the top of the Blue Run, beginner slope, slowly ascended. The enclosed cabin shielded them from the cold wind, and the heating system hummed softly. Outside, breathtaking panoramic views of the snowy mountains unfolded, the sun painting the peaks in gold. Hermione and Lynn sat side by side. She took off her cumbersome gloves, excitedly pointing out a window. "Look! That's Jungfrau. Dad said you can see the glacier when the weather's good." Her breath fogged a small patch of the cold glass. Lynn looked in the direction she pointed, the magnificent scenery reflected in his calm eyes. His gaze lingered more on the vibrant profile of the girl beside him. The sun gilded her long eyelashes, her nose was slightly red from the cold, yet she radiated pure joy. The starstone pulsed with a gentle warmth. Hermione turned her head, meeting his focused gaze, and her heart skipped a beat. Ahem, well, she nervously averted her eyes, pulled out 2 beautifully wrapped chocolates from her small bag, and offered one to him, for energy. Per agreement, Lynn took it and unwrapped it. It was a famous local Swiss milk chocolate, smooth and rich. He broke off a small piece, but instead of eating it himself, he naturally offered it to Hermione's lips. Hermione paused, looking at the chocolate offered to her mouth, and his calm yet insistent gaze. The cabin was small, the warm air blowing, and the atmosphere seemed to become thin and warm. She slightly parted her lips and, taking it from his hand, gently bit into the chocolate. A brief touch of his fingertips and her lips, carrying the slight coolness of the chocolate and the warmth of his finger, sent a subtle electric current through her. The sweetness of the chocolate melted in her mouth, mixed with an ineffable flutter, a sweetness that made her dizzy. Hermione quickly lowered her head, eating the chocolate in small bites, her earlobes burning red. Lynn withdrew his hand, the soft sensation lingering on his fingertips. He quietly ate his own chocolate, his gaze fixed on the fleeting fir forest outside the window, but the corners of his lips curved into an almost imperceptible, faint smile. The starlight bracelet beneath their sleeves on their wrists simultaneously glowed with a soft, warm light. At the top of the Blue Run, the view was expansive. Beginner skiers cautiously glided down the gentle slope. Hermione took a deep breath, mustered her courage, and, mimicking Lynn, leaned forward, pushing off with her ski poles. Whoosh, she glided out smoothly. Faster than she expected. The cold wind rushed at her face, carrying the fresh scent of snow, and beneath her feet were flying snow waves. A thrill of free flight instantly seized her. "I did it. Lynn. Look," Hermione excitedly shouted back, her voice scattered by the wind. However, distraction is a cardinal sin in skiing. She didn't notice a small snow bump ahead, and the tip of her ski slammed into it. Her body instantly lost balance. She screamed as she tumbled forward. Just as she was about to faceplant into the snow, a dark blue figure, like a swift snow leopard, cut in from diagonally behind. Lynn precisely controlled his skis, executing a smooth parallel slide, firmly blocking her path. Extending both arms at the same time, Hermione crashed squarely into an embrace carrying the crisp scent of fur. The impact sent them sliding a short distance on the snow, kicking up a large spray of powder. The anticipated pain did not arrive. Hermione was held tightly in Lynn's arms, his arms powerfully encircled her waist and back, absorbing most of the impact for her. Her face was buried in his thick ski suit, and she could clearly hear his steady, strong heartbeat. "Are you alright?" Lynn's voice came from above her head, with a hint of barely perceptible tension. Hermione, still shaken, looked up, her nose almost brushing his chin. They were extremely close, their breaths mingling, condensing into white mist in the cold air. She could clearly see her own flustered reflection in his eyes, and the clear worry deep within his gaze. I'm fine." Hermione's voice trembled, but not from fear. The feeling of being held tightly in his arms was safe, warm, and carried an intimacy that made her heart race. She even forgot to stand up immediately. Lynn lowered his gaze to her flushed cheeks and the close, moist brown eyes. His arms around her waist unconsciously tightened a few degrees. Snowflakes fell on them, in their hair, sparkling in the sunlight like tiny stars. Time seemed to stand still at this moment, leaving only the sound of their hearts beating and their breathing. Ahem. In the end, Hermione was the first to give in, struggling to sit up with a red face. I think I've learned how to fall." She tried to defuse the ambiguous atmosphere with a joke, but her voice was still soft. Lynn released his arms, helped her stand up, and brushed the snow off her. "Look ahead next time," he said in a low, slightly hoarse voice. Hermione softly responded, not daring to look at him, lowering her head to check her skis, her heart still pounding like a drum. The starlight bracelet on her wrist pulsed warmly through her sleeve, Mirroring the restless lake of her heart, the chalet was warm as spring at night. Pine wood burned in the fireplace, crackling softly, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of roasted chestnuts and mulled wine. Uncle Wendell was organizing ski equipment, and Aunt Monica hummed a tune while preparing dinner in the open-plan kitchen. Hermione and Lynn huddled on the shaggy rug by the fireplace, with a ski resort map and a brief history of Swiss magical creatures, which Hermione insisted on bringing, spread across their laps. Hermione was quietly complaining about the absurd essay on defense against Himalayan Yetis assigned by Lockhart. He actually wants us to write 12 inches. He can't even handle Cornish pixies. Hermione indignantly poked the parchment with her pen. Lynn listened quietly, holding a caramel-scented baked apple that Uncle Wendell had just prepared. He used a small knife to cut the apple into even pieces, speared one with a silver fork, and naturally offered it to Hermione's lips. Hermione, in the midst of her excited rant, instinctively opened her mouth and bit into it. The sweet fruit and warm caramel melted in her mouth, instantly soothing her resentment. She blinked, looking at Lynn's close profile, which appeared especially soft in the firelight. Her complaints caught in her throat, leaving only a feeling of warmth. "Thank you," she whispered, her cheeks warm from the fire. Lynn forked another piece of apple, this time offering it to her. Hermione, with a tacit understanding, took the fork, but instead of eating it herself, she mimicked Lynn, offering the apple piece to his lips. Her fingertips trembled slightly, her eyes holding a shy expectation. Lynn looked at the apple offered to his mouth, then at Hermione's sparkling eyes. Without hesitation, he lowered his head and gently bit into it. His lips inadvertently brushed her fingertips. A subtle touch, like an electric current, shot through her. Hermione's fingers recoiled sharply, and the fork nearly dropped to the floor. Lynn, however, continued to chew the apple with a normal expression, as if nothing had happened, only his earlobes showing a barely perceptible flush in the shadow of the firelight. The two quietly shared a baked apple, the fire crackling, the air filled with a sweet scent of food and pine, and a silent, flowing flutter sweeter than caramel. Hermione secretly glanced at Lynn's calm profile, a sweet curve forming on her lips. Outside, the snowy mountains gleamed with a cool silver radiance in the moonlight, while inside the chalet, warmth abounded, and starlight resonated silently on their wrists. No one noticed that from behind the shadowed window of another holiday chalet in the distance, the lens of a high-powered telescope was silently aimed at the warm living room of the Granger family home. Focused on the two figures nestled by the fireplace. The hand holding the telescope was distinctly bony, its nails impeccably trimmed, and at the cuff, a barely perceptible, silver-embroidered family crest flashed in the dark. Chapter 58, Warm Mist and Star Rifts. On the return journey, the warmth of the Swiss chalet seemed to still envelop them, but the Granger family home's car had already entered the winter gloom of London. The sky was a low, oppressive gray, and fine, cold rain tapped against the car windows. Hermione leaned back in her seat, watching the familiar yet strange city streets rush past outside. The starlight bracelet on her wrist pulsed with a steady, warm beat, dispelling the dreariness of the journey home. The holiday passed so quickly, Aunt Monica said, turning back from the passenger seat and handing over 2 thermoses. "Try this, Mom's special homeward-bound warm mist tea, with ginger and honey, to ward off the cold." Hermione took a cup, unscrewed the lid, and the warm, sweet mist, mixed with the spiciness of ginger, instantly diffused into the air. She naturally handed a cup to Lynn beside her. "The agreement stipulates, prevent colds." Lynn took it, the warm cup dispelling the slight chill from his fingertips. He took a sip, and a warm current slid down his throat, carrying the sweetness of honey and the subtle spiciness of ginger. It was very comforting. He watched Hermione sip her hot tea, her cheeks slightly flushed by the steam and her eyes narrowed in contentment, like a sated cat. "The appointment at the Department of Mysteries is tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon. The address is on the note." Uncle Wendell's voice came from the front seat, with a hint of undetectable worry. "Do you need me to go with you too?" "No, Dad," Hermione said immediately, her tone reassuring and firm. "It's just a supplementary registration. Lynn and I can handle it." "Right." She turned her head to Lynn, seeking an ally. Lynn nodded. His gaze fell on the increasingly familiar direction of King's Cross Station outside the car window. The starstone beneath his clothes emitted a faint, wary coolness, not from the Ministry of Magic itself, but from a more hidden, viscous sense of being watched, like a shadow clinging to bone. "All right." Wendell looked at the 2 young people sitting side by side in the back seat through the rearview mirror. The unyielding determination in his daughter's eyes, mismatched with her age, and Lynn's calm protective stance, somewhat reassured him. If anything happens, contact your mother and me immediately." The familiar red silhouette of the Hogwarts Express shimmered in the rain and mist. The platform was still bustling, with students dragging their luggage, filled with holiday excitement or the sadness of leaving home. As soon as Hermione and Lynn got out of the car, they spotted the striking red hair in the crowd. "Hermione. Lynn. Over here." Ron waved his arms, pushing his way through, Harry close behind him. "How was Switzerland? Was the snow deep? Did you meet any Yetis?" Ron asked in a rapid-fire succession. "You must have wiped out badly skiing, right?" Harry teased, smiling, relieved to see that Hermione and Lynn were both unharmed. Hermione hadn't had time to answer when her gaze was drawn to a familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar figure behind Ron, Ginny Weasley. She was wearing a new, dark green winter robe, her cheeks had regained a healthy flush, and although still a bit thin, her eyes were clear and bright, carrying a tranquility that comes after a serious illness. When she saw Hermione and Lynn, a genuine and grateful smile appeared on her face. "Hermione, Lynn, thank you." Ginny stepped forward, her voice soft but clear. Her gaze lingered on Lynn for a moment, filled with deep reverence and lingering fear. "And I'm sorry," she was referring to the trouble and danger caused while she was controlled. "It's all in the past, Ginny." Hermione immediately took her hand, feeling the warmth and vitality in her palm, genuinely happy. "You look wonderful." Lynn gave Ginny a slight nod, a form of acknowledgement. He could feel that the unsettling dark aura on Ginny had completely vanished, and her soul had regained its pure vitality. The Starstone also conveyed a calm approval. They boarded the train and found their familiar compartment. Outside, the rain pattered, but inside the carriage, the reunion brought warmth. Ron excitedly showed off the latest prank products Fred and George had sent him, a box of gummy frogs that bit fingers, while Harry shared his thrilling holiday experiences at the Black ancestral home, mainly creatures' resentment and Mundungus' harassment. Hermione took a tin box from her backpack, filled with Edelweiss Peak Special gingerbread, packed by Aunt Monica, shaped like various snowboards and little snowmen. "Want some? Mom baked a lot." She pushed the box to the center of the table. Ron and Harry cheered, pouncing on the gingerbread. Hermione picked up a star-shaped piece and handed it to Lynn. Lynn took it, his fingertips brushing hers unintentionally. Their gazes met briefly, a warmth that only they understood flowing in their eyes. Just then, the compartment door was pulled open a crack. A pale, timid junior student, Crabbe, in Slytherin robes poked his head in, his eyes darting around before finally landing on Lynn. "Mr. Mr. Stone." His voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. "Mr. Mr. Malfoy asked me to give this to you." He quickly shoved an unmarked box into Lynn's hand, then recoiled like a startled rabbit, slamming the door shut. The atmosphere in the compartment instantly solidified. Harry and Ron stopped chewing, staring warily at the box. Hermione's heart sank, and the starlight bracelet pulsed with a warning chill. Lynn looked at the box in his hand, expressionless. It was very ordinary, even a bit worn, but the Starstone, upon contact, instantly sent an extremely strong, corrosive, and maliciously prying icy sting. This feeling was of the same origin as Ginny's diary, yet even colder and more concealed. "What trick is Malfoy trying to pull now?" Ron said with disgust. "He definitely has ill intentions." Lynn didn't open the box, but instead hovered his palm above its cover. A wisp of highly condensed starlight star radiance, like a probe, seeped from his fingertips, cautiously reaching into the box's interior. Buzz! Just as the starlight star radiance was about to touch the box's surface, an invisible mental shock burst forth from inside the box. Cold, slimy, and filled with seductive whispers, it instantly pierced Lynn's consciousness. "Come, open me. Truth, power, all are here. Don't you want to know the price of the stars?" The impact was strong, carrying malice directly aimed at the soul. Lynn's body suddenly jolted. The Starstone instantly erupted with a strong protective glow, forcibly isolating the impact. But even so, he still felt a dizzying nausea, and his face instantly paled a few shades. "Lynn!" Hermione exclaimed, immediately grabbing his arm, and the Moonstone pendant also glowed with protective white light. The impact lasted only a moment before disappearing, as if it had never happened. The box returned to its calm state, like a dead object. "What's wrong? Are you okay?" Harry asked urgently. "Is there something wrong with that box?" Ron also became nervous. Lynn took a deep breath, suppressing the discomfort. He looked at the notebook in his hand with icy eyes. This was definitely not a Horcrux that directly controlled, like the diary. It was more like a trap, A highly poisonous mental bait. Malfoy's purpose was clear, to disturb his mind before going to the Ministry of Magic, even to tempt him into inappropriate behavior, using the sensitive topic of the price of the stars, a mental snare. Lynn's voice was cold, starlight star radiance swirling at his fingertips, instantly imprinting several layers of complex, hidden sealing runes on the notebook's surface, isolating all its fluctuations. He threw the box into the depths of his luggage, which had multiple protective charms applied. Hermione looked at his still somewhat pale face with concern, poured out the last bit of warm mist tea from the thermos, and held it to his lips. Drink some, warm up. Lynn drank the warm tea from her hand. The sweet and slightly spicy liquid slid down his throat, carrying her concern, dispelling the cold, sticky feeling brought by the malicious impact. He took her slightly cool hand in his, and a gentle warmth of star power flowed into her. I'm fine, he whispered, his gaze calmly fixed on the rapidly receding, rain-shrouded city of London outside the window. The Ministry of Magic's Department of Mysteries entrance, like the throat of a giant beast, silently opened before them. And Malfoy's poisonous fang had already been bared. The starlight bracelet on their clasped wrists flowed with a steady and warm light, like a lighthouse supporting each other in a storm. The lights of the Hogwarts Great Hall dispelled the fatigue and gloom of the journey. The long tables were laden with a lavish welcome-back dinner, and the air was filled with the aroma of roasted meat and cheerful laughter. Hermione habitually placed a golden brown lamb chop and several vegetables on Lynn's plate. Replenish your energy, her voice held an undeniable concern. Tomorrow is very important. Lynn looked at the perfectly piled food on his plate, then at Hermione's earnest gaze fixed on him. The chill that had risen in his heart due to the notebook trap was quietly soothed. He picked up his knife and fork, and quietly began to eat. Halfway through dinner, a familiar owl with a Hogwarts crest fluttered down in front of Lynn, dropping a short letter. Linstone, please report to the headmaster's office at 9 o'clock tonight. Password, lemon sherbet, Albus Dumbledore. Hermione immediately leaned over to look, her brow slightly furrowed. Professor Dumbledore? So late. Is it about the Ministry of Magic tomorrow? Possibly. Lynn put away the letter, his expression calm. The Starstone emitted a gentle and profound sense of resonance, as if responding to the old man's summons. The stone gargoyle of the headmaster's office swiveled open. The warm, circular room was filled with a scent of honey, parchment, and some kind of sweet pastry. Dumbledore sat behind a large desk, his blue eyes behind his half-moon spectacles appearing exceptionally wise in the glow of the fireplace. Fawkes preened his feathers on a gilded perch. Good evening, Lynn. Dumbledore smiled, gesturing for him to sit down, and pushed a small dish of sizzling lemon-yellow candies towards him. Try some? New flavor. Lynn didn't touch the candies, just looked at him calmly. I received official notification from the Ministry of Magic regarding tomorrow's registration. Dumbledore interlaced his fingers, his gaze gentle yet seemingly able to penetrate one's heart. Madam Aurora Hopkins is a procedure-abiding official. But behind procedure, there are often more complex forces at play. He hinted at something. Malfoy, Lynn said concisely. Mr. Lucius Malfoy is indeed a school governor with considerable influence, Dumbledore did not deny. He harbors very deep interest and apprehension regarding you and the power you have displayed. Although he will not personally attend tomorrow's meeting, his will shall be conveyed through certain channels. Dumbledore's gaze fell on Lynn's face, carrying a hint of subtle meaning. The Department of Mysteries, especially the Unspeakable's office, often researches the deepest, most taboo areas of the magic world. Their quest for original power can sometimes deviate from its original intention. Protect your star radiance, Lynn. It belongs to you, and it should only be controlled by you. He paused, his voice growing deeper. Furthermore, I sensed a highly subtle and malicious dark force attempting to invade your mental domain not long ago, like a poisonous snake sprang. Is it related to Malfoy? Lynn nodded, not hiding anything. A mental bait. About the price of the stars. A sharp glint flashed in Dumbledore's blue eyes. Price? What an ancient bait. All power has a source, and also its balance. But the price of seeking power should not be defined by others using fear as bait. He stood up and walked to the pensieve, silver thread memories slowly flowing within it. Remember, Lynn. True power comes from the will to protect, not the greed to seize. Tomorrow, stay clear-headed, and hold firm to your original heart. Hogwarts will always be your backing. Lynn looked at the wise and resolute back of the old principal, and the starstone emitted a gentle and steady resonance. He stood up. Understood, Professor. Leaving the headmaster's office, The castle corridors were silent and deep. Lynn walked back to Gryffindor Tower, Dumbledore's words echoing in his mind. Malfoy's trap, the Ministry of Magic scrutiny, the path ahead was shrouded in mist. But when he pushed open the common room door and saw the familiar figure curled on the sofa by the fireplace, reading a book and waiting for him, all the gloom seemed to be dispelled by the warm light of the fireplace. Hermione heard the sound, looked up, put down her book, and a warm smile appeared on her face. "You're back. What did Professor Dumbledore say?" Lynn walked over and sat beside her, not answering immediately, but naturally took her slightly cool hand that rested on the book. Star power gently flowed through, dispelling the chill of the night. "Nothing," he whispered, looking at her soft face and trusting eyes illuminated by the fireplace. "Just confirm that tomorrow's sun will rise as usual." Hermione didn't press, but instead clasped his hand tighter, resting her head gently on his shoulder. The starlight bracelet on their clasped wrists flowed with a quiet and steady light. Outside, the night was deep, but the small space by the fireplace was filled with warmth and silent trust. Whatever tomorrow brought, they would face it together. Chapter 59 Bronze Star Tracks in Palm Starlight. The giant fountain in the atrium of the Ministry of Magic splashed cold water, and the streams of water shooting from the wands of the golden wizard statues glittered under the gloomy, skylit dome. The air was thick with the smell of disinfectant, parchment, and a suppressed metallic scent. Hermione clung tightly to Lynn's side, her fingers unconsciously hooking the tassel of his dark blue scarf, as if it were her only anchor. She wore her most formal dark green tweed dress, her hair meticulously combed, trying to look like a professional supervisor rather than a worried girlfriend. Department of Mysteries, Level 9 Underground. The elevator's gears let out a dull groan, and a cold, mechanical female voice announced the stop. The metal grate slid open, revealing a completely different world. There were no bright lights, only ethereal blue points of light embedded in the walls and ceiling, like living stars, slowly flickering, outlining the contours of the deep space. The air was cold and dry, filled with the scent of dust and ancient magic. Underfoot were black stone tiles, smooth as mirrors, reflecting the flowing starlight above. The entire floor was eerily silent, with only their footsteps echoing in the emptiness. An unblinking unspeakable, dressed in deep purple robes, appeared before them like a ghost, the hem of his robes silently sweeping the floor. "Lynn Stone? Hermione Granger? This way." His voice was flat and devoid of emotion, like he was reading instructions. They were led into a large circular room. In the center of the room, a highly complex instrument floated, composed of countless bronze gears and transparent crystal pipes, with liquid silver light flowing within, like a trapped galaxy, slowly operating and emitting a very low hum. On the floor around the instrument, a huge and mysterious star path diagram was engraved. Two people were already in the room. One was Aurora Hopkins, whom they had seen before. She still had a stern face and sharp eyes. The other was a thin, bald wizard with a goatee, wearing a more elaborate deep purple robe with gold trim, thick lenses perched on his nose, behind which small eyes gleamed with fanatic and shrewd light. His name tag read, Bernard Thorne, Chief Analyst of the Unspeakables, Mr. Stone. "Miss Granger," Hopkins began formally, "thank you for your cooperation. This is Mr. Thorne, responsible for the in-depth assessment of this special energy fluctuation filing." Thorne didn't even look at Hopkins, his gaze, like a probe, instantly locked onto Lynn, with an uncomfortable, dissecting scrutiny. "Child of the stars, finally a live specimen." His voice was high-pitched with excitement. "The instrument is ready, Ms. Hopkins. Mr. Stone, please stand in the center of the star path resonance circle." He pointed to the largest silver circle on the floor beneath the instrument, surrounded by complex runes. Lynn walked over expressionlessly. Hermione's heart leaped into her throat, and she instinctively tried to follow. But Hopkins stopped her with an outstretched hand. "The assessment area is restricted to the registrant. Miss Granger, please wait in the observation area." She pointed to a small area nearby, separated by a transparent magical barrier. Hermione could only watch nervously through the barrier as Lynn stood in the center of the silver circle. Thorne rubbed his hands excitedly, pointing his wand at the central brown star path instrument. "Activate source mapping. Intensity level 3, boom." The huge instrument roared even louder. The flow rate of the liquid silver light inside suddenly accelerated. Countless fine, laser-like silver beams shot out from various nodes of the instrument, instantly weaving into a three-dimensional net that enveloped Lynn. The beams scanned his body, and in the crystal pipes on the instrument, the silver light fluctuated violently, displaying various jumping runes and distorted energy curves. Lynn felt a powerful energy field, imbued with analysis and probing, pressing down, trying to penetrate his skin and delve into his magic core. The starstone instantly emitted an intense, resistant heat. He forcefully suppressed his instinctive urge to retaliate. His body tensed as if bearing an invisible heavy pressure, fluctuation peak abnormal. Highly consistent with a residual Hogwarts incident on record, Thorn stared at the wildly jumping data on the instrument, his eyes glowing. Energy nature, pure, but the structure is extremely unique. There are unparsed deep encryption nodes. Attempting to break through, he waved his wand again, and the instrument's hum became even more piercing. The energy net enveloping Lynn suddenly tightened. The pressure doubled. The probing force became sharp and greedy, like countless cold needles, trying to pierce the starstone's protection and peer into the most fundamental core. Lynn's face paled slightly. Fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and the starstone under his clothes emitted a warning, increasingly bright glow. Mr. Thorn. The intensity has exceeded the safety threshold, Hopkins warned sharply, seeing Lynn struggle. Just a little more. Just a little more and I can unlock that encryption layer. Thorn ignored her, his eyes frenetic, his wand glowing even brighter. Stop, Hermione cried out, hitting the transparent wall outside the barrier. Her voice choked. You'll hurt him. Just at this critical moment, Lynn suddenly looked up. He no longer suppressed it. Golden specks of light burst forth deep within his pupils. A formidable and irresistible force of starlight erupted from him, not an attack, but a guide, like all rivers flowing to the sea. Boom! The silver energy net enveloping him vibrated violently, as if a huge stone had been thrown into a spiderweb. The wildly jumping data on the instrument instantly soared to its limit. The central crystal pipes, flowing with liquid silver light, emitted a dazzling light and cracking sounds, unable to bear the strain. No. Stop quickly. The instrument is overloading. Thorn screamed in horror, trying to retract his magic, but it was too late. Bang! Zzzzzt. Several crystal pipes burst. Silver liquid energy splashed everywhere like uncontrolled mercury. The entire brown star path instrument let out a piercing wail. Its light rapidly dimmed, and the galaxy operating inside seemed to freeze. The energy field disappeared instantly. The starlight around Lynn also slowly receded. His face was still pale, but his eyes were as cold as a deep pool, and he stood steadily in place. My instrument. Thorn rushed to the smoking star path instrument, stomping his feet in distress. The core sensing array is burned out. Merlin. The loss. Enough. Thorn. Hopkins interrupted him, her face ashen, her gaze at Lynn filled with horror and lingering fear. The power that erupted just now far exceeded their estimates and control capabilities. Mapping suspended. Filing registration. Basic information record only, she said, almost gritting her teeth as the barrier was removed. Hermione immediately rushed to Lynn's side, grabbing his arm and checking him up and down. Are you all right? Are you hurt? Her voice still trembled. I'm fine, Lynn said softly, turning to hold her cold hand. A gentle warmth flowed through, calming her panic. Hopkins quickly pulled out a standard form, her tone stiff. Name, Lynn. Stone magic source type, special star affinity, to be further classified. Associated item, 1 poisonous fang from a serpentine magical creature, designated S087, energy characteristics recorded, safety custody agreement signed by Hogwarts Principal Albus Dumbledore, temporarily stored at Hogwarts. She filled it out quickly, clearly wanting to end this out-of-control farce as soon as possible. Registration complete. If necessary, we will contact you again. You may leave. She practically shooed them away, thrusting a copy of the form into Lynn's hand. Then, along with Thorn, who was still lamenting the instrument's loss, turned her full attention to the smoking brown star path instrument. Leaving the cold, oppressive level 9 underground, and standing once again on the chilly streets of Muggle London, Hermione finally let out a long sigh, as if a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted. She held Lynn's arm tightly, as if afraid he would disappear. You scared me to death. Her voice was weak with the aftermath of the ordeal. That Thorn, he's a madman. It's over. Lynn's voice was calm, and he tightened his grip on her hand. The starstone pulsed steadily and warmly, although the confrontation had been draining. Its core was unharmed. Malfoy's scheme had, for now, come to nothing. The drizzle had stopped at some point, and the clouds parted, grudgingly shedding a few pale rays of sunlight. Hermione stopped, looking up at the rare glimmer, then turned her head to Lynn's profile, which appeared even clearer in the light. Her taut nerves relaxed, and suppressed emotions surged forth like thawing spring water. She suddenly released his arm, stood in front of him, and on the bustling street, beside the Ministry of Magic's imposing marble doorposts, she reached out her hands and cupped Lynn's cool cheeks. Lynn paused slightly. Hermione stood on tiptoe, without hesitation, and with a nearly audacious tenderness. kissed his lips. It was no longer the light touch of starlight on the Astronomy Tower, nor the fleeting orange taste in the Swiss cable car. This kiss carried the trembling of survival, the relief of regaining something lost, and her long-suppressed, burning emotion. Her lips were soft and warm, carrying her fresh scent, clumsily yet incredibly firmly pressed against his. Time seemed to stand still. Ministry of Magic guards cast curious glances, and passing muggles hurried on their way, but in this small space, there was only the intertwining of their breaths, their hearts beating like drums. Lynn's body stiffened for a moment, then, like an icebound river melted by warm sunlight, he slowly closed his eyes, wrapped his arms around her waist and back, pulling her even tighter into his embrace, awkwardly but immensely cherishingly returning the deeply affectionate kiss. The starstone between their closely pressed chests erupted with an unprecedented warm and bright light, like an eternal star, piercing through their clothes, casting a small warm halo on the gloomy afternoon street. Hermione's fingertips unconsciously dug into the fabric of his shoulder. Feeling the warmth of his embrace and the dizzying tremor passed between their lips, all worries, fears, and anger dissolved in this kiss into silent vows and mutual solace. After a long while, Hermione finally pulled back slightly, her breath uneven, her forehead resting against his, her cheeks flushed like a burning sunset, her brown eyes glistening with shyness and an unyielding affection. Protocol supplementary clause. Her voice was a soft whisper, with lingering gasps. The supervisor has the right to provide the highest level of emotional comfort when needed. Lynn looked at her, so close, seeing his reflection in her eyes and that captivating blush. The starstone's light slowly calmed, yet still radiated a contented warmth. He lowered his head, and a cherished kiss gently landed on her smooth forehead. He responded in a low, husky voice, filled with unprecedented tenderness and certainty. He took her hand, their fingers intertwined, and the starlight bracelet on their wrists glowed with a tranquil and firm light, like a silent covenant. Hand in hand, they walked into the crowds of London streets, their figures elongated by the pale sunlight. The Ministry of Magic's stern gates were left behind, and the shadow of conspiracy temporarily receded, and the warmth in their palms and the lingering warmth on their lips were a shield more solid than any power, enough to withstand the unknown hardships ahead. Hermione leaned her head gently on Lynn's shoulder, a sweet curve forming on her lips, as if the whole world had brightened. Chapter 60, Terms of Agreement and Honeydukes Frosting. The cold wind of the London afternoon seemed to be dispelled by that long and warm kiss. Hermione's blush had not completely faded. Like a cloud kissed by the sunset, she nestled close to Lynn, her fingers intertwined with his, the faint glow of the starlight bracelet flickering between their wrists, like the silent resonance of their heartbeats. The Ministry of Magic's cold metallic scent and oppressive sense of surveillance were utterly left behind, replaced by the clamor of street voices and the reassuring warmth passed between their palms. Mental appeasement, remarkably effective. Lynn's low voice carried a hint of an imperceptible smile, his gaze falling on Hermione's slightly disheveled hair. That unruly curl stubbornly sticking up again. Supervisor. Hermione's ears flushed, she cleared her throat, feigning composure, trying to regain some of her supervisor authority, but the smile and affection in her eyes couldn't be hidden. Given the potential harm of the assessment process just now, the supervisor believes that the immediate implementation of this clause is very necessary and effective. Further details will be supplemented as appropriate, depending on the situation, she said it earnestly, but her finger subtly scratched his palm. Lynn's smile deepened. He didn't expose her feigned composure, only held her hand tighter. Understood, he responded briefly, his gaze sweeping over the inconspicuous black door of the leaky cauldron at the street corner. Supplemental mental appeasement requires energy. Shall we replenish some supplies first? Hermione immediately nodded, her stomach rumbling softly at just the right moment, making her face even redder. She had been highly stressed at the Ministry of Magic. Now, relaxing, she felt ravenously hungry. The leaky cauldron was still dim and noisy, filled with a unique mixture of butterbeer, roasted sausage, and fireplace ash. Tom, the proprietor, was wiping glasses. Seeing them enter, especially noticing Hermione's lingering blush and their clasped hands, he gave a knowing and mischievous smile. "Oh, Miss Granger, Mr. Stone. It seems the air at the Ministry of Magic isn't so bad after all, eh?" Tom's voice was booming, drawing glances from several regulars who chuckled good-naturedly. Hermione wished she could disappear into a crack in the floor, but Lynn calmly ordered 2 shepherd's pies and 2 hot butter beers, plus an extra-large portion of fish and chips. "Need energy reserves," he explained casually to Tom, which earned him a louder laugh from the latter. Sitting down at a relatively clean table in the corner, the hot food quickly dispelled the chill and lingering tension. Hermione nibbled at her pie, feeling the comforting warmth in her stomach, and stole a glance at Lynn. He ate quietly but quickly, with a focused efficiency. That thorn. Hermione put down her fork, her brow furrowing habitually again. And Hopkins, they don't look like they'll give up easily. That instrument. I always feel like they were trying to analyze the essence of your power, or even replicate it. Lynn swallowed his food, took a sip of butterbeer, and a bit of foam clung to his lip. Hermione instinctively pulled out a handkerchief to offer it, but her fingertips paused when she saw him naturally lick it away, her heart skipping a beat. Replicate star power. Lynn shook his head, his tone tinged with sarcasm. They can't even understand it. What that instrument detected was merely the superficial ripples of the star stone being activated. The true core, they will never touch it. He paused, looking at Hermione. However, the Malfoy family's report has been dealt with for now, with the Ministry of Magic's record complete, at least on the surface. They temporarily have no reason to conduct another mandatory assessment on me. Hermione breathed a sigh of relief, but her worry hadn't completely dissipated. What about behind the scenes? And the diary? Lucius Malfoy handing it over must be part of a larger conspiracy. Conspiracies always show their true colors. Lynn picked up a chip, dipped it generously in ketchup. What we need to do now is make ourselves stronger. He held the chip to Hermione's mouth. Replenish energy. Supervisor, afternoon training requires stamina. Hermione looked at the chip offered to her mouth, then at Lynn's calm, unruffled face. Her recently settled heartbeat quickened again. She hesitated for a second but leaned in slightly, carefully biting one end of the chip, her cheek inevitably brushing against his fingertips, sending a subtle electric current through her. Thank you, she mumbled, feeling her face start to burn again. Was this another form of mental appeasement? Lynn withdrew his hand, his fingertips still seemingly retaining the delicate, soft touch of her cheek. He casually picked up another chip. You're welcome. Protocol amendment. The supervisor is obligated to ensure the supervised subject maintains good physical condition. Hermione glared at him, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up. This guy, his knack for talking nonsense with a straight face was getting stronger and stronger. After filling their stomachs, the two entered diagonally through the back door of the Leaky Cauldron. Diagonally on a weekend was even livelier than usual, with colorful magical signs twinkling and young wizards excitedly weaving between the shops. To Hogsmeade, Hermione suggested, her eyes sparkling. The butterbeer at the Three Broomsticks is better, and Honeydukes' new candies are supposedly amazing. She rarely showed such age-appropriate excitement, clearly wanting to completely shake off the unpleasantness at the Ministry of Magic. Lynn naturally had no objection. The two instantly arrived at Hogsmeade Village via the Floo network. Hogsmeade's rooftops were covered with thick snow, sparkling with tiny lights in the afternoon sun. The air was crisp and sweet, carrying the scent of pine and frosting. The streets were bustling, full of the lingering festive spirit and weekend cheer. Hermione, with a clear goal, pulled Lynn straight to Honeydukes' sweet shop. As soon as they pushed open the door, a rich, dizzying sweet aroma wafted over them. The candy-colored walls were hung with various strangely shaped candy boxes, and the glass counters displayed colorful, sizzling, or bubbling magical candies. Wow! There really are new ones. Hermione excitedly squeezed her counter, pointing at a spherical gummy wrapped in sparkling silver frosting. Winter Stardust gummies. I heard if you eat them, your tongue will sparkle like you're seeing stars. Lynn stood behind her, watching her dart around the candy shop like a happy little squirrel, her brown curls bouncing with her movements, her eyes sparkling with pure joy, and his own lips unconsciously softening. He quietly followed behind her, and when she couldn't decide which flavor to choose, he timely handed her a small basket. A little bit of everything, he asked. Hermione nodded vigorously, her cheeks flushed from excitement and the shop's warmth. Yes, a little bit of each kind. And that chocolate cauldron cake looks great too. And, oh, what's that? Her gaze was drawn to a box emitting pink heart-shaped bubbles in the corner. Love potion fudge, the shopkeeper said with a smile, leaning closer to explain. The effect is absolutely real. It makes the other person think you're the cutest person in the world for 10 minutes. Valentine's Day just passed, so there's not much stock left, you know. Hermione's face flushed crimson, like a ripe tomato. She waved her hands frantically. No, no, no. We don't need that. She quickly glanced at Lynn, finding him looking thoughtfully at the box of candy, which made her even more mortified. She quickly grabbed a few bags of ordinary fizzing whiz-bees and chocolate frogs and stuffed them into the basket, then dragged Lynn to the checkout. Come on, let's go. Lynn was pulled along, a faint smile flashing in his eyes, and he obediently paid. Stepping out of Honeydukes, the cold wind dispelled the heat from her face. Hermione hugged the bulging bag of candies, let out a long sigh, and muttered softly, honestly, what kind of love potion candy The supervisor seems to lack confidence in the definition of cute. Lynn's voice sounded above her, carrying a hint of teasing. Hermione suddenly looked up, meeting his eyes that held a faint smile, and her heart, against her will, sped up again. Who lacks confidence? She retorted, tearing open a bag of fizzing Whizzbees, popping one into her mouth. Trying to cover her shyness with sweetness, the candy crackled and popped in her mouth, providing a wonderful sensation that made her eyes curve into a smile. Here, supplemental protocol energy. She stood on tiptoe and quickly popped another candy into Lynn's mouth. The popping sweetness burst in his mouth, carrying a rich honey aroma. Lynn paused slightly, looking at her bright, slightly mischievous and expectant eyes, feeling the peculiar sensation on his tongue. A strange, warm current named sweetness seemed to spread from his tongue all the way to his heart. Very sweet, he said softly, his gaze falling on the corner of her lips, where a bit of frosting clung. Hermione felt a little shy under his gaze, and unconsciously licked the corner of her mouth, but this unintentional action deepened Lynn's gaze. She quickly turned her face away, pointing towards the shrieking shack in the distance. Fewer people over there, good snow scenery, suitable for, practice, away from the hustle and bustle of the village center, at the edge of a pine forest covered in thick snow. The view was open, and the air was even crisper and fresher. There were only a few animal tracks on the snow, making it exceptionally quiet. Hermione put down the candy bag, flexed her wrists, and her expression became serious. All right, energy replenished. The supervisor will now check your proficiency with defensive spells. No cheating with star power, only standard spells. Lynn nodded, drawing his wand. He knew Hermione wanted to help him solidify his foundation this way, and also to divert the slight awkwardness from the candy shop earlier. Expelliarmus. Hermione struck first, a red light shooting out swiftly. Lynn flicked his wand, a silent protego instantly formed, and the red light dissipated upon hitting the invisible barrier. His movements were fluid, without the slightest hesitation. Impedimenta. Hermione jabbed her wand repeatedly, several invisible impediment jinxes blocking Lynn's movement space. Lynn dodged agilely, while precisely firing several Expelliarmus spells in return. At tricky angles Hermione had to concentrate, deflecting them with shield charms and impediment jinxes on the snowy ground. Two figures moved quickly, red and yellow lights flashing, the sound of colliding spells breaking the silence of the forest. Hermione's spells became faster and trickier. She perfectly combined her book knowledge with her own understanding, controlling the attack rhythm very well. Lynn, on the other hand, appeared more composed, his defense watertight, his counterattacks precise and effective, each block and dodge carrying an efficient and concise beauty. Not bad, Mr. Stone. Hermione panted slightly after a fierce exchange, her face flushed with excitement and admiration. Your use of standard spells is becoming more and more adept. It seems the supervisor's special training has been very effective. Lynn put away his wand, his breathing steady. The supervisor's guidance is excellent. His affirmation made Hermione's heart sweet, sweeter than eating 10 Honeydukes candies. She walked up to him, pulled a handkerchief from her pocket, and naturally raised her hand, intending to wipe away the faint beads of sweat on his forehead from the intense exercise. Lynn paused slightly, not moving, looking down at her. Hermione's fingers touched his cool skin, her movements gentle. They were very close. She could clearly see his long eyelashes and feel his steady breath brush against her bangs. Around them was the silent snow-covered forest, only the rustling of wind through pine branches. Time seemed to become thick and slow at this moment. All right, Hermione withdrew her hand, her voice a little soft, and she patted his shoulder to cover her embarrassment, brushing away non-existent snowflakes. As a reward, she turned and rummaged through the candy bag, pulling out a box of love potion fudge that had made her blush earlier. After a moment's hesitation, she opened it. Inside were several pink heart-shaped gummies, emitting a sweet berry scent. She picked one up, took a small bite herself, carefully tasted it, then her eyes lit up, and she offered the remaining half to Lynn's mouth. Here, try it. It's not a love potion at all, just ordinary raspberry gummies, really delicious. That shopkeeper is such a liar. Lynn looked at her eyes, sparkling with the discovery of the truth, and at the pink gummy, with her tiny teeth marks, offered to his lips without hesitation. He lowered his head and took the half candy into his mouth from her hand. The soft, sweet raspberry flavor melted in his mouth, carrying a faint, lingering warm scent from her fingertips. He looked at her, his gaze deep, his voice low and clear. It is very sweet. Hermione looked into his deep eyes, listened to his pointed words, and felt a lingering, slight tingling sensation on her fingertips from the touch of his lips. The blush that had just faded swept over her again. More radiant than the sunset, she hastily withdrew her hand, lowering her head to pretend to tidy the candy bag. her heartbeat clearly audible in the silent snow white love potion. She didn't need it at all. She looked at Lynn's profile, illuminated by the snow. At the imperceptible gentle warmth in the depths of his calm eyes, a warmth that only he showed to her, she felt a current, sweeter and more reassuring than any magical candy. Slowly and steadily filling her entire heart, the snow reflected the sunlight, casting a faint halo around him, and also illuminating the smile in her eyes that she could no longer hide. Chapter 61 Ink and Starlight. On the edge of the cedar forest in Hogsmeade, the silence was amplified by Hermione's frantic heartbeat. Lynn's low, clear words, "It's very sweet," were like a tiny spark, instantly igniting the blush on her cheeks that she had just managed to suppress. She almost fumbled to lower her head, pretending to be focused on tidying the bulging candy bag, her fingertips seemingly still tingling from the subtle touch of his lips. "It's getting late." Hermione's voice was a little shaky. She quickly stuffed the candy bag into Lynn's arms, as if it were a hot potato. "We should go back. Tomorrow is Monday, and there's a pile of homework, Professor McGonagall's transfiguration essay, Snape's potion report." She began to list them off, trying to use the burden of her studies to calm the fluttering in her heart. Lynn steadily caught a bag, looking at her flushed ears and her side profile, which was trying to appear calm. A faint smile flickered in his eyes, but he didn't expose her. He responded, naturally taking her hand, which was slightly cool from tidying the bag. "Let's go." The two walked back to Hogsmeade Village through the soft snow, then took a Thestral carriage back to Hogwarts. Inside the carriage, Hermione sat by the window, outside which the outlines of the Scottish Highlands, shrouded in twilight, sped by, a mix of deep purple and dark blue. She pretended to look at the scenery, but her peripheral vision couldn't help but glance at Lynn, who sat quietly beside her. He was resting with his eyes closed, his side profile appearing exceptionally serene in the dim light just now in the snow. When he looked at her, the focus and warmth in his eyes, Hermione's heart uncontrollably skipped a few more beats. "What love potion candy? It was completely unnecessary," she muttered to herself, but the corners of her mouth secretly curved into a sweet arc. She quietly reached out a finger and hooked it around his pinky finger, which was resting on his lap. Lynn didn't open his eyes, but simply turned his hand over and enveloped her entire hand in his palm. A warm touch spread, and Hermione's last bit of shyness melted into a steady warmth. She leaned her head gently on his shoulder with peace of mind, feeling the slight bumps of the carriage. It was dinner time when they returned to the castle. The great hall was brightly lit, the 4 long tables laden with food, and the students' noisy chatter intertwined with the clinking of cutlery at the Gryffindor table. Harry and Ron were devouring cauldron-shaped meat pies. "Hey, you're back." Ron's mouth was full, and he greeted them indistinctly, his eyes scanning Hermione's noticeably rosy face and Lynn's calm face, revealing a knowing and mischievous smile. "How was Hogsmeade? Was Honeydukes' new candy delicious?" "Very delicious." Hermione sat down next to Lynn, trying to make her voice sound natural, but the slight upturn of her lips betrayed her good mood. She served herself a bowl of steaming cream of mushroom soup. Harry also looked up, but there was a subtle worry in his brows. "The basilisk is still a hidden danger at Hogwarts." Ron swallowed his food inside. "Yeah, these past few days, I keep dreaming of it opening its big mouth to eat me." Hermione put down her spoon. Her innate sense of responsibility prevented her from feeling at ease. Lynn quietly cut a roasted beef on his plate without speaking, but Hermione noticed his fingers tightening slightly on the knife. For a moment they exchanged a knowing glance. A complete plan was needed. Dinner ended in a slightly heavy atmosphere as they left the great hall. Hermione pulled on Lynn's sleeve. "Tonight, the library." Lynn nodded. He knew Hermione needed to consult materials, not only to deal with the hidden danger but also to find the basilisk's lair. Hogwarts library at night was quiet and solemn, the air filled with a unique scent of parchment, old books, and as tall bookshelves stood like silent giants, casting deep shadows. Madame Pance's sharp gaze swept over the students engrossed in their studies like a searchlight. Hermione and Lynn sat down in a relatively secluded corner on the edge of the restricted section. The lighting here was dim, but it was quiet. Hermione spread out several thick books, Identification and Defense of Dark Arts Objects, Fragments of the Soul, on Forbidden Divisions, Hogwarts, A History, Revised Edition. Her brows were tightly furrowed, and her quill flew across the parchment, recording rapidly, occasionally gasping at some terrifying conjecture. "Horcrux." Hermione whispered the word, her fingertips slightly white from gripping, "splitting the soul, sealing a part of it in an object, to achieve immortality. This is simply the most evil, most blasphemous magic." She looked up at Lynn, her brown eyes filled with horror and anger. "That diary really is one of these things." Lynn sat opposite her, An ancient star chart and several blank parchments spread before him. He didn't frantically flip through pages like Hermione, but only occasionally sketched complex star power trajectories on the parchment, as if deducing something. Hearing Hermione's whisper, he stopped writing and looked up at her. His voice was exceptionally clear and low in the silence. The dark power contained in the diary far exceeds ordinary dark arts objects. It can bewitch the holder, draining life force and will, perhaps the residual energy of the diary, poisonous fantastic. At that time, Hermione's heart sank. She anxiously flipped through the pages. No. It's too dangerous. The power of that diary is too strange. What if it turns around and corrodes you? It won't. Lynn's reply was calm. With an undeniable certainty he pushed over a piece of parchment on which he had just drawn star power trajectories, complex and profound, with a special rune marked at the center. Star power, in essence, is a projection of cosmic order, with a natural restraint against chaotic and blasphemous forces. The key lies in the method of guidance. His fingertip lightly touched the rune, and a very faint wisp of starlight, star radiance, which only Hermione could feel, flashed by, carrying a cold and pure sense of purification. Hermione looked at his calm eyes and listened to his steady words. And the anxiety churning in her heart miraculously subsided somewhat. He was always like this, giving her a rock-solid sense of stability when she was most flustered. She reached out and, across the table, gently placed her hand on the back of his hand, which rested on the parchment. The back of his hand was cool, and she could feel the steady bones beneath his skin. Lynn's movements paused, his gaze falling on her hand that covered his. I trust you. Hermione's voice was soft but firm, and in the dim light, her eyes shone like stars. But promise me, don't take risks. We'll find a way together. You have to protect yourself. She paused, her voice even lower. Additional clause to the agreement. The supervisor has the right to request the supervised object to provide a complete risk assessment and emergency plan before engaging in high-risk tasks. Lynn turned his hand and held hers in his palm. Her hand was small and warm, with thin calluses from long-term pen holding. His deep eyes clearly reflected her figure in the dim yellow light, and an ineffable warmth surged within them. Okay, he responded, his voice low and gentle. He held her hand, his thumb gently caressing the back of her hand, a very subtle movement that carried a silent promise and comfort. Just then, a loud clatter suddenly echoed from deep within the library, followed by Madame Pance's sharp reprimand. Who's there? Come out. All the students were startled, looking up and around. A tall bookshelf in the distance seemed to have been violently struck by an unseen force, and several heavy books clattered to the floor. Is it Peeves? A student whispered. Doesn't look like it. Another student watched nervously in the chaos. No one noticed the small, ill-fitting figure of a house elf flash in the shadows of the bookshelf, its large eyes filled with terror and a distorted fanaticism. Hermione and Lynn exchanged glances, both seeing seriousness in each other's eyes. Dobby? He was here again, and this time, it seemed to have directly caused chaos. Was it a warning, or something else? Madame Pants stormed towards the source of the sound, and a superficial calm returned to the library, but an invisible tension quietly spread. It seems the peaceful days are coming to an end. Hermione sighed, withdrawing her hand, but his palm's warmth still lingered on her fingertips. She picked up her quill again, her eyes becoming incredibly sharp. We need to speed up. Lynn nodded, his gaze returning to the star chart, but this time, his eyes were more focused. With a calmness before battle, he picked up his quill and, next to the previous rune, began to sketch new, more aggressive defensive trajectories. The tip of his pen scratching lightly across the parchment, like the prelude to an approaching storm. Hermione looked at his focused profile, at the lines imbued with mysterious magic flowing from his pen, and while her worry remained, it was overshadowed by a determination to fight alongside him and a sense of reliance. She took a deep breath and buried herself in the difficult tomes before her. The light elongated their figures bent over the desk, casting them onto the ancient bookshelves, silently constructing a defense against the darkness in the silent library. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 62 Mohan and Xing Yin. The commotion in the library quickly subsided. Madame Pants grumbled as she tidied up the scattered books, ultimately failing to catch the troublemaker. She could only blame it on mischievous ghosts or some clumsy student, but Hermione and Lynn knew well that the house elf's frantic disappearing act was no illusion. It's Dobby again, Hermione whispered, her brows furrowed. What exactly does he want? To warn Harry? Or is he looking for the diary? She recalled Dobby's incoherent warning on Privet Drive last time, about a terrible danger at Hogwarts. Lynn's gaze swept over the shadow where Dobby had vanished in the depths of the library, his eyes slightly cold. Whatever he intends to do, frequently causing chaos will only make things worse. He put away the parchment depicting the star power trajectories. The trail is broken, let's stop here for tonight. Hermione nodded, quickly tidying the large books on the table. When they left the library, the castle corridors had fallen into the quiet of deep night, with only the flickering candlelight on the walls and the occasional shadow of an owl outside the window. The cold stone walls emanated a chill. Are you cold? Lynn's voice echoed in the empty corridor. He naturally reached out and took Hermione's slightly cool fingers. A gentle warmth flowed through her fingertips, instantly dispelling the cold. Hermione's heart warmed, and she clasped his warm, broad hand, their fingers intertwined. The starlight bracelet on their wrists gently clinked, making a subtle, pleasant sound, like a whispered secret in the night. Much better, she said softly, turning her head to look at his serene profile. The image of him eating candy in the snow this afternoon, and his words, "It's very sweet," resurfaced. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and her steps unconsciously drew closer to him. They walked side by side down the silent corridor, their footsteps echoing between the stone walls. There were not many words, but the warmth of their palms pressed together and the faint hum of starlight on their wrists were enough to dispel the oppression from the library and the worry about unknown dangers. Hermione even felt that if they could continue walking side by side like this, there seemed to be nothing to fear. The next day was Monday, and the castle returned to its usual hustle and bustle. After her biology class, Hermione finally saw Ginny Weasley hurrying along on her way to Transfiguration class. Ginny, Hermione quickened her pace, trying to make her voice sound light and natural. Ginny abruptly stopped, her body visibly recoiling, like a startled fawn. She looked up, her face pale, almost transparent, the dark circles under her eyes clearly visible, and her brown eyes filled with bloodshot veins. In an indescribable panic she clutched several thick books tightly to her chest, her knuckles white from the effort. Hermione, Ginny's voice was dry and hoarse, her gaze evasive, not daring to meet Hermione's eyes. You don't look too good, Ginny. Hermione softened her tone, looking at her worriedly. Harry and Ron are both very worried about you. Are you sick? Do you want to go see Madame Pomfrey? No. No need. Ginny's reaction was unusually strong, almost a scream. Then she realized her impropriety and frantically lowered her head, speaking rapidly. I'm fine. I just didn't sleep well. Yes. Didn't sleep well. I have to go to class. She finished speaking incoherently, clutching her books, and tried to bypass Hermione and flee. Ginny, Hermione, quick as a flash, grabbed her arm. It was icy cold to the touch. Ginny snatched her arm back as if burned by a hot iron, glancing in terror at her sleeve. Her face instantly turned even paler. Don't touch me, she cried out, almost in tears. Then without looking back, she rushed into a nearby side path, disappearing around the corner. Hermione stood still, looking in the direction Ginny had vanished, then lowered her gaze to her fingertips. Lynn. Hermione immediately turned to Lynn, who had been standing silently beside her, her voice tinged with urgency. Did you feel it? From then on, Ginny. Lynn's gaze fell on her fingertips, his eyes suddenly sharp as knives. A faint, invisible ripple with a purifying quality spread out. The dark brown ink stain on Hermione's fingertip, as if encountering its nemesis, instantly dulled, and the cold magical fluctuation vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. It's it. Lynn's voice was low and certain, carrying a cold chill. The residual power. Ginny's degree of erosion is deeper than expected. Hermione looked at her clean fingertips, her heart sinking to the bottom. The chilling sensation, though brief, had sent shivers down her spine. We must find her immediately. Demanding it directly will only alert her, and might even provoke her to do something more dangerous. Lynn withdrew his hand, the starlight star radiance receding. We need to trace the source. Trace. Hermione paused. How do we trace it? Lynn did not answer immediately. Instead, he spread his palm. The faint starlight star radiance that had absorbed the residual ink energy earlier had not completely dissipated. Instead, it had condensed above his palm into a tiny, extremely dim, silver-gray speck of light, smaller than a grain of rice. The speck trembled slightly, like a compass, pointing in the direction of the side path where Ginny had just disappeared. The star power's marking and sensing of chaotic energy, Lynn explained, looking at the faint but steady speck of light in his palm. It can sense residual dark aura of the same origin. As long as the distance isn't too far, It can guide us. Hermione's eyes instantly lit up as she looked at the magical speck of light, as if she had seen a glimmer of hope in a disparate fog. That's great. Let's follow it. Following the guidance of the faint speck of light in Lynn's palm, they navigated the intricate corridors of the castle. The light speck sometimes brightened, sometimes dimmed, and its direction was not a straight line, indicating that Ginny was deliberately taking a detour, or that the diary's power was interfering. Finally, the light speck reached its peak brightness near the door of a disused broom cupboard near the girls' lavatory on the second floor, then slowly dimmed, suggesting the target was inside, or had just left. Here, Hermione frowned, looking at the dusty wooden door with a rusted keyhole. This place was close to Myrtle's territory and usually deserted. Lynn motioned for her to step back, then lightly tapped his wand on the lock. Alahomora, the rusted lock core clicked softly, and the wooden door creaked open a crack inside. Old brooms, faded Quidditch gear, and discarded cauldrons were piled high, permeated with a strong smell of dust and mildew. Hermione lit up Loomis with her wand, sweeping the beam of light across the dim storeroom. Look there, Hermione sharply pointed to an overturned, broken cauldron in the corner. On the edge of the cauldron, a crescent shape was clearly visible. It was the basilisk's poisonous fang. Hermione's heart instantly raced. Just as she was about to step forward, Lynn grabbed her wrist. Wait, Lynn's voice was cautious. The star radiance in his palm, though dim, had not completely extinguished. Instead, it trembled slightly, pointing towards that broken cauldron, but seemingly more towards a pile of messy rags nearby. Just then, the pile of rags suddenly moved. A small, thin figure emerged from within. It was Dobby. Dobby's large eyes were filled with terror and a frantic urgency. He clutched a rusty pair of scissors tightly in his hand, trembling all over as he faced a broken cauldron. Bad thing. Terrible thing. Dobby must destroy it. For Harry Potter's safety, he shrieked, raising the scissors, and lunged towards the cauldron. Dobby. Stop, Hermione cried out in alarm. However, just as Dobby lunged, the diary lying beneath the cauldron suddenly opened itself, pages rustling. An invisible, chilling force erupted, striking Dobby like a heavy hammer. Bang! Dobby's small body was violently flung away, crashing into the pile of junk behind him with a cry of pain. The scissors flew from his hand at the same time. The energy left on the diary, like a black shadow, shot out from between the pages like smoke, streaking towards the doorway like lightning. The black shadow was extremely swift, and its target was clearly Hermione, who was closest to the door. Hermione, Lynn's pupils contracted, his reaction incredibly fast. He pulled Hermione completely into his arms to shield her, while his wand was already pointed at the pouncing black shadow. Impedimenta, an invisible barrier instantly formed in the doorway. But the black shadow was extremely strange. It penetrated the impedimenta spell like smoke, only slightly slowing its speed. It revealed a blurry form, like a thin snake made of ink, with poisonous fangs, lunging with intense malice towards Hermione's neck. In the nick of time, Lynn, holding Hermione, sharply turned sideways, blocking her and the black shadow with his back. At the same time, the dormant star radiance in his empty left palm suddenly burst into dazzling silver light. Purify. There was no incantation, only a pure, cold star radiance shot from his palm, like the most precise arrow, instantly piercing the head of the ink snake. Hiss! A silent, venomous shriek exploded on the mental plane. The ink snake shadow twisted, dissolved, and evaporated instantly, like ice and snow doused with strong acid, leaving only a few wisps of foul-smelling black smoke and a lingering chill in the air. The diary lay quietly beneath a broken cauldron, as if nothing had just happened. The storeroom was utterly silent, save for Dobby's pained groans in the corner and Hermione's rapid gasps. She was held tightly in Lynn's embrace, her cheek pressed against his warm chest, clearly hearing his steady, strong heartbeat, her nostrils filled with his clean, slightly starlit, cool scent. The dangerous scene earlier had left her shaken, but the moment he held her securely, all fear was replaced by a profound sense of safety. She looked up, meeting Lynn's downcast eyes, which held a questioning look and a lingering sharpness. Are you all right? His voice was a little deep, with a slight hoarseness from tension, and the arm around her waist still hadn't loosened. Hermione shook her head, moving slightly in his arms. Her cheeks flushed, but she didn't immediately pull away. I'm fine. You? Her gaze fell on his back, which had shielded her, filled with concern. I'm fine, Lynn confirmed. She was unharmed before slowly releasing his arm, though one hand remained lightly on her side, his gaze sharply sweeping over the quiet diary and Dobby, who was struggling to get up in the corner. Dobby clutched his aching head, his large eyes filled with tears and fear of Lynn. Bad wizard. Stop, Dobby. Protected the bad thing. He pointed at Lynn, then looked fearfully at the diary. Dobby, we're not enemies. Hermione composed herself, stepped forward, and spoke as gently as possible. We're also trying to deal with that dangerous thing. But you can't act so recklessly, you'll hurt yourself and alert it. Dobby sobbed, looking suspiciously at Hermione and Lynn, then at the diary, seemingly judging the truth of their words. Lynn ignored Dobby. He walked to the broken cauldron, not touching it directly with his hand, but carefully using the tip of his wand to lift the cauldron. The diary lay quietly in the dust, its cover cold and hard, as if the terrifying black shadow from moments ago had been an illusion. The star radiance in his palm lit up again, this time not for tracking, but transforming into an extremely thin, yet exceptionally tough, silver light film, like an invisible seal, slowly covering the surface. The moment the light film made contact, it emitted a faint sizzling sound, as if contending with some invisible force, but eventually it stably covered it, isolating the chilling aura it emanated. Temporarily sealed, Lynn said concisely, then looked at Hermione. It can't stay here. Take it and quickly give it to Dumbledore. This was the safest method. Hermione nodded, took out her handkerchief, and carefully picked up the sealed diary through the cloth. It was cold and heavy in her hand. Even through the seal, she could almost feel the malice slumbering within. Dobby watched their actions, his large eyes filled with confusion and unease, but he no longer interfered, only whimpering softly, "Danger. Hogwarts is dangerous. Harry Potter must leave. We will deal with the danger, Dobby," Hermione said seriously, looking at the crying house elf. "But please, don't cause any more chaos, alright? That will only make things worse." Dobby looked at her, half understanding, then fearfully glanced at the expressionless Lynn, finally nodding vigorously. With a pop, his figure vanished into thin air. "Let's go." Lynn extended his hand, not to touch the diary, but gently took her free hand. The warmth from his palm permeated her skin, silently dispelling the lingering cold on her fingertips from touching the diary. Hermione took a deep breath, gripped his hand tightly, feeling the strength and sense of stability he conveyed. The road ahead was still fraught with danger, but at this moment, the warmth of his palm and his presence beside her were her greatest source of courage. Carrying this dangerous trophy, they left the disused broom cupboard and headed towards the principal's office. The corridor's light stretched their shadows, closely intertwined. Chapter 63 Starlight Bracelet and Spider Warning. The stone gargoyle at the entrance of the principal's office silently swiveled open after they gave the password, Lemon Drop. The spiral staircase slowly ascended, carrying them into the circular room filled with the humming of peculiar silver instruments. Dumbledore sat behind a large desk, his blue eyes, sharp and profound behind his half-moon spectacles, seemed to have anticipated their arrival, his gaze falling directly on Hermione's hand. "It seems you've brought back a rather tricky little gift." Dumbledore's voice was calm, betraying no emotion. Hermione carefully placed the diary on the desk, which was covered with a velvet cloth, and Lynn opportunely removed the starlight seal the moment the seal disappeared. A faint but unsettling chill once again permeated the air, and a small silver instrument in the corner of the room immediately emitted a rapid, buzzing warning sound. Dumbledore slightly raised his hand, and the buzzing stopped abruptly. He extended a long finger, not directly touching the diary, but gently brushing its cover with the tip of his wand. The tip of the wand glowed with a soft white light, scanning the surface like a searchlight. "A powerful dark arts contract, a fragment of a soul, a young and ambitious Tom Riddle," Dumbledore murmured, as if to himself, yet also as if explaining to them, "a very intricate trap, capable of siphoning the holder's life force and will, using it as nourishment to sustain itself and reappear in the world." He looked up, his gaze sweeping over Hermione and Lynn. "Miss Ginny Weasley." "Yes, Professor." Hermione quickly and clearly recounted the events, discovering Ginny's abnormality, tracking the ink, encountering the counterattack in the broom cupboard, and Dobby's appearance, emphasizing Lynn's process of sealing and dispelling the shadow with star power. Dumbledore listened quietly. When he heard Starlight of Net Eclipse, the blue light behind his lenses flickered slightly, and his gaze towards Lynn became more deeply probing. "Star power, an ancient and pure force," he said softly. "It seems to have a natural restraint over such chaotic and evil entities. Which is a good thing, Mr. Stone, but please be very cautious. Confronting such forces can itself bring unpredictable consequences." Lynn nodded slightly. "Understood." As for this diary, Dumbledore's wand traced several complex runes in the air above it, and a soft, golden light, like ripples of water, enveloped it, isolating the chilling aura. It will remain in my safekeeping for now. I will attempt to find a safe way to cleanse its auras from Miss Ginny. I will ask Professor McGonagall and Madame Pomfrey to pay close attention to her, ensuring she is free from influence and fully recovers. You have done very well, preventing something much worse from happening." Hearing that Ginny would be taken care of, Hermione's anxious heart finally eased a little. "What about Dobby, Professor? He has been trying to warn Harry, and causing chaos. The loyalty of house elves is sometimes expressed in extreme ways." Dumbledore sighed softly. "I will try to contact Mr. Malfoy and ask him to rein in Dobby at the same time. Please tell Harry Potter not to worry too much about this for now, and to focus on his studies and Quidditch training." A flicker of subtle cunning passed through his eyes. Leaving the principal's office and walking back to Gryffindor Tower, Hermione let out a long sigh. As if a heavy burden had been lifted. Although the danger was not completely over, the diary being taken over by Dumbledore and Ginny receiving help was the best possible outcome for now. She turned her head to look at the silent Lynn beside her. The image of him unhesitatingly shielding her in his arms in the broom cupboard that afternoon resurfaced, and a warm current and a flutter arose in her heart. "Just now, thank you," Hermione said softly, her fingers unconsciously caressing the starlight bracelet on her wrist. The bracelet, as if sensing her emotions, glowed with a soft, warm light. Lynn paused his steps, looking down at her, the dim corridor light casting fragmented shadows in his deep eyes. "It's my duty." His answer was still concise, but as his gaze fell on the bracelet on her wrist, glowing with his power, the ice in his eyes seemed to melt a fraction. Hermione felt a little embarrassed under his gaze, and lowered her head, feigning to adjust her backpack strap, but her hand brushed against a hard cardboard box. She then remembered that it was the chocolate frog she had bought at Honeydukes yesterday. She immediately pulled it out. The box was a bit squashed from the earlier scare, but the sweetness inside was unharmed. Energy boost? Hermione's eyes sparkled as she tore open the box, took out a perfectly packaged chocolate frog and handed it to Lynn, while taking another one for herself. "To celebrate our phased victory," Lynn looked at the chocolate frog offered to him, then at her expectant eyes, and took it as the gold foil was peeled back. The chocolate frog immediately hopped around, trying to escape, but Lynn quickly grabbed it. He imitated Hermione, biting off the frog's head with a swift, decisive motion. Hermione couldn't help but chuckle at his slightly awkward yet somehow endearing way of eating. She took a bite herself, and the rich, sweet chocolate melted in her mouth, bringing a pure sense of pleasure. Honeydukes is still the best." She narrowed her eyes contentedly. Like a sated cat they walked side by side, sharing the sweet chocolate frog, with only the faint sounds of chewing and occasional soft laughter in the corridor. The starlight bracelet on Hermione's wrist emitted a soft glow, illuminating their relaxed profiles. The thrilling events of the afternoon seemed to be temporarily dispelled by this sweet tranquility, leaving only an unspoken intimacy and peace after having fought side by side. A few days later, good news came from the hospital wing under Madame Pomfrey's specially formulated invigorating and calming potions, and several gentle protective charms personally cast by Dumbledore. Ginny Weasley's mental state significantly improved. Her pale cheeks regained their color, the dark circles under her eyes faded, and her gaze was no longer startled and evasive, but once again radiated the vitality appropriate for her age. In the Gryffindor common room, Ginny sat in an armchair by the fireplace, surrounded by her brothers and Harry. Fred and George told jokes in various ways to cheer her up. Ron awkwardly handed her a cup of hot cocoa, and Harry asked with concern how she was feeling. "I'm really much better, thank you all." Ginny smiled a little shyly, her voice still a bit weak but full of sincere gratitude. "It's just, like I had a very long, tiring nightmare. And now I've finally woken up." She instinctively touched her neck. A faint, cold sensation of being choked by an invisible force seemed to linger there, but it was quickly dispelled by the warmth of the fireplace. Hermione and Lynn sat at a table a little further away, watching this heartwarming scene. Hermione's lips curved into a relieved smile. She gently nudged Lynn's elbow beside her and whispered, "Look, Ginny's back. It's really good." Lynn's gaze swept over Ginny, confirming that the chilling aura of the diary's erosion had indeed vanished completely from her. Then he gave an almost imperceptible nod. Just then, Ron's loud voice suddenly rang out, filled with confusion and a hint of subtle tension. "Hey, do you guys feel like the spiders in the castle have been acting weird lately?" "Spiders?" Hermione, who was reading, looked up. "Yeah." Ron pointed to a dusty windowsill in the corner of the common room. "Just now I saw several big spiders. Usually they crawl slowly, but today they were scurrying out of the window crack in a line, like they'd seen a ghost. They were so fast, they almost ran into my foot." He instinctively pulled his foot back, still feeling a bit shaken. Harry also frowned. "Now that you mention it, I think I saw it yesterday too, by the potion class storeroom door, a bunch of spiders scurrying out from under the door crack and running away. Spiders, an abnormal mass migration. Hermione's brow immediately furrowed habitually, her mind racing, recalling the information she had read. In the behavioral studies of magical creatures, many creatures have an instinctive premonition of danger, especially those with strong sensory abilities. Spiders are very sensitive to the aura of certain powerful predators, and will instinctively flee. Powerful predators. Ron's face turned a little pale. Are you saying, in the castle, the monster in the Chamber of Secrets? Lynn's voice rang out calmly. With a cold certainty his gaze turned to the window of the common room. The dark silhouette of the castle in the night resembled a lurking beast. It's awake, or about to awaken. The spiders are fleeing its range of activity. Lynn's words were like a piece of ice dropped into the warm common room. The relaxed atmosphere instantly solidified. Fred and George's smiles froze. Ron gasped. Harry clenched his fists, and even Ginny, whose face had just regained some color, turned pale again. The fire in the fireplace crackled, but it couldn't dispel the sudden chill that enveloped them. The sweet taste of the chocolate frog seemed to still linger on their tongues, but a larger, more deadly shadow had silently fallen over the entire Hogwarts. Hermione unconsciously gripped Lynn's hand, which was under the table, seeking a source of strength. Lynn turned his hand and firmly enveloped hers in his palm. His palm was warm and steady, conveying silent strength. He turned his head, meeting Hermione's anxious and questioning brown eyes. Don't worry, his voice was low and clear, carrying unusual weight in the suddenly quiet common room. Whatever it is, we will find it. His gaze swept over the nervous Harry, Ron, and the Weasley siblings, finally returning to Hermione, with an unshakable composure. Together, Hermione looked at the determination in his deep eyes. Feeling the reassuring warmth and strength emanating from his palm, her tension miraculously subsided, replaced by a resolve to face it together. She squeezed his hand firmly and nodded. Yes. She took a deep breath, her voice regaining its usual clarity and calmness, imbued with the Gryffindor courage. We'll do it together. By tracing the spider's escape route, we might find clues. We'll start investigating tomorrow. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, seeing the tension in each other's eyes, but even more, a rekindled determination. Ginny also clenched her fists, her pale face showing resolve. Fred and George dropped their playful expressions, their eyes becoming sharp. The firelight from the fireplace flickered, illuminating several young and determined faces. The starlight bracelet on Hermione's wrist, as if sensing this concentrated will, radiated an even brighter and warmer glow. An unknown terror was awakening deep within the castle. But the power of protection had also quietly gathered. Chapter 64: Myrtle's Clues and the Temperature of Starlight. Ron's discovery about the spiders was like a giant rock thrown into a calm lake, creating huge ripples in Gryffindor Tower. The relaxed atmosphere was gone, replaced by a silent tension that hung over the common room like a low-pressure system. Investigate. We must investigate immediately. Harry was the first to stand up, his emerald eyes burning with determination. Starting from the direction those spiders ran. Agreed, Ron responded immediately, though his face was still a bit pale, his fear overridden by a greater sense of responsibility. I saw them crawling out of a window crack in that corner of the common room. The direction, probably the west side of the castle. Hermione had already taken out parchment and a quill, quickly sketching a simple floor plan of the castle, marking the locations where the spiders appeared. The common room window crack, the potion class storeroom door crack, all point to the west wing. What's there? She bit the tip of her quill and thought. The second floor, the girls' lavatory. Ginny's voice held a hint of an almost imperceptible tremor. She seemed to recall some unpleasant memory. That place, it's very secluded, and, moaning Myrtle, Harry and Ron exclaimed in unison. That place, the name alone, made one think of a cold, damp, and sorrowful atmosphere. Exactly. Hermione's eyes lit up. Myrtle's lavatory, and the abandoned pipe area nearby. That's hidden enough and matches the path of spiders fleeing a powerful predator's lair. And, she glanced at Lynn, the broom closet where we found the diaries also nearby. Lynn nodded slightly, agreeing with her deduction. He stood up, his movements carrying a silent command. Let's go now. The castle corridors at night were even more silent and gloomy than during the day. The torches on the walls cast flickering shadows, stretching and distorting their figures. The air was filled with the coldness of stone and an invisible sense of oppression. Harry held up his wand to illuminate the path, the circle of luminous light appearing particularly faint in the darkness. The closer they got to the second floor of the west wing, the more eerie the atmosphere became in the portraits lining the corridors. Most of the figures were either asleep or had their heads covered with blankets. The air grew thicker with the old dampness and a faint musty smell occasionally, Extremely faint, rustling sounds could be heard from cracks in the walls or corners of the ceiling, like small creatures scuttling away. Still running, Ron's voice trembled slightly. He clutched his wand tightly, looking around vigilantly. Merlin's beard, what on earth could make spiders so afraid? Hermione suddenly stopped, signaling everyone to be quiet. She tilted her head, listening, a hint of confusion on her face. Do you hear? Is that crying? Indeed, a faint, intermittent, watery sound of a girl crying drifted from the depths of the corridor. Sounding particularly desolate and chilling in the silence, Myrtle, Harry whispered, his face also somewhat pale. Hearing a ghost's crying in such a tense atmosphere was hardly a pleasant experience. They followed the crying to the door of the girls' lavatory, which had an out-of-order sign hanging on it. The crying was coming from inside, mixed with the dripping sound of a faucet. Harry took a deep breath, about to push the door open, but Hermione gently pressed his hand, shaking her head at him. Then stepped forward herself. She spoke through the door crack as gently as possible. Myrtle? Is that you? Can we come in? Maybe we can help. The crying inside paused, then became louder and more aggrieved. What? Who's out there? Come to mock poor, drowned Myrtle again? Why, no, Myrtle, Hermione said patiently, we wanted to ask if you've seen anything unusual lately? Or heard any strange sounds? The door creaked open a crack, and Myrtle's translucent, spectacled figure floated out. She was sobbing, her large spectacles behind her eyes full of tears. Unusual things? What? Besides those annoying spiders crawling everywhere, what else could be unusual? They're so irritating. They crawl out of my pipes, they're all over the place, and they seem so scared, they've knocked my glasses off several times. What? Even spiders bully me. Pipes? Hermione immediately caught the key information. Myrtle, you said the spiders crawled out of the pipes? Which pipes? Which pipes could it be? Myrtle angrily pointed to a huge, brass, long dry sink inside the lavatory. That one. The pipes underneath. Deep and dark, like a bottomless pit. Those spiders just crawl out of there, then scurry away in a panic. They're so loud, I can't get any peace. Why? All four pairs of eyes instantly focused on the huge, brass sink, adorned with coiled snake patterns. The drain at the bottom of the sink was pitch black, bottomless, and exuded a cold, damp aura. This was the source of the spider's escape. And very likely the entrance to that predator's lair. Thank you, Myrtle. You've been a great help, Hermione said sincerely. Myrtle seemed surprised, her sobs lessening. Really? You don't find me annoying? Of course not, Harry quickly said. The information you provided is very important. Myrtle broke into a smile, though it looked more like she was still crying, shyly covering her face. Oh, well, all right then, if you're going in. She floated to the edge of the sink, pointing to an inconspicuous, small snake-head-shaped protrusion on the side of the large brass faucet. That seems to be a switch. A long time ago, I saw a very handsome boy. I think his name was Tom. He touched it here. Her voice trailed off again, sinking into sorrowful memories of the past. A snake-head switch. This almost confirmed that the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets was here, consistent with the symbol of Slytherin. Thank you. Hermione thanked them again, and the four exchanged an excited yet nervous glance. Just then, Lynn suddenly looked up, his sharp gaze, like an eagle's, shot into the depths of the dark pipe. He instinctively took a step forward, completely shielding Hermione behind him. At the same time, a terrifying, cold, viscous malice, like a tangible tide, surged out from the depths of the pipe. Hiss, a low, hoarse hiss, full of inhuman wickedness. Like a cold snake's tongue licking everyone's nerves. This sound didn't travel through the air but pierced directly into their minds, carrying strong mental pollution, instantly making their scalps tingle and their limbs turn cold. Run! Lynn's low roar was like a clap of thunder. Before he finished speaking, two huge, vertically slit pupils, glowing with a cold yellow light, like two searchlights from hell, suddenly lit up in the darkness of the pipe's depths. The light was evil, cruel, emotionless, carrying a suffocating sense of oppression. Locking onto Lynn and Hermione, who stood at the forefront, Hermione felt her blood freeze. The fear brought by that gaze far surpassed any Dementor. Her mind went blank, and her body stiffened, unable to move. Lynn's reaction was incredibly fast. The moment those terrifying snake eyes lit up, his left hand lightning fast wrapped around Hermione's waist, completely shielding her behind him, while his right hand's wand simultaneously erupted with a strong light. Protego Maxima, a solid, thick, translucent shield charm instantly spread before them, Almost at the same instant, boom, a thick, viscous, dark green liquid, reeking of strong fishy odor and death, sprayed out from the depths of the pipe like a high-pressure water gun. Slamming fiercely into Lynn's hastily erected shield charm, sizzle, like hot oil on snow, the powerful shield charm lasted less than a second, its surface emitting a piercing corrosive sound, rapidly thinning and dimming. The dark green venom penetrated the shield's barrier, and though greatly weakened, several drops still splashed out like bullets. Thud. Thud. Lynn grunted, his body jolting violently. A few drops of venom pierced the sleeve of his right arm's skull robe, instantly corroding charred holes, and the searing pain of burning flesh struck Lynn. Hermione's scream was filled with heart-wrenching terror. Impedimenta, stupefy, Harry and Ron's spells finally arrived, several red lights shooting towards the pipe opening, and though unable to harm the monster in the darkness, they successfully interfered with its vision and potential second attack. The pair of cold yellow eyes flickered under the interference of the spell lights, emitting an even more furious hiss, seemingly enraged, but it did not immediately attack again. Instead, it slowly retreated into the depths of the pipe. Its huge shadow and suffocating malice receding like a tide. The danger was temporarily averted, but the terrifying sense of oppression and the venom stench still permeated the narrow lavatory. Hermione broke free from Lynn's embrace. He had let go to protect her, her voice choked with tears as she rushed to his side, looking at the charred hole in his right arm sleeve and the bleeding burn underneath, her heart breaking. "You're hurt. Let me see." Lynn's face was pale from the intense pain, cold sweat beading on his forehead, but he didn't even frown. He simply pressed his left hand above the wound, trying to slow the spread of the toxin. A superficial wound, the venom was diluted, not fatal. His voice was still steady, but with a hint of suppressed hoarseness. "What superficial wound?" "That's basilisk venom." Hermione's voice was trembling. She fumbled in her small bag. "Did any? I remember I brought essence of did any." She tremblingly unscrewed a small crystal bottle, and a pale green liquid, emitting a fresh herbal scent, was poured onto Lynn's gruesome wound. The moment the liquid touched the wound, a faint sizzle sound was heard, and Lynn's body imperceptibly tensed for an instant. The searing pain was quickly replaced by coolness and itching. The charred edges of the wound receded at a visible speed, and fresh granulation tissue began to wriggle and grow. "It's all right, it's all right, it was diluted, it's all right, I brought did any," Hermione mumbled incoherently as she carefully applied the liquid, her eyes red, holding back tears looking at the gruesome wound on his arm. And remembering the moment he unhesitatingly shielded her, a huge wave of fear and heartache overwhelmed her. Harry and Ron also gathered around, their faces pale and still shaken as they looked at the healing but still terrifying wound on Lynn's arm. "That was the basilisk." Ron's voice was a shaky mess. "It must be." Harry clenched his fist, his emerald eyes filled with anger and fear. "Those eyes, and the venom, exactly the same. We must tell Professor McGonagall immediately." Hermione finished treating the wound, temporarily bandaging it with a clean handkerchief, her voice firm with unquestionable resolve. "This is no longer something we can handle alone. Lynn needs to go to the hospital wing for a thorough checkup." Lynn did not object. He glanced at the still bottomless pipe opening, which retained a terrifying aura, then looked down at Hermione, who was holding his arm tightly, her face pale, her eyes full of heartache and worry. He responded in a low voice, letting her support him. The pain in his arm lessened under the effect of the did any, but what truly dispelled the gloom in his heart was the subtle trembling yet incredibly firm warmth transmitted by her fingertips in that split second. All his instinctive reactions pointed to protecting her, without the slightest hesitation now, seeing her worry and heartache for him. A hard corner deep in his heart seemed to be quietly melting with a strange, fervent emotion. Hermione supported him, feeling the strength and warmth from his arm, and also feeling his body tense slightly from the pain. She looked up, meeting his downward gaze. His eyes were no longer habitually calm and unruffled, but held a deep and complex warmth she had never seen before, like a dormant nebula being illuminated. Their eyes met, and everything around them seemed to blur. Fear, lingering terror, anger, all intense emotions eventually settled into post-disaster, interdependent tremor and warmth. Her hand on his arm tightened unconsciously. "Let's go." Her voice was still a little hoarse, but exceptionally firm. "We'll go find Professor McGonagall." She helped him, carefully avoiding his injured arm, as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. Harry and Ron followed closely, guarding them on either side. The four left the lavatory, filled with terrifying memories, and walked towards the light of the corridor behind them. Myrtle's mournful crying resumed, drawing a strange coda to this thrilling encounter. In ahead, unknown challenges and the determination to protect had just begun. Hermione supported Lynn, each step exceptionally firm. The starlight bracelet, in the dim corridor, emitted a soft yet tenacious glow, like a silent yet unbreakable bond between the two. Chapter 65 Bakeson and Starlight. Madame Pomfrey saw them, especially the temporary bandage on Lynn's arm that was seeping blood, and immediately put down the potion bottles she was organizing, hurrying to meet them. Merlin's beard. What happened? She deftly untied Hermione's handkerchief, and upon seeing the healing but still gruesome burn wound beneath, along with the lingering, foul-smelling dark green residue, her expression immediately turned serious. Basilisk venom. You encountered a basilisk? Yes, madam. Harry quickly recounted their encounter in Myrtle's lavatory, emphasizing how Lynn was splashed with venom while protecting Hermione. Madame Pomfrey gasped, immediately directing Lynn to lie down on an empty bed. Did any can only provide emergency treatment. Basilisk venom is extremely complex. Even if diluted and blocked by a shield charm, the residue must be completely removed. She swiftly examined the wound, her brow furrowed. This requires a specially formulated purifying serum and continuous magic channeling to prevent the venom from corroding the magic circuits. Mr. Stone, you will need to stay in the hospital wing for observation these next few days. Lynn had no objection to this, simply nodding calmly. He leaned against the white pillow, his face somewhat pale from blood loss and pain, but his eyes remained serene. Hermione stood by the bed, clutching the corner of her clothes tightly, watching Madame Pomfrey carefully clean the charred tissue from the edges of the wound with tweezers, watching the gruesome wound's granulation slowly wriggle under the effect of Dedenne. Her heart felt as if it were being squeezed by an invisible hand. Each touch of the tweezers made her own arm feel a corresponding sting. Miss Granger, your Dedenne application was very timely and accurate, otherwise the situation would have been much worse. Madame Pomfrey found a moment to tell Hermione, her tone filled with approval. Hermione forced a smile, but it looked worse than crying. She wished she hadn't had the chance to perform well. Her gaze could barely leave Lynn's injured arm. Self-reproach and lingering fear coiled around her like vines. If it weren't for saving her. It's not your fault, Lynn's low voice suddenly sounded, carrying a hint of comforting hoarseness. He had opened his eyes at some point and was looking at her, his deep eyes clearly reflecting her pale face and the guilt in her eyes. Hermione's nose stung, and she quickly lowered her head to hide her red eyes. I know, her voice was muffled, but, no buts. Lynn's voice was light, yet carried an undeniable strength. In that situation, any choice is instinctual. He paused, his gaze falling on her slightly trembling fingers. You did very well. This simple affirmation was like a warm current pouring into Hermione's cold heart. She looked up, meeting his calm and understanding gaze, and the immense feeling of self-reproach finally loosened its grip. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions, walked to the bedside, and quietly asked Madame Pomfrey, Madam, is there anything I can help with? Go get me the deep purple basilisk venom purifying serum from the top shelf of cabinet number 3, and also the roll of unicorn hair bandage next to it, Madame Pomfrey instructed without looking up. Hermione immediately acted as if she had received the most important task, jogging to retrieve the items, her movements quick and steady. When she returned with the serum and bandage, her eyes had regained their usual calmness and focus, though the deep-seated heartache and worry in her gaze towards Lynn remained undiminished. Madame Pomfrey skillfully applied the serum, which emitted a soft purple glow, to the wound, then carefully bandaged it with the unicorn hair bandage that shimmered with a pure silver light. As the medicine took effect, Lynn's tightly furrowed brow slowly relaxed, and some color returned to his face. All right, the venom is largely under control. Madame Pomfrey breathed a sigh of relief, wiping a fine bead of sweat from her brow. Now it's just rest and magic channeling. Mr. Stone needs absolute rest and must not use magic with his injured arm. The rest of you, she looked at Harry, Ron, and Hermione, can go back. Let the patient get some good rest. Harry and Ron looked at Lynn with concern, then at Hermione, and nodded understandingly. Then, Lynn, get some good rest. We'll come see you tomorrow. After the two left, the hospital wing was only filled with the sound of Madame Pomfrey organizing potion bottles and the presence of Lynn and Hermione. Madam, Hermione did not leave. Instead, she took a step forward, her voice soft but firm. Can I stay? Just for a little while? To make sure he settles down, she looked at Lynn, her eyes pleading. Madame Pomfrey looked at her, then at Lynn, who was resting with his eyes closed on the bed and showed no signs of objection, and finally sighed. All right, Miss Granger, just for a little while. But the patient needs quiet. She pointed to an empty bed nearby. You can sit there, don't disturb his rest. With that, She turned and went to the adjacent potion room. The hospital wing fell silent. Soft magical light spilled down, and the air was filled with a faint scent of herbs. Hermione sat on the nearby bed, her gaze never leaving Lynn. Looking at the glaring silver bandage on his arm, and his slightly pale profile, the breathtaking scenes of the afternoon replayed in her mind, the terrifying yellow basilisk eyes, the spitting venom, his silhouette unhesitatingly shielding her, and his muffled groan when he was injured. A delicate, pervasive pain spread through her chest, clearer than any spell. She quietly reached out, her fingertips cautiously, gently touching the back of his uninjured left hand, which rested by his side beneath the cool skin. She could feel a steady pulse. Lynn's eyelashes trembled slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes, turning his head to look at her. His gaze was no longer sharp, carrying a hint of post-injury fatigue, but it was exceptionally gentle. "Does it still hurt?" Hermione's voice was very soft, as if afraid to disturb something, her fingertips still resting on the back of his hand, conveying a cautious warmth. Lynn shook his head slightly, then turned his hand over, gently holding her carefully touching fingers in his palm. His palm was still broad and warm, enveloping her fingertips, bringing a silent, steady strength. "Much better." He looked into her eyes and asked in a low voice, "Were you scared?" Hermione felt the warmth of his palm, her nose stung again, and she nodded vigorously, then quickly shook her head. A little, but more than that, my heart aches." She finally spoke the word, her voice slightly choked. "Seeing you get hurt is worse than me getting hurt." Lynn tightened his grip on her hand, complex emotions swirling in his deep eyes, warmth, pity, and an indescribable flutter. He raised his uninjured left hand, his movement somewhat slow but exceptionally gentle as he cupped her cheek, using his thumb to softly wipe away a hint of moisture that had appeared in the corner of her eye. The touch of his fingertips was warm and calloused, his movements clumsy yet incredibly precious. Hermione's body trembled slightly. She didn't pull away, but instinctively rubbed her cheek against his palm like a small animal seeking comfort, feeling the rough yet real warmth. All her strength and composure crumbled at this moment, leaving only the fragility of having survived a great danger and a deep attachment to his safety. "Don't be afraid." Lynn's voice was low and hoarse, carrying a strange, reassuring power, his gaze fixed on her. "I'm here." These simple words, as if imbued with magic, instantly calmed the turbulent emotions in Hermione's heart. She looked at his face, so close to hers, saw her own reflection clearly in his eyes, and felt the undisguised concern and tenderness he showed only to her. The sense of security she felt when he shielded her in the pipe opening that afternoon now enveloped her even more clearly and profoundly. She leaned in slightly, her forehead gently resting on his uninjured shoulder, like a weary bird returning to its nest. Lynn's body stiffened almost imperceptibly for a moment, then relaxed, allowing her to lean against him. His injured right arm lay carefully flat, while his left hand still gently held hers. Neither of them spoke again. The hospital wing was quiet, with only their breathing clearly audible. Hermione leaned against his firm shoulder, smelling the clean scent of him, mixed with herbs and a hint of starlight's crispness, feeling a steady heartbeat through the thin hospital gown. An unprecedented sense of peace and intimacy arose. The fear and coldness of the afternoon seemed to be completely dispelled, leaving only the warmth of their current closeness. After an unknown amount of time, Madame Pomfrey's footsteps came from the potion room. Hermione, as if startled, reluctantly straightened up, her cheeks slightly flushed. Lynn also naturally withdrew the hand that had gently caressed her cheek, but the hand holding her fingers remained clasped. "How are you feeling, Mr. Stone?" Madame Pomfrey walked over, checked the bandage and his complexion, and nodded with satisfaction. "It seems the purifying serum is working well." "All right, Miss Granger, visiting hours are over, the patient needs rest." Though Hermione was reluctant, she knew Lynn needed quiet recovery. She stood up, her gaze still fixed on him. "Then you, get some good rest. I'll come see you first thing tomorrow morning." Lynn responded, looking at her with a gentle gaze. Hermione walked to the door, looking back 3 times, and then couldn't help but stop, turning to look at him again. Lynn had been watching her too, his gaze deep and focused. In the last moment before the door closed, he raised his uninjured left hand and made a reassuring gesture to her. Hermione's heart was instantly filled. She nodded vigorously, and a tearful but incredibly warm smile finally spread across her lips. Early the next morning, as dawn was just breaking, Hermione appeared at the entrance of the hospital wing with breakfast. As soon as Madame Pomfrey opened the door, she quietly slipped inside. Lynn was already awake, sitting up in bed, his injured arm carefully resting flat on the covers. The morning light streamed through the high window, casting a soft glow on his pale face. Seeing Hermione, a hint of warmth flickered in his eyes. "How are you feeling?" Hermione put down the breakfast basket and immediately leaned over the bed, carefully checking his complexion and the bandage on his arm. "Much better," Lynn replied, his voice clearer than yesterday. He noticed the faint shadows under Hermione's eyes. "Didn't sleep well." "A little," Hermione admitted honestly, as she took out warm milk and jam-smeared bread from the basket. "I was worried about you." She handed him the milk, her movements as natural as if she had done it 1,000 times. Lynn took the milk, his fingertips brushing hers unintentionally. Their eyes met, and a sweet, unspoken warmth filled the air. Just then, Harry and Ron rushed in, followed by Ginny, who still looked a bit pale but had determined eyes. "Lynn, are you alright?" Harry asked eagerly. "Madame Pomfrey said you got the venom under control." Ron also peered over. "I'm sorry, it's all because of me." Ginny's voice was thick with guilt. Lynn briefly responded to their concerns, assuring them he was fine. Hermione, meanwhile, invited them to sit and share the breakfast she had brought. "Now is not the time for self-reproach, Ginny," Hermione said, taking a bite of bread, her eyes sharpening. "The basilisk has appeared, and the entrance has been found. We must plan our next move and deal with it before it causes more harm." "Exactly," Harry clenched his fist. "We discussed it last night and think we should first figure out the basilisk's habits and weaknesses. It can't stay in the pipes forever." "Spiders," Ron suddenly exclaimed, though his face still paled at the mention of the word. "The direction and pattern of the spiders fleeing. Perhaps we can deduce the areas where the basilisk frequently appears." "And Myrtle," Hermione added. "She's a witness, and she might provide more information about that Tom and the basilisk. Especially Parseltongue." She looked at Harry. "Harry, you're a Parseltongue. This could be key." Harry took a deep breath and nodded, his emerald eyes glinting with determination. "I understand. I'll go talk to Myrtle again, and try, using Parseltongue." "And me," Ginny spoke up with courage, her voice soft but clear. I don't remember exactly what I did when the diary controlled me, but that feeling of being manipulated, and some fragmented information it instilled, might help. For example, it seemed very concerned with the air's glory and purging the unworthy." The four gathered around Lynn's bed, sharing a simple breakfast while exchanging information and ideas quickly and efficiently in hushed tones. The tense atmosphere was, however, filled with the cohesion of fighting side by side. Lynn listened quietly, watching their animated discussion, his gaze finally settling on Hermione. She was rapidly jotting down key points on a piece of parchment, her brows slightly furrowed, her eyes focused and bright. Her brown curly hair swayed gently with her movements, and the morning light danced on her. Having experienced yesterday's danger and today's warmth, seeing her actively planning to protect everyone, an indescribable warmth quietly flowed in his heart. He reached out and gently touched her wrist, which rested by the bedside. Hermione stopped writing, looking at him questioningly. Lynn's gaze swept over the friends gathered around the bed, then returned to Hermione's face, his voice low and clear, carrying a rock-solid sense of stability. Together, Hermione looked at the trust and support in his deep eyes, at the silver bandage on his arm, a symbol of protection, and the heavy burden in her heart seemed to be gently lifted by these simple 2 words. She turned her hand and gripped his fingers that had touched her wrist, nodding vigorously, a brighter flame igniting in her eyes. "Yes," she said, looking at Harry, Ron, and Ginny, her voice filled with a refinder courage and determination. "We're together." The morning light streamed through the window, bathing the 5 figures gathered together in a warm golden glow, dispelling the coldness of the hospital wing, and illuminating the path forward against the darkness. Chapter 66, Fragrance of Medicine, Starlight, and Clues. The morning light brought warmth, dispelling the lingering chill of last night. The simple breakfast Hermione brought and the discussion among his companions acted like a tonic, not only improving Lynn's complexion but also temporarily fading the shadow of fear that hung over everyone's hearts. When Madame Pomfrey came in again to check, she saw the pure silver glow emanating from the unicorn hair bandage on Lynn's arm was stable, and the skin around the wound had returned to healthy color. She finally nodded with satisfaction. "Recovering very well, Mr. Stone. The toxins are mostly cleared, and there are no signs of damage to the magical circuits. Observe for another half day, and if the situation is stable this afternoon, you can return to your tower to rest, but remember, this arm cannot cast spells or exert force for a week." "Thank you, madam." Lynn nodded in gratitude, "and thank you for the any and timely treatment, Miss Granger." Madame Pomfrey also showed Hermione a rare gentle smile. Hermione quickly waved her hand, her cheeks slightly flushed. "It's what I should do." She looked at Lynn's face, which had regained its color, and the stone in her heart finally fell, replaced by immense relief. Harry, Ron, and Ginny, seeing Lynn's condition improve, also felt much relieved. They took the new clues obtained from Ginny, the heir's glory and purging the unworthy, as well as Harry's plan to have an in-depth conversation with Myrtle, and left first to continue their investigation. The hospital wing became quiet again, with only Lynn and Hermione remaining, and the occasional bird song from outside the window. The air was filled with a fresh scent of herbs and the smell of sunshine. Hermione did not leave. She sat on a chair by the bed, took out a thick book, Advanced Magical Runes Analysis, from her bag, and spread it on her lap, seemingly intending to study and keep him company there. Lynn leaned against the headboard, his gaze fixed on her focused profile. The morning light outlined her soft contours, her long eyelashes cast a faint shadow under her eyes, her small nose twitched slightly, and she occasionally frowned gently at difficult passages in the book. A quiet and warm atmosphere flowed between the two. "Actually, you can go back and rest." Lynn's voice broke the silence, carrying a hint of imperceptible concern. He noticed the faint dark circles under her eyes. Hermione looked up from the page, glanced at him, then lowered her head again, unconsciously fiddling with the corner of the page, her voice soft. "I know, but I feel more at ease here." She paused, then added, "Besides, the supervisor has a responsibility to ensure that the supervised object follows medical advice and rests absolutely." Lynn looked at her slightly red ears and her attempt to appear calm, a faint smile flashing in his eyes. He did not insist further. He closed his eyes, seemingly preparing to rest, but after a while, he spoke again. "The book, page 147, the third rune combination, the nested starlight star radiance and protection. The energy flow annotation is incorrect." Hermione froze, quickly turned to page 147, and carefully examined the complex nested rune combination. She had felt something was off there before but couldn't figure it out. With Lynn's hint, she immediately realized, yes. The secondary circuit energy annotated here should flow to the anchor point first, not directly inject into the radiance. Otherwise, the stability of the entire structure would be greatly compromised. She excitedly used her quill to quickly calculate and correct on the parchment, her eyes sparkling. "How did you know?" "This error is very subtle. Intuition," Lynn replied faintly, his eyes closed. Hermione looked at his profile, resting with his eyes closed, yet effortlessly pointing out the error in the book. An indescribable sense of admiration and flutter arose in her heart. He was always like this, seemingly silent, yet containing unfathomable power and wisdom. Time slowly passed in quiet reading and occasional whispered exchanges. Madame Pomfrey came in once in the middle to deliver a refreshing potion, and seeing the harmonious scene of Hermione diligently reading and Lynn quietly resting, occasionally correcting her, a slight smile touched her lips, and she did not disturb them. At noon, Madame Pomfrey had to go to the Great Hall for lunch. Before leaving, she instructed Hermione, "Miss Granger, I will be gone for a while. There is a magic stabilizing potion prepared for him on the table, the green bottle. He should take it half an hour after eating. Make sure he drinks it all." "Yes, madam," Hermione immediately promised. After Madame Pomfrey left, Hermione checked the time, put down her book, and got up to get the emerald green potion. The potion emitted a fresh scent of mint and evening primrose. "Time for your medicine." She walked to the bed with the bottle and naturally twisted open the cap. Lynn opened his eyes and looked at her. He reached out his uninjured left hand to take the bottle, his movement slightly slow due to the pull on his right shoulder. "I'll do it," Hermione said softly, avoiding his outstretched hand. She sat on the edge of the bed, scooped up a spoonful of the emerald green liquid with a small spoon, and gently and carefully brought it to his lips. Lynn was slightly startled, looking at her close up, her eyes filled with an undeniable concern, and the spoon of medicine at his lips. He was silent for a moment, but ultimately did not refuse, lowering his head slightly and drinking the spoonful of medicine from her hand. The cool medicine, with its fresh bitterness, slid down his throat. Hermione watched him drink it intently, then scooped up a second spoonful. Her movements were steady, her gaze serious, as if she were completing an extremely important task. Sunlight streamed through the window, falling on her lowered eyelashes, dyeing them with a warm golden halo. Lynn's gaze fell on her fair fingers, watching her carefully control the spoon, avoiding touching his lips. That delicate sense of care, like a feather, gently brushed his heartstrings. A strange, warm emotion slowly flowed in his chest. He quietly cooperated, spoonful after spoonful, until the bottle was empty. There, Hermione exhaled in relief, gently wiping away the non-existent medicine stain from the corner of his lips with a clean handkerchief. This action was natural and intimate, and only after doing it did she realize something. Her cheeks slightly flushed, and she quickly withdrew her hand. Lynn looked at her slightly red cheeks and evasive eyes, his Adam's apple imperceptibly bobbing. He did not speak, but simply reached out his uninjured left hand and gently grasped her hand, which was holding the empty bottle and had not yet been withdrawn. His palm was warm, enveloping her slightly cool fingers. Hermione's body trembled slightly, but she did not pull away, letting him hold her. The distance between them was very close, allowing them to clearly feel each other's breath. The fresh scent of herbs lingered at their noses, mixed with sunshine and an indescribable, slightly sweet flutter. "Thank you." Lynn's voice was low and hoarse, his gaze deep as he looked at her, filled with emotions she couldn't understand but which made her heart race. No need to thank me." Hermione's voice was soft, her gaze falling on his beautiful, thin lips so close to her. She remembered the tearful hug and the light touch on her forehead in the hospital wing yesterday, and her cheeks grew even hotter. She unconsciously licked her slightly dry lips. Lynn's gaze followed her small movement, his eyes deepening. He tightened his grip on her hand slightly, pulling her a little closer. Hermione leaned in obediently, her heart pounding like a drum, as if it would burst from her chest. He slowly lowered his head, his forehead gently resting against hers. A warm touch came, carrying a silent intimacy and comfort. Their noses almost touched, their breaths mingled. Hermione closed her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings, feeling this warmth and reliance that was heavier than words. The starlight bracelet between their close arms emitted a soft and bright glow, like their silently flowing feelings at this moment. "I made you worry." His voice was close to her ear, carrying warm breath. Hermione gently shook her head, rubbing her forehead against his, like a kitten seeking comfort, her voice choked with a hint of emotion. "As long as you're okay, that's all that matters." The two of them remained quietly, foreheads touching, feeling the tranquility of surviving a disaster in the peace of each other's presence. The hospital wing was silent, with only the sun moving soundlessly, gilding their embracing, by forehead, figures with a warm golden edge. After an unknown amount of time, a slight, almost inaudible rustling sound broke the silence. The sound came from under Lynn's thin quilt. Near his injured right arm, Hermione suddenly opened her eyes, and Lynn also instantly looked up, his gaze regaining its sharpness. On the thin quilt at the edge of Lynn's right arm bandage, a long-legged spider, the size of a fingernail, completely black and shiny, was scurrying across in an extremely panicked manner. It completely ignored the two people so close, moving with astonishing speed, crawling straight towards the edge of the bed, then dropping to the floor with a plop, and fleeing desperately towards the hospital wing door without looking back. Hermione gasped, instantly jolting awake from the warm and romantic moment they had just shared. It was a spider again. And in the hospital wing. On Lynn's sickbed, Lynn's gaze followed the spider as it disappeared through the doorway, his eyes cold as an icy pond. He looked at Hermione, and both saw seriousness and a hint of chill in each other's eyes. The direction, Hermione's voice carried a hint of imperceptible trembling. She quickly recalled the castle layout. The hospital wing is on the east side of the castle. That spider was running west, consistent with the direction all previous spiders had fled, but this time it was closer. Right beside them. Right on Lynn's sickbed, where he had just escaped danger. What did this mean? The basilisk's range of activity, had it infiltrated near the hospital wing? Or, did it sense something? Did it sense Lynn, who had just had the basilisk venom removed and was emitting a pure starlight star radiance aura? A cold wave of lingering fear instantly gripped Hermione. She instinctively tightened her grip on Lynn's hand, as if she could grasp that sense of security. This way Lynn felt the coldness and force of her fingertips, and in turn, wrapped her hand more tightly in his palm, conveying steady strength. He looked in the direction where the spider had disappeared, his eyes sharp as a knife, with the calmness and sharpness of someone before battle. "It can't hold back anymore." Lynn's voice was low and firm, carrying a cold killing intent, or rather, the one controlling it, "Can't wait any longer." The warm scent of medicine and sunshine seemed to be instantly dispelled, and a cold sense of crisis quietly descended again. Hermione looked at Lynn's resolute profile, feeling the reassuring warmth and strength from his palm, and the fear in her heart was gradually replaced by a courage to fight side by side. She took a deep breath, her eyes becoming firm again. "We need to tell Harry and the others about the new discovery." She stood up, not letting go of Lynn's hand. "The basilisk, or its master, Might be closer than we think, and more urgent. Lynn nodded, his gaze still fixed on the doorway, as if he could penetrate the wall and see the terrifying giant shadow lurking in the dark depths. The sun was still bright, but shadows were quietly spreading at their feet. This time, however, they were not caught off guard. Their clasped hands were their strongest shield against the darkness. Chapter 67 Starlight Mark and Double Pursuit. The spider, fleeing for its life, pierced the brief silence like a cold needle. Hermione held Lynn's hand, her fingertips slightly cold, but her gaze was unusually firm. The basilisk's, or its controller's, urgency and arrogance had extended its feelers into the safe zone. This was both a provocation and an opportunity. I'll go find Harry and the others and tell them about the spider in the hospital wing. It's crucial, Hermione said quickly, releasing Lynn's hand and preparing to leave. Wait, Lynn called out to her. He sat propped against the headboard, his eyes sharp, as if the previous warmth had never existed. Take this. He extended his uninjured left hand, palm up. A faint, silver-gray starlight, like a firefly, condensed and pulsed above his palm. What is this? Hermione looked at the faint glow, puzzled. A tracking beacon, Lynn explained. I left a trace of star radiance on that spider. It can sense a dark aura of the same origin. If the basilisk approaches it again, or if it approaches the basilisk, the mark will produce a faint resonance. You carry it. If its brightness suddenly intensifies or it flashes violently, it means the basilisk is active nearby. Hermione's eyes lit up. This was the most timely tracker. She cautiously extended her finger, and the faint starlight, as if alive, gently floated onto her fingertip, merged into her skin, and disappeared, leaving only a nearly invisible, slightly cool silver dot on her fingertip. I can't feel its weight, but I can sense its presence. Hermione felt it for a moment and said, surprised, it's so useful. Be careful. Lynn looked at her, saying only 2 words, yet they conveyed 1,000 meanings. Hermione nodded vigorously. You too, get some good rest, and wait for my news. She gave him a deep look, then turned and quickly left the hospital wing. Hermione found Harry, Ron, and Ginny in the library, buried in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them and Hogwarts, a history. She quickly recounted the hospital wing spider incident and the tracking beacon Lynn had left. Right next to Lynn, Ron's face instantly went pale, as if the spider had crawled onto him. Merlin's smelly socks. Did it target Lynn? Because he heard it, very likely. Harry's expression was grim. Or it sensed the lingering purifying power on Lynn and saw it as a threat. Ginny, when you were controlled before, did the diary show any animosity or interest towards a specific power? Ginny tried hard to recall, her small face scrunched up. It seems, it did. Among the thoughts it instilled, besides clearing out the unworthy, there was also a dislike for pure light. It was very vague, like an instinctive repulsion. Pure light. Star power. Hermione immediately connected the dots. Lynn's power is exactly this nature. This explains why the basilisk would unusually appear near the hospital wing. It's searching for or trying to eliminate a threat. This deduction made the atmosphere even more tense. The basilisk was not only powerful but also possessed rudimentary intelligence or goal orientation. So what do we do now? Ron asked nervously. Wait for your finger to signal. No, Hermione's eyes were sharp. We cannot wait passively. Harry, how did your talk with Myrtle go? About Parseltongue and the entrance. Harry took a deep breath. We talked. Myrtle said that 50 years ago, Tom Riddle did use a hissing, ugly language in front of that sink to command something. And then the sink opened, revealing a pipe. She remembered it clearly because she was drawn by crying at the time, happened to run into it, and then was killed by the basilisk. Harry's face was a little pale. Hissing language. Parseltongue. Hermione's spirits lifted. Harry, we need you to go again. Try to open the entrance with Parseltongue. We must take the initiative, figure out what's inside, and even find its lair. Now, Ron cried out in alarm. Isn't that too dangerous? With Lynn's tracking beacon, Hermione raised her finger, the silver dot quietly latent. If the basilisk is active nearby, we'll have an early warning. Besides, we only need to confirm if the entrance can be opened, not go deep inside. This is currently the most direct clue. Harry looked at Hermione's determined eyes, then at his tightly clenched fist, a fire burning in his emerald eyes. All right. I'll go. Night once again enveloped Hogwarts. The 4, Ginny insisted on coming along, and Hermione agreed, considering she might be sensitive to the diary's residual aura, silently moved through the quiet corridors, Arriving once more at the entrance of the girls' lavatory on the second floor, which bore a broken sign. Moaning Myrtle was not there, only the dripping of the faucet echoed in the lavatory, exceptionally clear in the silence. The air was cold and damp. The massive brass sink reflected a dim glow under the one's light, its coiled snake patterns like dormant living creatures. Harry stood before the sink, took a deep breath, and tried to recall the uncontrollable hissing sound he had made at the dueling club. He focused, staring at the small snakehead carving on the side of the faucet, opened his mouth, and let out a low, hoarse hiss, full of an inhuman quality. Open, open, hiss. The eerie sound echoed in the empty lavatory. At first, there was no reaction. Just as Ron thought it had failed and was about to sigh in relief, click, clickety-clack. A dull, mechanical grinding sound, as if giant gears were beginning to turn, emanated from deep within the sink. Immediately after, the entire massive brass sink began to slowly, silently rotate. The center of the sink descended, revealing a circular opening, more than a meter in diameter, pitch black and deep, exuding a strong, cold, damp aura. A smell of aged sludge and a peculiar reptilian musk wafted out. The entrance. It really opened. The four were both surprised and delighted, but even more so, they felt tension and fear facing the unknown abyss. Just then, Hermione's right index finger suddenly felt a sharp, stinging pain. As if pricked by a needle. She looked down to see the silver beacon dot on her fingertip flashing frantically at an unprecedented frequency, erupting in blinding silver light. Warning! Hermione's shriek cut through the silence, her voice distorted by fear. Basilisk. Nearby. The beacon is flashing wildly, almost simultaneously with her scream. Hiss. A terrifying hiss, full of fury and hunger, like a cold steel needle, brutally pierced everyone's minds. This time, the sound did not come from the bottomless depths of the pipe, but from the corridor behind them. And from more than one direction. Behind us, Lynn's low, cold voice rang out like thunder at the lavatory entrance. Hermione abruptly turned her head, only to see Lynn standing at the doorway, she knew not when. His face was still somewhat pale, his right arm still in a sling. But his eyes were sharp as an eagle's, and he exuded a cold, pre-battle aura. Clearly, he had not followed medical advice to rest quietly, but had sensed the violent reaction of the tracking beacon and rushed over immediately. Even more chilling, two huge, cold, vertically slit pupils, gleaming with cruel yellow light, like lighthouses of hell, lit up, one in the deep shadows of the left side of the corridor. The other, astonishingly, lit up in the depths of the bottomless pipe entrance they had just opened. 2. No. That's not right. Hermione instantly understood. That basilisk was extremely cunning. It was using its massive body and the castle's complex pipe system to appear simultaneously from two directions, forming a pincer attack. It was enraged. Not only because of Lynn's purifying power, but also because the entrance had been opened. Protego, Impedimenta, Harry and Ron's spells shot out hastily, trying to block the terrifying gaze coming from the corridor. But the basilisk's target was extremely clear. The yellow eyes in the depths of the corridor were fixed on Lynn, who stood at the very front, exuding a pure aura that it detested. And the yellow eyes in the depths of the pipe, with greed and murderous desire, were fixed on Harry, who had just opened the entrance and stood at the pipe's edge. Lynn, look out! Harry, fall back! Hermione and Ginny's screams rang out simultaneously. Boom! Boom! Two thick, viscous columns of dark green venom, like flamethrowers from hell, one shot violently from the shadows of the corridor, aiming straight for Lynn. The other erupted from deep within the dark pipe, targeting Harry. In the nick of time, Lynn, facing the incoming venom, advanced instead of retreating. His injured right hand couldn't cast spells, but his left one instantly erupted with dazzling starlight. This time, it wasn't defense. It was offense. Starbind. A condensed, almost solid silver beam, instead of shooting at the venom, shot like a nimble snake towards the pair of yellow eyes in the corridor's shadows. The beam carried powerful attraction and binding force, not attacking the basilisk itself, but precisely entangling and disrupting its vision and mental lock. Splat. The venom column veered slightly due to the sudden disruption of its vision and mind, grazing the wall beside Lynn and corroding the solid stone into sizzling, deep pits. Lynn's figure deftly dodged the venom spray, narrowly avoiding it. At the same time, Harry at the pipe's opening, pulled back by Hermione and Ginny's screams, tumbled backward in a panic. Rip! The deadly venom column flew past his scalp, striking the wall behind the lavatory and instantly corroding a huge hole. Shards of stone flew. "Shut it, Harry! Shut the entrance!" Hermione shrieked at the pipe's opening, desperately dragging a still shaken Harry backward. Harry scrambled back, hissing Parseltongue at the open pipe, which revealed terrifying yellow eyes. Close. Close. Click, clack. The huge brass sink began to rotate again, its heavy base slowly rising, attempting to seal the terrifying opening once more. The pair of yellow eyes deep within the pipe let out an even more furious and unwilling hiss, and a huge shadow violently slammed into the opening at the very last moment before it could close. Rumble. The entire lavatory shook. The heavy brass base was struck with a loud bang, but it ultimately closed stubbornly and tightly. The terrifying yellow eyes and hissing were completely sealed away beneath the thick metal and rock. From the corridor, the basilisk, disturbed by Lynn's starbind beam, led out an even more enraged drawer, seemingly redirecting all its ferocity towards Lynn for losing a target. A huge shadow, carrying a foul stench, lunged violently from the depths of the corridor. This time, it wasn't venom, but a physical pounce. A massive maw filled with chilling fangs opened in the darkness. Lynn's eyes were cold, and his wand lit up again. This time, the starlight no longer condensed but suddenly burst forth and spread. Star barrier. A hazy yet tough curtain of starlight instantly unfolded before Lynn, like the softest shield. The basilisk's huge head slammed violently into the light curtain. Bang! A dull thud echoed like a drumbeat. The starlight curtain vibrated violently, its light flickering like a candle in the wind. Lynn's body was thrown backward by the immense impact, hitting the lavatory wall with a muffled groan. His already injured right shoulder was racked with tearing pain, and his face instantly turned pale. Lynn. Hermione's heart leaped into her throat. She frantically drew her wand, pointing it at the huge shadow twisting and crashing madly against the starlight curtain. Reducto. A blinding red light shot towards the basilisk. Ron also reacted, closing his eyes and haphazardly firing a stupefy. The spells hit the basilisk's tough scales like a tickle, only enraging it further. It swung its thick tail, lashing fiercely at the tottering starlight curtain. Go! Lynn gritted out, enduring the intense pain, his left wand glowing brighter, maintaining the almost shattered light curtain, while his right hand, his injured right hand, suddenly swung backward, a gentle but irresistible force pushing Hermione, Harry, Ron, and Ginny violently towards the lavatory door. Get them out! Lynn's voice carried an unquestionable command, directed at Hermione. Hermione looked at his solitary, resolute figure fighting the terrifying beast behind the flickering light curtain, at his pale yet determined profile. An immense heartache and resolve instantly drowned out her fear. No. Hermione's voice was unusually sharp, tearful, yet incredibly firm. She didn't flee. Instead, she took a step forward, standing beside Lynn, her wand pointed at the furiously attacking basilisk. There was no fear in her eyes, only burning rage and unwavering determination to protect. If we die together. Harry, Ron, and Ginny were also stunned by Hermione's resolve, instantly suppressing their instincts to flee. All three raised their wands, and even if their spells were weak, they poured all their strength into firing at the huge shadow. Impedimenta. Petrificus totalis. Locomotor mortis. Several beams of light shot towards the basilisk, and while still unable to cause substantial damage, they successfully diverted its attention. The basilisk's attack showed a slight delay. Now. Lynn's eyes flashed with cold light. He abruptly withdrew the almost shattered starlight curtain, and the moment the basilisk revealed a weakness due to the spell's interference, his left wand erupted with unprecedented brilliant light, not attacking, but precisely pointing at the basilisk's huge, glowing yellow right eye. Star brand. A silver beam, condensed to the extreme, like the sharpest needle, instantly pierced the basilisk's cold, yellow slit pupil. Hiss. A piercing, agonizing hiss, full of pain and madness, echoed throughout the entire castle. The basilisk's huge head suddenly reared back, thrashing wildly. Its right eye, struck by the silver beam, instantly became murky and dull. It had completely descended into a frenzy. But Lynn, due to the forceful burst and withdrawal of defense, was also violently swept by the strong wind created by the basilisk's furious thrashing, his body flying backward like a kite with a broken string, again slamming heavily into the wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Lynn. Hermione's heart was shattered, and she rushed to him. And the one-eyed basilisk, in its agony and rage, also seemed to feel dread and fear, Its huge body suddenly changed direction, and with a foul stench and painful hissing, it crashed through the lavatory window like an out-of-control train, disappearing into the thick night outside the castle. The crisis, in a mutually destructive manner, was temporarily averted. The lavatory was a mess, filled with the foul stench of venom, the dust of stone, and the metallic smell of Lynn's blood. Harry, Ron, and Ginny gasped. Still shaken, Hermione knelt beside Lynn, looking at the stark bloodstains at the corner of his mouth and his closed eyes. Immense fear and heartache made her tremble all over, and tears finally broke free. Lynn, wake up. Don't scare me. She shakily wiped the blood from his mouth, her voice broken. Lynn's eyelashes fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes, his gaze somewhat unfocused, but seeing her tear-streaked face, he managed a difficult tug at the corner of his mouth, his voice weak but clear. Why are you crying? I'm not dying yet. He tried to raise his uninjured left hand, wanting to touch her face, but it fell limply due to the intense pain. Hermione grabbed his fallen hand, pressing it tightly against her tear-stained cheek, feeling his faint pulse and the coldness of his fingertips, sobbing uncontrollably. You idiot, madman. Lynn looked at her, his blood-stained lips seemingly wanting to form a comforting arc, but ultimately he just wearily closed his eyes, and with his last ounce of strength, turned his hand and gripped hers. The warmth of their palms touching was the only warmth in the ruins, and a silent vow outside the window. The night was as dark as ink. The one-eyed terrifying predator had vanished into the darkness. But the Guardian's burning will had lit up like starlight. Chapter 68. Starlight is a contract. The cold touch of the stone wall, the scent of disinfectant mixed with blood and herbs, and the reassuring warmth and firm grip from his fingertips. Lynn's consciousness slowly surfaced from a chaotic darkness, like a drowning person breaking the water. The first sense to return was touch, the tearing pain in his right arm, the suffocating pressure in his chest, and the familiar, slightly trembling yet incredibly firm warmth from his left hand. He struggled to open his heavy eyelids. The familiar dome of the hospital wing came into view, softly lit by magical lamps. His gaze shifted downward, settling on the bedside. Hermione was slumped by the bed, her head resting on her arm, asleep. Her brown curly hair was somewhat disheveled on the white bedsheet, the dark circles under her eyes clearly visible even in sleep, and traces of dry tears still clung to her long eyelashes. Her right hand tightly clasped his left, fingers intertwined, knuckles slightly white from the force, as if it were the only rope connecting her to this world. Lynn's gaze lingered on her tired, pale sleeping face for a long time. The last clear memory was the basilisk's frantic roar after its eyes were blinded, the excruciating pain of his body being struck by immense force, the metallic taste of blood rising in his throat, and Hermione, rushing to his side, tear-streaked, screaming his name. A sharp pain pricked his heart, clearer than his physical injuries. He had made her worry. He tried to move his fingers, wanting to pull his hand free so she could sleep more comfortably. This subtle movement immediately startled Hermione from her light sleep. She abruptly lifted her head, her eyes still wide with lingering fear and confusion. When she saw Lynn's open eyes, that confusion instantly transformed into immense joy. Lynn, you're awake. Her voice was hoarse from sleep and still tinged with a crying tone. She practically lunged at him, her fingers trembling as she touched his cheek, confirming it wasn't an illusion. How do you feel? Does it hurt? Madame Pomfrey said you had internal organ concussion, your right shoulder wound reopened, and you're suffering from magic exhaustion. She spoke incoherently, and tears welled up uncontrollably again. I'm fine. Lynn's voice was unusually hoarse and dry. He tried to raise his hand to wipe away her tears, but found his right arm completely immobile, fixed by thick bandages and a splint. His left arm was also weak and sore from his earlier outburst. Don't move. Hermione immediately pressed him down, then hastily got up. Are you thirsty? Do you want some water? Without waiting for his answer, she quickly poured a glass of warm water, carefully inserted a straw, and held it to his lips. Lynn obediently took a few sips. The cool water moisturized his parched throat and cleared his muddled thoughts a little. He looked at Hermione's face, so close to his, at the thick, unconcealed heartache and the joy of a narrow escape in her eyes. An unprecedented warmth and stirring surged within his heart. In the lavatory, when she had rushed to his side, shouting, "If you die, I'll die with you," that desperate resolve had completely shattered all the barriers in his heart. Idiot. He looked at her red-rimmed eyes and whispered, his voice containing an intensity of tenderness and indulgence that he himself hadn't noticed. Hermione was momentarily stunned by his affectionate scolding, then burst into tears of laughter. though her tears flowed even harder. "You're the biggest idiot. A lunatic. Who told you to act so tough? Your arm was already like that, and you still..." MMPH, her words were cut short because Lynn, using the last of his newly recovered strength, raised his barely movable left hand, gently but with undeniable force, cupped the back of her neck, and pulled her towards him. Then, a precious and tender kiss, tinged with a bitter taste of herbs and the scent of blood, landed on her lips. The kiss was light, brief, even a little clumsy, imbued with the weakness of an injured person. The moment their lips met, Hermione's mind went blank. All sounds, all thoughts vanished, leaving only the cool, soft sensation on her lips, and his gaze, so close, filled with pain yet intensely focused. Time seemed to stand still. Only the mingled, slightly hurried breaths of the two of them filled the hospital wing. Lynn slowly pulled back a little, his forehead still resting against hers, his deep eyes clearly reflecting her stunned, flushed face. "I'm sorry," his voice was low and hoarse, with a hint of fatigue, yet incredibly clear. "I made you worry." Hermione stared at him blankly, feeling the lingering, medicinal, strange sensation on her lips, seeing the unconcealed, surging emotions in his eyes. Her heart pounded like a drum, her cheeks so hot they could fry an egg. All the lingering fear, terror, and heartache, at this moment, were catalyzed by this sudden kiss, tinged with blood and medicine, into an even more intense and fervent emotion. She opened her mouth, but no sound came out. She instinctively extended the tip of her tongue, licking her lips, which still seemed to carry his scent. This unconscious little action was like a spark falling into dry tinder. Lynn's eyes suddenly darkened. The hand cupping the back of her neck tightened slightly, and he lowered his head again, kissing her once more. This time, it was no longer a fleeting touch. His lips, with an undeniable force, twisted and ground, driven by a post-survival longing and the preciousness of something lost and found again. Awkward yet incredibly fervent, he explored her softness. The bitterness of herbs mingled with his unique, star-chilled scent, creating a dizzying intoxication. Hermione's body first stiffened, then melted like spring snow. She closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling violently, responding to his kiss clumsily yet with utmost sincerity. Her hands unconsciously climbed his broad, bandaged shoulders and back, her fingertips carefully avoiding his wounds, feeling his burning body temperature and steady, powerful heartbeat. This kiss bore the mark of pain, the scent of blood, yet it was sweeter than any honey, heavier than any vow. It was a flower blooming from ruins, a star shining in the darkness, silently speaking of the deepest love and protection, only dared to be fully revealed at the edge of life and death. After a long time, until both were breathless, Lynn slowly pulled back, his forehead still against hers, their breaths mingling. Hermione's cheeks were as red as ripe tomatoes, her eyes moist, filled with shyness and an intense, unconcealed affection. She dared not look into his eyes, only burying her hot face in the uninjured hollow of his neck, feeling the powerful pulse of his carotid artery. Lynn wrapped his left arm around her slender waist, pulling her closer into his embrace, his chin gently rubbing against the top of her head. Neither of them spoke, simply clinging to each other, enjoying this post-survival tranquility and sweetness of shared understanding. The lights of the hospital wing seemed to become especially gentle, and the air was filled with a scent of medicine and a subtly sweet aroma called happiness. After an unknown period, faint footsteps came from the doorway. Madame Pomfrey entered, carrying a tray. Seeing the two embracing, her steps paused, and a knowing, gratified smile appeared on her face. She then deliberately made her footsteps heavier. Hermione, like a startled rabbit, instantly sprang away from Lynn's embrace, her cheeks flushed crimson. She frantically tidied her hair and clothes, not daring to look at Madame Pomfrey. Lynn, on the other hand, appeared composed, though a barely perceptible blush also colored his pale face. "It seems you're recovering well, Mr. Stone, able to engage in strenuous activity already," Madame Pomfrey teased mischievously, placing the tray on the bedside table. It held steaming broth and a magic stabilizing potion. "However, I must remind you, you have a fractured right scapula, internal organ concussion, and your magic circuits are extremely fragile due to exhaustion. For at least a week, absolutely no strenuous activity of any kind, including what you were just doing." She gave them a pointed look. Hermione's face grew even redder. She almost wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Lynn cleared his throat. "Understood, madam." Madame Pomfrey checked Lynn's wounds and magic fluctuations, nodding contentedly. "Remarkable recovery ability. Star power is indeed miraculous. But remember, rest." She then looked at Hermione, who wished she could shrink into a ball. "Miss Granger, you also need rest. Your dark circles are almost down to your chin." Go eat something and get some sleep, I'll watch him here." Though Hermione was reluctant, she knew Lynn needed rest, and she herself was indeed exhausted. She nodded, looking at Lynn, her eyes filled with concern and attachment. Then, "I'll come see you later, Lynn replied, his gaze gentle. Hermione left the hospital wing, looking back 3 times with each step. At the doorway, she couldn't resist turning back again. Lynn continued to watch her until the door closed in the corridor. Hermione leaned against a cold stone wall, her fingers gently touching her lips, where his burning warmth and the bitter scent of herbs seemed to linger. Her heart still pounded unusually fast, and her cheeks were burning hot. That kiss just now, and the unconcealed emotions in his eyes. A tremendous sweetness and happiness enveloped her like a warm current, washing away the fatigue and fear of the past few days. "Supervisor protocol," she murmured to herself, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up in a wide smile. "It seems, permanent clauses need to be added." In the evening, Harry, Ron, and Ginny returned to the hospital wing with dinner and a great deal of worry. They saw that although Lynn's face was still pale, his spirits were noticeably much better. He was propped up in bed, slowly sipping Madame Pomfrey's special nourishing soup. "Merlin, you're finally awake." Ron let out an exaggerated sigh of relief. "You wouldn't believe how Hermione was after you fainted yesterday. It was like she was going to tear down the hospital wing." Harry also smiled with relief. "How do you feel?" "Madame Pomfrey said you were badly injured." "Much better," Lynn answered briefly. "You're awake." Hermione's voice came from the doorway. She entered carrying a small tray, her face fresh from a bath and with a faint, imperceptible blush, her eyes bright. "Now is not the time for self-reproach. We have a big discovery." She placed the tray, which contained cut fruit, on Lynn's bedside table, then turned to the others, her expression serious and excited. "I spent a long time in the library this afternoon." Combining Ginny's earlier mention of the air's glory and the fact that Lynn severely wounded the basilisk, "I found the key." She produced a piece of parchment with a simple sketch of a basilisk, highlighting the right eye, which Lynn's starlight had blinded. "The basilisk is a monster left by Slytherin, incredibly powerful, but it also has weaknesses. Besides being afraid of rooster crows, its gaze is its most powerful weapon, and also the core projection of its mental power." Hermione spoke quickly, with the excitement of discovering the truth. "Lynn blinded one of its eyes with star power. This isn't just physical damage. The order and purifying properties contained in star power are poisonous to a chaotic and evil being like the basilisk. Especially when directly applied to its power core, its eyes." She looked at Lynn, her eyes filled with admiration and a certain pride of association. "This means its power has been permanently weakened. Moreover, the star power remaining in its wound will persistently corrode its dark essence like a maggot in bone, causing it immense pain." At the same time, she pointed to the basilisk's other intact eye on the parchment. "This also makes its remaining eye a weakness where its power is more concentrated, but also potentially more unstable." Harry and the others listened, dumbfounded, then with immense exhilaration. "That's great." Ron punched the air excitedly. "So that monster is not only blind in one eye now, but also in constant agony?" "Serves it right." "Exactly." Hermione nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling. "And this continuous pain and imbalance of power will likely make it even more anxious, irritable, and even expose more flaws. This is our chance." Lynn quietly listened to Hermione's analysis, watching her eyes sparkle with excitement and her face light up. She was always like this, able to find clues in chaos, to ignite hope and despair. He thought of that medicinal kiss, of her trembling yet firm body as she clung to him, and the warmth and stirring in his heart surged even more intensely. He raised his uninjured left hand and gently clasped her hand, which was resting on the bed. Hermione's voice paused. She turned to look at him, her cheeks slightly flushed, but she didn't pull away. Instead, she squeezed his hand back, her fingertips conveying strength and warmth. "Excellent analysis." Lynn looked at her, his deep voice carrying unconcealed approval and a deeper emotion. "Supervisor." Hermione's face flushed even more, but her eyes were filled with a sweet smile. Harry, Ron, and Ginny looked at their clasped hands and the unspoken understanding and affection flowing between them, which no outsider could penetrate. They all smiled knowingly and with relief. After facing a life-and-death ordeal, some things were already self-evident. Then, Harry stood up, his emerald eyes burning with determination. "Our next step is to find this anxious, suffering monster and finish it for good. To avenge Lynn, and for everyone it has harmed." "Yes." Ron and Ginny also stood up. Lynn looked at his companion's rekindled fighting spirit. feeling Hermione's firm and warm supportive strength transmitted through his palm, his eyes deep and sharp. He responded softly, his voice quiet but carrying immense weight. The starstone beneath his clothes, through the bandages, pulsed steadily and warmly, as if echoing the rising flame of protection and battle in its master's heart. With starlight as their covenant, though the path ahead was perilous, they would walk it together. Fearless Lynn's consciousness slowly surfaced from a chaotic darkness, like a drowning person breaking the water. The first sense to return was touch, the tearing pain in his right arm, the suffocating pressure in his chest, and the familiar, slightly trembling yet incredibly firm warmth from his left hand. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 69, Whispering Stars and the Mystery of Names. The lights in the hospital wing were soft, and the air was filled with a fresh scent of herbs. Lynn leaned against the headboard, his face still pale from his injuries, but his eyes had regained their usual calm, with an almost imperceptible hint of softness now. Hermione sat on a chair by the bed, holding a thick copy of Applied Ancient Runes, but her gaze constantly drifted towards Lynn, resting on his bandaged right arm. The heartache and concern in her eyes were profound. Madame Pomfrey had just finished her routine checkup, putting away her stethoscope with satisfaction. Your recovery speed is far exceeding expectations, Mr. Stone. Star power seems to have an excellent nourishing effect on your constitution. However, she looked at Lynn sternly. The fractured bone in your right arm and the fragility of your magic circuits are very real. Absolutely no magic output or strenuous activity. If I catch you sneaking out or forcing a spell again, I'll tie you to the bed. Her last sentence was directed at Lynn, but her warning glance swept over Hermione, clearly considering her a potential accomplice. Hermione immediately straightened her back, her face serious. Don't worry, madam. I will supervise him strictly. I guarantee he won't even move a finger. As she spoke, she even deliberately put on a stern face and glared at Lynn. Lynn looked at her feigned seriousness, which couldn't hide the cunning in her eyes, and the corners of his lips curved almost imperceptibly. He said nothing after Madame Pomfrey left. Hermione immediately revealed her true colors, leaning towards the bed and picking up the warm magic stabilizing potion from the bedside table, a pale green liquid with a minty scent. Time for your medicine, Mr. Patient, she said, shaking the small bottle with a playful tone. I'll do it myself. Lynn extended his uninjured left hand. No, Hermione deftly avoided his hand, scooping a spoonful of the potion with a spoon. Her movements were natural yet carried an undeniable insistence. Supervisor Protocol Amendment. During the recovery period, the supervisor is responsible for all aspects of the patient's daily life, including feeding him medicine. She held the spoon to his lips, her eyes sparkling with anticipation and a hint of mischievous pride. Lynn looked at her face, so close to his, at the cunning and undisguised concern in her eyes, and his heart softened. He didn't insist further, lowering his head slightly and drinking the potion from her hand. The cool liquid, with its fresh bitterness, slid down his throat, but looking at her focused and gentle gaze, that bitterness seemed to transform into a strange sweetness. One spoonful, then another. Neither of them spoke, only the occasional soft clink of the spoon against the cup broke the silence. Sunlight streamed through the high window, dancing on Hermione's downcast eyelashes and casting soft light and shadow on her focused profile. Lynn's gaze barely left her, watching her carefully control the spoon, watching her lips slightly pursed in concentration, watching the tiny, almost invisible downy hairs on her cheek. A tranquil and contented warmth quietly flowed through his heart. After feeding him the last mouthful of medicine, Hermione took out a handkerchief and, with extreme naturalness and gentleness, wiped the corner of his mouth. Only after the action was complete did she realize how intimate it was. A blush instantly spread across her cheeks, and she quickly lowered her head, pretending to tidy up the medicine bottles. Lynn looked at her slightly reddened ears and her side profile, which tried to maintain composure, and his heart fluttered even more. He raised his left hand, not to take the handkerchief, but to gently grasp her hand, which rested by the bed and was unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes. Hermione's movements paused. She looked up at him. Lynn's gaze was deep and focused, carrying a silent question and invitation. Hermione's face grew redder, but she didn't pull her hand away. Instead, she slightly curled her fingers, gently hooking his in a reciprocal gesture. Their fingertips touched, conveying subtle electricity and unspoken feelings. The hospital wing was utterly silent, with only their intertwined, slightly hurried breaths clearly audible. Lynn held her hand, his thumb gently caressing the smooth back of her hand, a subtle movement, yet filled with fervent meaning. He gently pulled her a little closer. Hermione yielded to his pull, her body leaning slightly forward, her heart pounding as if it would burst. She looked at Lynn's face, so close, at her own reflection clear in his deep eyes, at his slowly approaching, beautifully curved thin lips. She nervously closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling violently like butterfly wings. A kiss, soft as a feather, gently and reverently landed on her forehead. The warm sensation spread from her forehead, carrying his unique scent and a faint aroma of herbs, instantly soothing all her tension and shyness, leaving only immense sweetness and a sense of security. Hermione closed her eyes, savoring this cherished tenderness, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn upwards. Lynn's kiss didn't linger. After pulling back, his forehead still gently rested against hers. Neither of them spoke, enjoying this quiet, unspoken sweetness of shared understanding. The starlight bracelet on Hermione's wrist seemed to feel this deep affection, emitting a softer and warmer glow than usual, like a silent witness. The protocol, Hermione murmured, her voice as light as a dream, needs a permanent revision. Lynn's deep voice resonated above her, with a hint of a smile in absolute certainty. He held her hand, fingers intertwined, and the light of the starlight bracelet flowed between their clasped fingers. This warm tranquility didn't last long. In the evening, Harry, Ron, and Ginny returned to the hospital wing, bringing with them exciting yet puzzling news. Lynn, Hermione, we found something big, Harry exclaimed excitedly as soon as he entered, tightly clutching a yellowed old newspaper clipping in his hand. It's about that name, Ron added, his face alight with a thrill of solving a puzzle. Tom Marvolo riddle. Hermione immediately perked up, carefully standing up from beside Lynn, her fingers still hooked with his, and took the clipping Harry offered. It was a 50-year-old a Daily Prophet clipping, reporting the results of an investigation into a serious incident at Hogwarts, Myrtle's death. It clearly showed the name of the outstanding student representative at the time, Tom Marvolo Riddle, and a photo of him as a young, handsome man with somewhat gloomy eyes. We searched through the trophy room and old archives, Harry spoke quickly. 50 years ago, it was this Tom Riddle who caught Rubeus Hagrid, who was accused of opening the Chamber of Secrets. He was awarded the school's Special Services to the School Award, but the problem is, Ginny's face was a little pale, filled with lingering fear and confusion. The Tom in the diary, it's him. He's the true heir of Slytherin. He framed Hagrid, exactly. Harry pointed to the name on the clipping. And, look at this name, Tom Marvolo Riddle. Hermione's gaze sharply swept over the letters, her brain working like a precise instrument. Suddenly, her eyes widened, flashing with an incredible light. An anagram, Hermione cried out, her voice rising with excitement. Rearrange these letters. She quickly pulled out parchment and a quill from her bag and wrote on the paper, T-O-M-M-A-R-V-O-L-O-R-I-D-D-L-E. Then, she began to rapidly move the letters around. I-A-M-L-O-R-D-V-O-L-D-E-M-O-R-T. When the last letter was placed, a chilling line of text clearly appeared on the parchment. I am Lord Voldemort. Merlin's beard. Ron gasped, his face instantly turning ashen, as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. You know who? That Tom in the diary, is you know who when he was young? The entire hospital wing instantly fell into dead silence. The air seemed to solidify, even the fresh scent of herbs taking on a hint of decay and terror. Lord Voldemort. That name itself represented the deepest darkness and fear. And that diary, it was a Horcrux made by a young Lord Voldemort. Hermione's palms instantly broke out in a cold sweat. She instinctively gripped Lynn's hand, seeking support. Lynn felt her tension and, in turn, firmly enveloped her hands in his palm, his eyes cold and sharp as blades, staring directly at the evil name on the parchment, without the slightest fear, only icy killing intent and a sense of just as I thought. So, the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets. Harry's voice was dry and hoarse, his emerald eyes filled with shock and anger. Was released by a young Lord Voldemort? To purge the so-called unworthy? And this time, Lucius Malfoy, using Ginny, wanted to bring Lord Voldemort's Horcrux back to Hogwarts, to reopen the Chamber of Secrets. This deduction was like a thunderclap, making everyone's scalp tingle. The source of everything pointed directly to the Dark Lord whose name could not even be spoken. We must tell Professor Dumbledore immediately. Hermione's voice carried an undeniable resolve. A Horcrux. Lord Voldemort's Horcrux. This is more terrifying than the basilisk itself. A deathly silence fell over the hospital wing. Harry and Ron were pale, still shaken. Hermione's body trembled slightly, but her gaze was fixed on Lynn, filled with immense fear and an almost desperate protective urge. Lynn leaned against the headboard, his face appearing even more austere in the light. He looked at the profound fear and determination in Hermione's eyes, and finally, his gaze fell on his own left wrist, where the starlight bracelet glowed with a soft yet firm light. Lord Voldemort's shadow was closer than he imagined, and more targeted. But this time, he was not alone. He slowly raised his uninjured left hand, reaching out to Hermione. Hermione looked at his outstretched hand, at the rock-solid calmness and silent reassurance in his deep eyes, and her fear miraculously subsided somewhat. Then she reached out and tightly grasped Lynn's extended hand. Palms met, fingers intertwined. The light of the starlight bracelet flowed between their clasped wrists, warm and steady. The fear had not vanished, but the will to protect was as unshakable as the stars. Dumbledore, Lynn's voice was low and clear, breaking the silence, carrying an undeniable decisiveness. Immediately. Chapter 70, Starlight Ring and the Pre-War Oath. Professor Dumbledore's arrival was like a stabilizing anchor, instantly dispelling the fear in the hospital wing. The blue light from behind his half-moon spectacles swept over a trembling Ginny, a shaken Harry and Ron, a pale Hermione clutching Lynn's hand, and Lynn himself, weak but with eyes sharp as knives, on the bed. No questions were needed. The lingering cold malice in the air and the terrifying name written on the parchment explained everything. A Horcrux. Dumbledore's voice was low and grave, like an ancient bell tolling in the silent air. He walked to Ginny's bedside, and the tip of his wand glowed with a soft, milky white light, enveloping her like warm sunshine. Ginny's tightly furrowed brow slowly relaxed in the halo, and her breathing became steady and deep. Extremely evil magic, tearing the soul for immortality. Lord Voldemort. Tom Riddle, embarked on this dark path at such a young age. He looked at Harry, his gaze complex, and that diary was the first anchor he left behind. Professor, then besides the first, there are other anchors. Hermione's voice trembled with lingering fear, emphasizing first. Dumbledore's gaze turned to Lynn, filled with deep inquiry and a hint of understanding. Star power, ancient, pure, a power containing the original order of the universe. For a Horcrux that relies on chaos, death, and division to exist, and the dark creatures it controls, it is indeed a natural nemesis, like sunlight to shadow, and even more so, a huge threat. He paused, his tone heavy. Lynn gravely injured the basilisk, exposing the nature of his power, and thoroughly enraged the residual will of Lord Voldemort in that diary. It views you as a target that must be eliminated first. The cold conclusion made Hermione's heart clench instantly. She unconsciously tightened her grip on Lynn's hand, her nails almost digging into his skin. A huge fear, like a cold tide, almost drowned her. To be targeted by Lord Voldemort, even if it was just his youthful Horcrux will. I will protect him. Hermione's voice was not loud, but it carried an unwavering determination. She looked up, directly at Dumbledore, her brown eyes burning with reckless fire. With everything I have. Lynn felt a coldness and trembling from her fingertips, and also felt that heavy, almost tragic, will to protect. He turned his hand, wrapping her hand more tightly in his palm, silently conveying comfort with the warmth and strength of his own palm. He looked at Dumbledore, his eyes calm and unwavering, without the slightest fear, only a rock-like serenity. Its target is me, and it is also its weakness. Exactly. Dumbledore nodded approvingly. Pain, anxiety, imbalance of power, and an obsessive hatred for Lynn will make the injured basilisk more likely to expose its whereabouts, and more likely to make mistakes in its anger. That diary has been dealt with, and now the urgent task is to deal with the basilisk in the castle and ensure the safety of all students. He looked at Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Children, your bravery and wisdom are admirable. But the coming battle will be far more dangerous than you imagine. Although the basilisk is injured, its venom and gaze are still deadly. I need you to temporarily, Professor, Harry interrupted eagerly, we won't back down. We must participate. Lynn was injured protecting us. The basilisk's target is all of us. And, only Harry can open the Chamber of Secrets entrance. Ron also nodded vigorously. Hermione even stepped forward, her eyes firm as a rock. Professor, we are a whole. Lynn's power is key, but we are not useless. We understand the situation, we are familiar with the castle, and more importantly, she turned to look at Lynn. Their gazes meeting, their minds connected. We protect each other, Dumbledore looked at their young but incredibly resolute faces, at Hermione and Lynn's clasped hands, and remained silent for a moment. Finally, he sighed softly, but his eyes showed a glimmer of relief. "Cry finder courage, always so dazzling. All right. But you must promise me, follow instructions, never take risks on your own, and especially protect yourselves, and protect each other." His gaze fell on Lynn's injured arm and Hermione's hand tightly holding his. True power often comes from a heart that protects. He left more detailed arrangements. Professor McGonagall would be responsible for organizing the professors to patrol and guard, protecting the younger students. Snape would provide potent antidotes and protective potions. Hagrid, after being proven innocent, would use his knowledge of forbidden forest creatures to try and track the basilisk's possible exit routes. And Harry and the others, when Lynn's injuries allowed, would need to formulate a detailed plan to exploit a basilisk's weaknesses and launch a proactive attack. "Rest well, Mr. Stone," Dumbledore said finally to Lynn, his gaze profound. "Your power is the deepest fear of darkness, and the sharpest sort of light." He turned, as if carrying away a heavy dark cloud, and left the hospital wing. The hospital wing became quiet again. Madame Pomfrey gave Ginny a powerful sleeping potion and settled her on a bed a little further away. Harry and Ron also left, with heavy yet determined hearts, to digest this shocking secret and prepare for the upcoming battle. Only Lynn and Hermione remained in the room. Under the soft lamplight, Hermione still held Lynn's hand tightly, as if he would disappear if she let go. Ginny's strange condition and Dumbledore's words coiled around her heart like cold snakes. Lord Voldemort's shadow, for the first time, clearly and with bone-deep killing intent, loomed over the person she loved most, Lynn. Her voice trembled uncontrollably with lingering fear, and her eyes reddened again. I'm so scared." All her strength crumbled at this moment, leaving only the immense fear of possibly losing him. Lynn looked at the surging tears and vulnerability in her eyes, and a pain sharper than his wound pierced his heart. He raised his uninjured left hand and gently caressed her cheek, his thumb tenderly wiping away the tears that fell from the corner of her eye. His movements were light, with an unprecedented tenderness. "Don't be afraid." His voice was low and hoarse, yet it carried a strange, reassuring power. His gaze was deeply locked on her. "I won't die. I promised you I'd always be here." This was his promise to her, heavier than any oath. Hermione's tears flowed even more fiercely. She shook her head vigorously. "But, that's Lord Voldemort, his Horcrux." "So what?" Lynn's voice was calm and unwavering, but his eyes were sharp as a drawn cold blade. "A remnant soul, a blind beast." The contempt and powerful confidence in his tone flowed into Hermione's cold heart like a warm current, miraculously dispelling some of her fear. "My power restrains it, and it has already been injured by me once." He paused, his gaze falling on her tear-streaked face, his voice softening. "More importantly, I have you." Hermione stared at him, seeing the undisguised trust, reliance, and deep, unyielding affection in his eyes. That phrase, "I have you," was worth 1,000 words. Yes, they were together, fighting side by side, protecting each other. This strength was enough to contend with any darkness. The immense emotional impact made her unable to restrain herself any longer. She leaned down and kissed his lips, utterly disregarding everything. This kiss carried the saltiness of tears, the fear of surviving a disaster, and even more, the ecstasy of rediscovery and an incredibly firm love. Her kiss was clumsy and fervent, with an almost desperate demand and confirmation. Lynn was slightly stunned, then tightly wrapped his uninjured left arm around her waist and back, pulling her deeper into his embrace, and returning her kiss, taking the lead. Lips intertwined, breaths mingled. The slight bitterness of herbs, the saltiness of tears, mixed with their hot breaths, formed a taste that made their souls tremble. All fear and unease melted and burned in this intense and passionate kiss, transforming into purer, stronger protective power. Hermione clung to his shoulders, her fingertips digging into the fabric of his hospital gown, feeling the steady, powerful beat of his heart in his chest, as if she wanted to merge into his very bones and blood. After a long while, until both were breathless, Hermione finally pulled back slightly, her cheeks flushed like a burning sunset, her forehead resting against his. Her brown eyes were glistening with tears, filled with deep, unyielding love and shyness. Lynn looked at her lips, so close and even more alluring from the kiss, his eyes as deep as the night sea. He slowly raised his left hand and reached for his neck. There, the starstone necklace he wore close to his skin was unfastened. The chain of the necklace was ordinary, but the pendant was an irregularly shaped stone the size of a pigeon's egg. It wasn't dazzling, but presented a deep, gray-silver color, as if containing the entire starry sky, with extremely faint, yet ceaseless, broken star flowing on its surface, like a solidified Milky Way. Hermione, Lynn's voice was low and solemn, with an unprecedented sense of ritual. He picked up the necklace, carefully unfastened the chain, and then, under Hermione's astonished gaze, he took off the stone flowing with starlight, leaving only the chain. He took Hermione's right hand and gently placed the warm stone, imbued with a vast star power, into her palm. The stone felt slightly warm in her hand, carrying Lynn's body temperature and a strange, reassuring energy pulse. Tiny starlight flowed in her palm, as if it had come alive. This is, Hermione's voice trembled slightly, a core fragment of the starstone. Lynn looked at her, his gaze focused and tender. It is connected to my origin. Wearing it, I can sense your safety, no matter where you are. He paused, his voice dropping a little, with a hint of imperceptible nervousness and immense solemnity. It also represents my promise. Lynn's stone, this life, this world, belongs only to Hermione Granger. By the stars I swear, by my life I vow. Hermione's breathing stopped instantly. She looked at the stone flowing with starlight in her palm, feeling its warmth, as if connected to Lynn's life, and a huge wave of happiness and shock swept over her like a tsunami. This was no ordinary token. This was the source of his power, the bond of his life, his unreserved trust, and his deepest promise. Tears blurred her vision again, but this time, they were hot tears of happiness. She tightly clutched the warm starstone fragment, as if holding the entire world. She looked up, her eyes misty with tears, at Lynn, her voice choked but incredibly clear and firm. Hermione Granger, this life, this world, also belongs only to Lynn Stone. No matter if the road ahead is thorns or abyss, we will follow each other through life and death, never to be separated. She picked up the unfastened silver chain, carefully threaded the starstone fragment onto it, and then, with great care, placed the necklace around her own neck. The cool silver chain rested against her warm skin, and the stone imbued with the vast starlight quietly hung over her heart, close to her heartbeat. A gentle yet powerful energy instantly resonated with her in a miraculous way. She could clearly feel Lynn's presence, feel his steady heartbeat, and feel the immensely reassuring warmth and strength he transmitted. At the same time, a warm energy also flowed from her heart to the starstone, and then through that invisible connection, returned to Lynn. An invisible bridge seemed to have been built between them, their minds connected, their energies intertwined. The starlight bracelet on Hermione's wrist also suddenly glowed with a soft light, reflecting the starstone fragment over her heart. Lynn looked at the starstone around Hermione's neck, at the light in her eyes brighter than the stars, and her incredibly firm love. His heart was filled with immense satisfaction and a heavy sense of happiness. He reached out, his fingertips gently brushing the stone resting against her skin, feeling the bidirectional flow of warm energy. Hermione took his hand that was touching the starstone, and pressed his hand, along with her own, gently against her chest, letting his palm also feel the stone and her rapidly beating heart. Do you feel it? Her voice was very soft, with a sweet tremor. It's beating for you. Existing for you. Lynn looked deeply at her, his eyes swirling with an intensity of emotion she had never seen before, almost tangible. He lowered his head, and a kiss filled with infinite tenderness, promise, and love, gently landed on her brow. He responded hoarsely, his voice full of unspoken satisfaction and a sense of belonging. Outside, the night was deep. In the shadows of the castle, the terrifying blind beast lurked in pain and hatred. But in this small corner of the hospital wing, between their tightly clasped hands and hearts, under the witness of starlight, a vow transcending life and death, sealed by the stars, had quietly been forged. It was like the toughest armor, the brightest lighthouse, guiding them, walking side by side into the coming storm. Chapter 71. Warm light and whisper of starstone before the war. The starstone fragment rested close to Hermione's heart, its warm touch and the peculiar pulsation, linked to Lynn's life, like a silent warm current, dispelling the lingering fear and chill from last night. It was not merely a token, but Lynn's unreserved trust and deepest promise, her most solid anchor against the darkness. The morning sun streamed through the high windows of the hospital wing, casting a warm golden glow. Lynn leaned against the headboard, his complexion appearing more vibrant than yesterday in the light, though the bandage on his right arm was still stark. Hermione sat by the bed, a comb in her hand, carefully tidying his black hair, which was slightly disheveled from lying down. Her movements were light and gentle, her fingertips occasionally brushing his forehead and temples with careful reverence. Madame Pomfrey said you can try to get out of bed and move around lightly today. Hermione's voice was soft, with a gentle warmth of morning, but only indoors. And you absolutely mustn't strain your right arm. She put down the comb and picked up a neatly folded set of new, soft, dark protective robes by the bed. These had been sent by Professor Snape earlier that morning, reportedly soaked in a compound potion for potent antitoxin and physical protection. Lynn responded, his gaze falling on her neck. The pigeon egg-sized starstone fragment, threaded on a fine silver chain, hung quietly outside the collar of her dark green sweater. The gray silver stone shimmered with an understated yet profound star power in the morning light, like a miniature universe, complementing her warm skin. Watching her wear it so carefully, an indescribable sense of satisfaction and belonging quietly flowed in his heart. Hermione noticed his gaze, her cheeks flushed slightly, and her fingers subconsciously caressed the starstone at her heart, feeling its warm pulsation, a sweet smile curling on her lips. "It's very warm," she whispered, "like your heartbeat." Lynn raised his uninjured left hand, his fingertips gently brushing the stone. The moment his fingertips touched the surface of the starstone, Hermione clearly felt a stronger, soothing warm current surge from the stone into her heart. And at the same time, an energy originating from herself, full of vitality and protective will, gently transmitted back to Lynn through the stone. An invisible bridge of energy seemed to be built between them, their hearts connected, their powers intertwined. Lynn murmured in response, his fingertips lingering on the stone, feeling the bidirectional warmth and the reassuring power she transmitted. His gaze shifted from the starstone to her face, her smiling eyes clearly reflected in his deep gaze, filled with silent yet fervent affection. Just then, the door to the hospital wing was gently pushed open. Harry, Ron, and Ginny walked in. Ginny's face was still a bit pale, but her spirits were clearly much better, and her eyes had regained their clarity and determination. Harry held several rolls of parchment, while Ron carried a bulging cloth bag. "Hey, how are you feeling, Lynn?" Harry asked with concern. "Madame Pomfrey said you'll be discharged soon." Ron placed the cloth bag on the table, making a soft clinking sound of bottles and jars. "Thank you all, and Lynn." "Hermione," Ginny whispered, with sincere gratitude and relief after the fright. "Much better," Lynn replied briefly, his gaze sweeping over them, finally resting on the parchment in Harry's hand. "We've got a plan." Harry's spirits lifted as he spread the parchment on the small table by the bed. On it were Hermione's earlier drawing of the basilisk's weaknesses, and newly added rough sketches of parts of the castle's pipe system. Evidently, Filch's office's treasures had been borrowed, along with several lines of dense notes, based on the clues Hagrid provided and our own observations. Harry pointed at the sketch. "The basilisk's recent activities are concentrated in the lower west wing of the castle, especially the pipe areas near the kitchen and the abandoned wine cellar. The space there is relatively open. The pipes are old, vibrations are noticeable, and," he glanced at Ron, though still a bit pale, bravely puffed out his chest, "and the spiders, up, the escape traces also point that way. Though I still don't want to see them." He pointed to the cloth bag. "These are powerful antidotes from Snape, 3 for each of us. And the dazzling flash powder Hermione wanted, and lens materials for protective goggles." Hermione immediately got up to examine the contents of the cloth bag. Several bottles of pungent, dark green antidote, several packets of hot-to-the-touch golden powder wrapped in thick oil paper, and several polished crystal wafers inlaid with intricate silver patterns. She nodded with satisfaction. "Excellent. The dazzling flash powder, combined with my improved Lumus Maxima, should cause strong interference to the basilisk's remaining eye. These lens materials are perfect for reinforcing the protective layer of our goggles, especially the side protection." "And me," Ginny bravely spoke up, her voice soft but clear. I don't remember the exact path when I was controlled, but I vaguely remember, the diary, or rather, Lord Voldemort's will, had a special obsession with a large, many-columned space beneath the castle, as if that place was very important, or very hidden." "A large, columned space." Hermione's eyes lit up. "Underground? Near the lower west wing, next to the abandoned wine cellar? Could it be the original site of Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets? Or an important central node?" She immediately marked it on the parchment. "This is very likely its lair or an important base of activity." "Ginny, this information is crucial," Ginny affirmed, showed a blush and excitement on her pale face. "As for the entrance," Harry continued, "Myrtle and I had another in-depth conversation. The Parseltongue command to open the entrance is open, and to close is close a bit for safety. I suggest we prepare thoroughly before going down this time. Once the entrance is open, Ron and Ginny will set up warning traps and provide backup at the doorway, and Lynn, Hermione, and I will go in, no problem, Ron immediately thumped his chest, clearly relieved to stay at the relatively safe entrance. Ginny also nodded vigorously. As for the core of the battle, Harry looked at Lynn, his emerald eyes full of trust. Lynn, your star power is the only force that can truly severely wound at Hermione's dazzling flash interference, and our spell cover will create opportunities for you. The target is its remaining eye. Professor Dumbledore also said that is the core of its power and its greatest weakness. Lynn's gaze swept over the basilisk's left eye, its right eye already blinded by him, specifically marked on the parchment, his eyes cold and sharp. Understood. Also, Hermione added, picking up a crystal lens material in her wand, I need a little time to process these protective lenses onto our goggles to ensure foolproof safety. Lynn, give me your goggles. She looked at Lynn. Lynn picked up his ordinary windproof goggles from the bedside table and handed them to Hermione. Hermione took them and immediately began to work with concentration. She carefully placed the thin crystal wafer inlaid with silver patterns on the inside of the original lens, and the tip of her wand glowed with a soft blue light, like the most precise soldering iron, beginning to fuse and reinforce along the edge. While she softly chanted complex protective spells, the soft magical light illuminated Hermione's focused profile. Her brow slightly furrowed, her eyes sharp, every movement precise and steady. Lynn quietly watched her work, watching her pour all her effort into his safety, and the warm current in his heart surged even more. The starstone fragment at his heart transmitted her steady and powerful mental fluctuations when she was focused, like silent companionship. Harry, Ron, and Ginny also began the preparations. Harry repeatedly practiced the Parseltongue commands. Ron carefully checked the potions and ropes in the cloth bag. Ginny held the castle sketch, trying to recall more details. A tense yet orderly pre-battle atmosphere permeated the hospital wing. The sun was warm, the herbs fragrant, and the focused figures of the companions intertwined, forming a powerful image. Fear had not disappeared, but it had been replaced by meticulous preparation, mutual trust, and a common goal. Hermione completed the reinforcement of Lynn's goggles. The crystal patterns on the inside of the lenses shimmered with a faint silver light in the light. She carefully put them on him, adjusting the strap. Lynn cooperatively bowed his head slightly, his nose almost brushing the top of her hair, smelling her faint, fresh scent of sun and parchment. There, Hermione stepped back, checking carefully to ensure a perfect fit. How does it feel? Lynn looked at her through the lenses. The world seemed to have an extremely faint silver halo, but his vision was still clear. More importantly, the lenses themselves emitted a gentle protective energy. Very good, he said softly, his gaze falling on her equally reinforced goggles. Hermione smiled at him, her smile particularly warm and bright in the morning light, dispelling the last trace of hardness from his lenses. She picked up her potion bag and began to carefully count the antidotes. Did any, and those packets of dazzling flash powder inside. Lynn, Harry walked over, his expression serious, and handed him a coin-sized silver metal disc engraved with complex runes. This is a fragment of a two-way mirror, given by Professor Dumbledore if we get separated, or encounter an emergency. Activate it with magic, and we can briefly communicate and pinpoint locations. Lynn took the cold metal disc and nodded. And this? Ginny also walked over, holding a small object wrapped in soft velvet cloth. She opened the velvet, revealing an antique bronze brooch inlaid with a small ruby, somewhat old-fashioned, but with flames seemingly flowing within the gem. This is a charm my mum gave me, called Weasley's Shielding Fire. It's said to bring a little good luck and courage. I think you need it more than I do. She looked at Lynn, her eyes sincere and with a hint of plea, hoping this small token could bring him protection. Lynn looked at the small brooch, then at Ginny's nervous and expectant eyes, remained silent for a moment, then reached out his left hand and took it. The bronze felt slightly warm, and the flame in the ruby seemed to flicker. Thank you, he said softly, then pinned the brooch to the left side of his protective robe, close to his heart. Ginny's face showed a relieved smile. Preparations were nearing completion. Hermione made a final check of Lynn's bandage and splint, ensuring no secondary injury would occur during action. She stood by the bed, looking at Lynn, fully dressed and sharp-eyed like a sword about to be drawn, her heart filled with pride, worry, and an incredibly firm will to protect. She reached out, not to touch the starstone, but gently clasped his gloved left hand. His injured right arm was carefully immobilized. Lynn immediately clasped her hand back, their fingers intertwined, their eyes met, no words needed. Their clasped hands, the resonating starstone at their hearts, the starlight bracelet flowing around her neck, and the Weasley's Shielding Fire pinned to Lynn's heart, all were silent vows and bonds of power. Are you ready? Hermione asked softly, her voice with a barely perceptible tremor, but more so with strength. Lynn's gaze swept over Harry, Ron, and Ginny, who had gathered around, seeing the burning fighting spirit and trust in their eyes. finally returning to Hermione's firm yet gentle face. He responded in a low voice, not loud, but like a rock falling to earth, carrying immense determination and an unyielding belief in victory. Outside the window, the sun was bright, but deep within the castle, shadows still lurked. The war drum had sounded silently, and clasped hands were the first light to cleave the darkness. Chapter 72, Lair Shadows and Whispering Starlight, Part 1. The air at the entrance of the abandoned wine cellar carried the scent of aged dust and mold, and was bitingly cold. The massive oak door was askew, ajar, revealing the bottomless darkness beyond. Harry held his wand, and the light from Loomis cast a small, flickering halo inside the door, which was quickly swallowed by the thick darkness. A faint, nauseating smell of musk and decay wafted from the crack in the door. "This is it," Harry whispered, the light from his wand illuminating his grave profile. "Hagrid said the vibrations are most frequent here, and the pipe noise is loudest. A huge stone pillar space Ginny mentioned is most likely down there." Ron and Ginny stood a little further back, Ron nervously swallowing, clutching several specialized magical alarm devices, resembling miniature extendable ears, ready to set them up near the entrance. Ginny's face was still a bit pale, but her eyes were firm, and she also held her wand tightly, vigilantly looking around. Lynn stood beside Hermione, wearing his dark protective robe, with a Weasley's guardian fire brooch Ginny gave him pinned to his left chest, the ruby glowing with a faint warm light under the wand's illumination. His expression was calm, his right arm fixed to his chest by a special sling, and his left hand gripped his wand. Hermione stood next to him, equally fully armed, her brown eyes behind her goggles sharply scanning the darkness inside the door. The star power fragment in her chest pulsing steadily and warmly, like a silent tranquilizer. According to the plan, Hermione's voice was exceptionally clear in the silence. "Harry, you and I will lead the way. Lynn will be in the middle, ready to respond to any emergencies. Ron, Ginny, you two guard the entrance, set up the alarms, and be ready to provide support or notify Professor. Remember, no matter what happens, safety first." "Understood," Harry and Ron replied simultaneously. Ginny nodded vigorously. "Move out." Harry took a deep breath, the first to squeeze sideways through the door crack. Hermione followed closely, the light from her wand illuminating the path ahead. Lynn followed Hermione steadily. Ron and Ginny immediately began busily setting up alarms and simple impedimenta traps in concealed spots. At the entrance behind the door was a narrow, slippery stone staircase sloping downwards. The air was even colder and damper, permeated with a strong stench and an indescribable, scalp-prickling sense of oppression. The walls were covered with thick, slimy dark green moss, and the stone steps underfoot were full of wet mucus and water stains, making a soft pat-pat sound when stepped on, exceptionally clear in the dead silence. The further down they went, the more open the space became. The wand's light could only illuminate a few meters ahead. Deeper within was an impenetrable darkness. Huge, rusty pipes began to appear on both sides of the passage, some already broken, leaking cold sewage that collected on the ground into foul-smelling puddles from above. An intermittent drip-drip of water could be heard, along with a heavy object crawling and scraping in a distant pipe, a grating shush sound. Hermione's heart was in her throat. She walked each step with extreme caution, her mental focus highly concentrated. She could clearly feel Lynn's steady heartbeat and power fluctuations from the star power fragment in her chest, which slightly reassured her. She glanced back at Lynn. He was just a step behind her, his gaze behind his goggles appearing exceptionally deep and calm under the wand's light, like a bedrock. Suddenly, hiss, an extremely faint hiss, yet full of venom and pain, like a cold snake's tongue licking their nerves. The sound seemed to come from deep within a large broken pipe on the left side of the passage. The three instantly stopped, their wands simultaneously pointing towards the source of the sound. Harry and Hermione's Loomis beams shot into the dark opening like searchlights. Deep within the opening, amidst a mess of pipe ruins, a huge, coiled shadowy outline was vaguely visible. That outline suddenly trembled under the light. Immediately after, a huge, cold yellow glowing vertical pupil, like a searchlight from hell, suddenly lit up in the darkness deep within the opening. It was filled with pain, fury, and deep-seated hatred. It was the basilisk's last remaining left eye. It was indeed here, and in a state of extreme agitation and pain. "Dazzling flash powder ready," Hermione sharply commanded, simultaneously pointing her wand rapidly at the opening. Impedimenta, an invisible barrier instantly sealed the front of the opening. Harry also reacted immediately. Protego totalum. A more solid shield was superimposed on Hermione's impedimenta charm. Just as the shield formed, boom, a sticky, foul-smelling column of dark green venom, like a high-pressure water gun, violently shot out from deep within the opening. Slamming hard against the double shield, sizzle, the powerful shield violently vibrated, Emitting a harsh corrosive sound, its surface rapidly dimming, the venom penetrated the shield's obstruction, and although weakened, several drops still splashed out like bullets. "Be careful," Lynn's deep voice rang out, and at the same time, his left hand once struck out like lightning, not defense, but guidance, star guidance, deflection, a flexible silver star power, like a ribbon, coiled out, precisely wrapping around those few splashing drops of venom, pulling them to violently fling against a nearby stone wall. The venom hit the stone wall, instantly corroding several deep bits. Seeing its attack blocked, the basilisk let out an even more furious and painful hiss. The huge shadow twisted madly deep within the opening. That cold yellow pupil locked onto the three behind the shield, especially Lynn, who exuded a pure aura that it detested. "Now, Hermione," Harry shouted. Hermione was already ready. Her left hand quickly pulled out a large packet of dazzling flash powder, wrapped in thick oil paper, from her waist pouch, and her right hand wand erupted with unprecedented light. Lumis, Maxima, Buzz, a blinding pure white beam of light, brighter than the sun, composed purely of magic, like a sword of light, instantly tore through the darkness of the passage, fiercely striking the basilisk's yellow pupil flickering behind the opening. At the same time, Hermione's left hand violently threw the entire packet of dazzling flash powder with all her might towards the opening. The golden powder, under the illumination of the once strong light, instantly ignited. Boom! It was like tens of thousands of miniature flashbangs exploding simultaneously. Terrifying blinding light, mixed with high-frequency flickering golden rays, instantly filled the entire opening area. The light was so intense that even Hermione and Harry, who were casting, had to instantly close their eyes and turn their heads, feeling a stinging pain in their eyes even through their specialized protective lenses. Hiss! A piercing, indescribably agonizing hiss almost shattered their eardrums. The basilisk's only remaining left eye, attacked by both strong light and dazzling flash powder, instantly suffered devastating damage. The dazzling yellow light suddenly dimmed in the strong light, then became murky and gray. The painful hiss turned into a mad, irrational roar. "It's blind. Completely blind," Harry shouted excitedly. "Now, go." Hermione decided instantly. Although the basilisk was blind, it was even more dangerous in its frenzy. They had to find its core lair as quickly as possible. The three no longer lingered in battle, taking advantage of the basilisk's frantic writhing and inability to attack due to extreme pain behind the opening. They quickly rushed through this area, heading towards the deeper part of the passage, in the direction of the stone pillar space Ginny had described. Lynn glanced back as he ran at the huge shadow twisting in the afterglow of the strong light and frantic hisses. His eyes cold, he could clearly feel the residual star power on the monster's body eroding it like a maggot on a bone, intensifying its pain and madness. Good. This was exactly the state they needed. Passing through an even more chaotic area, full of huge shattered pipes and collapsed debris, the passage ahead suddenly opened up. A vast underground space, larger than imagination, appeared before the three. This was a naturally formed giant cavern, with a towering dome lost in the darkness beyond the reach of the one's light. In the center of the cavern was a dark green underground lake, smelling of sulfur, with bubbles churning on its surface. But most striking were the dozens of massive natural stone pillars, requiring several people to embrace, standing along the lake shore. These pillars had grotesque forms, like the fangs of ancient beasts. Supporting the cavern's dome, the air here was even colder and damper, permeated with a strong smell of sulfur, fish, and the unique musky odor of snakes, several times more intense than in the passage. The stone pillar space Ginny mentioned. "This is it," Harry whispered, filled with awe. "Be careful. It might be nearby." Hermione vigilantly looked around, her wand's light sweeping over the craggy stone pillars and the dark green water. The star power fragment in her chest gave a slight tremor, a warning. Lynn also stopped, his gaze behind his goggles sharp as an eagle's, his senses fully alert. Hiss hiss, hiss hiss hiss. A suppressed, low hiss, full of pain and fury, like a breath from hell, came from the depths of the cavern, from behind several large stone pillars near the lake shore, accompanied by heavy scraping sounds and the shush of scales dragging over rock. "Found it?" The three exchanged glances, cautiously and silently approaching the source of the sound. Rounding a huge stone pillar, the sight before them made the three instantly hold their breath. In a relatively secluded corner formed by several intertwined stone pillars, the terrifying basilisk was coiled. Its massive body was writhing and convulsing from extreme pain. Its huge head drooped limply to the ground. Its only remaining left eye had become a dead, grayish-white, with traces of scorching and golden fragments of dazzling flash powder still on it. Its right eye was a grotesque, charred blood hole. Lynn's previous hand worked dark green blood and viscous venom continuously seeped from its wounds and the corners of its mouth, emitting a pungent stench. It seemed to be in a semi-comatose state of pain, its massive body slightly heaving, emitting painful hisses, and in the center of the basilisk's coiled body, in a disgusting nest made of broken bones, rotting fur, and viscous venom, several chilling trophies were scattered, several large skeletal bones stained with dried blood, clearly belonging to different animals, some torn pieces of cloth with a Hogwarts crest. Even more terrifying, at the edge of the nest, amidst mucus and filth, half-buried was a small, stiff and blackened, cry-finder. Tied, ginger cat's paw, Crookshanks. Hermione gasped in disbelief, her voice filled with grief and anger. Her pet cat, no wonder she couldn't find him recently. Anger instantly overwhelmed Hermione's reason. She raised her wand, aimed at the painfully writhing basilisk, her eyes burning with the fire of revenge. "You monster! Reducto, Hermione!" "No!" Harry and Lynn's shouts of protest rang out simultaneously. Chapter 73, Lair Shadows and Whispering Starlight, Part 2. Hermione. "No!" Harry and Lynn's shouts of prevention rang out simultaneously, but it was too late. A blinding red light shot fiercely towards the basilisk's massive body. Bang! The spell hit the hard scales, leaving only a shallow white mark, like a tickle. But this insignificant attack was like the last straw, completely waking the terrifying beast from its painful stupor. Hiss! The basilisk's huge head suddenly lifted. Although its eyes were blind, its terrifying perception instantly locked onto the source of the attack. It let out a deafening roar, filled with extreme rage and bloodlust. Its massive body, like an uncontrolled mountain, charged violently towards Hermione, Harry, and Lynn, crushing everything in its path with a fishy wind and a destructive aura. Scatter! Lynn's low growl was like thunder. His left hand swiftly wrapped around Hermione's waist, who was somewhat stiff with anger and shock, pulling her down behind a massive stone pillar. Harry also reacted extremely quickly, rolling awkwardly to hide on the other side. Rumble! The basilisk's huge head slammed into the stone pillar where the three had just stood. The hard rock instantly cracked. Shards of stone flew like cannonballs. "Hermione. Are you alright?" Lynn, shielding Hermione behind the pillar, asked anxiously. The sudden lunge had aggravated his injury, bringing a sharp pain, but he ignored it. Hermione shook her head, still shaken, looking at the terrifying impact crater and the swirling dust where they had stood. Immense relief made her face pale. The star stone in her chest conveyed Lynn's slightly hurried heartbeat and worried emotions due to the pain. I'm fine." Her voice trembled. "It's completely insane." "Be careful." Harry's voice came from behind another stone pillar, filled with urgency in the dust. The blind basilisk, relying on its keen sense of smell and heat perception, once again locked onto the stone pillar where Hermione and Lynn were hiding. It let out an enraged hiss, and its tail, thick as a battering ram, swept fiercely at the pillar with a shriek that tore through the air. Star guidance, shift. Lynn's pupils constricted, and his left wand erupted with dazzling starlight. A flexible silver light band instantly wrapped around Hermione and himself, pulling them both sideways as if weightless. Just as the serpent's tail was about to strike, boom, the massive serpent's tail slammed hard against the stone pillar. The entire pillar groaned under the strain, and its upper half crashed down, breaking apart. Shards of stone rained down. Lynn, holding Hermione, tumbled awkwardly amidst the shower of debris, narrowly avoiding it. He grunted, a tearing pain shooting through his right shoulder, and his forehead instantly beaded with cold sweat. "Lynn. Your injury?" Hermione's heart twisted as she saw his instantly pale face and the cold sweat on his forehead. Immense self-blame and terror overwhelmed her. It was all because of her reckless attack. "Don't mind me." Lynn's voice was hoarse from the intense pain, but his eyes were still sharp as knives, fixed on the massive serpent's shadow in the dust, which was once again changing direction, locating them by smell and heat source. "It's attacking by smell and heat now." "Disrupt it," Hermione understood instantly. She pulled out another packet of dazzling flash powder from her waist pouch. But this time, it wasn't to attack its eyes, which were already blind, but to disrupt its perception. "Lumis, diffuse." Hermione pointed her wand at the air. A soft but extremely wide-ranging white light instantly illuminated a large area. At the same time, she fiercely scattered the dazzling flash powder from her hand into the air. The powder was instantly activated by the wand's light. Boom! Another blinding flash of light and intense, high-frequency flickering erupted in the cave. Although it could no longer harm the basilisk's eyes, this sudden, Widespread strong light and energy fluctuation was like a stun grenade thrown into its sensitive sense of smell and heat perception. Hiss! The basilisk let out a confused and enraged hiss. Its perception was instantly disrupted by the chaotic strong light and energy. Its massive body twisted painfully and frantically in place, its huge head blindly smashing around, temporarily losing its clear target, opportunity. Harry leaped from his hiding spot, pointing his wand at the relatively vulnerable underbelly of the basilisk exposed by its frantic thrashing. Reducto. A more powerful red light shot out. PFFT. This time, the spell exploded a small splash of blood on the basilisk's relatively soft abdominal scales. Although the damage was minor, the intense pain drove the basilisk even crazier. Lynn, Harry shouted. No reminder was needed. The moment Hermione created chaos and Harry drew its attention, Lynn had already moved. He gritted his teeth against the tearing pain in his right shoulder, his eyes as cold as ancient ice, and his left one erupted with an unprecedented, intensely condensed, brilliant starlight. The light was so bright it even overshadowed the strong light Hermione had created. A cold, pure, terrifying power, imbued with cosmic order and the will of purification, condensed it as one tip. His target was not the basilisk's wildly thrashing head, nor its relatively vulnerable underbelly, but, deep inside the basilisk's gaping maw, dripping with venom, open wide in pain. The court passage connected to its dark essence, star eclipse, annihilation, a silver beam of light, solid as substance, only as thick as an arm, yet radiating destructive power, like a cosmic ray piercing through darkness, shot with incredible precision into the depths of the basilisk's gaping maw at a speed beyond visual perception. Straight through its throat. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. The basilisk's frantic thrashing instantly ceased. Its remaining grayish-white eyes widened to their extreme, filled with unbelievable horror and a profound, purifying pain from the depths of its soul. Hiss, hoarse, a faint, short hiss, like a leak, squeezed from deep within its throat. Immediately after, its massive body, as if all its bones had been removed, crashed to the ground. Dark green blood mixed with shattered internal organs gushed from its gaping mouth and the wound on its abdomen. Its grayish-white eyes rapidly lost all their luster, becoming utterly lifeless in the cave. Only the last afterglow of the dazzling flash powder flickered in the air, and the heavy breathing of the three remained. It was over the terrifying thousand-year-old basilisk, which had brought countless deaths and fears, was utterly annihilated under the ultimate purification of star power. Hermione looked at the giant beast collapsed on the ground, its life extinguished, then at Lynn beside her, whose face was ashen, his forehead covered in cold sweat, yet still standing steadily. Immense shock, relief, and an indescribable, ecstatic joy of surviving intertwined. She could no longer hold back and suddenly threw herself into Lynn's arms, hugging him tightly. Lynn, you did it. We did it. Her voice was choked with tears and ecstasy, her body trembling slightly with excitement. Lynn grunted as she collided with him, the intense pain in his right shoulder making his vision blur, but with his uninjured left hand, he held her tightly, as if to melt her into his very bones. His taut nerves relaxed at this moment, an immense fatigue and pain washed over him, but holding her, feeling her real body temperature and excited heartbeat, he felt it was all worth it. His low voice sounded in her ear, filled with extreme exhaustion, yet brimming with unparalleled satisfaction and tenderness. We won. He slowly lowered his head, and a kiss, tinged with blood and sweat, yet incredibly precious and deep, lightly landed on her dust and tear-stained forehead. Deep in the cave, the dark green underground lake still bubbled. Massive stone pillars stood like silent witnesses in the air permeated with sulfur and blood. And beside the fallen terrifying beast, on the ravaged battlefield after their survival, the young couple embraced tightly, celebrating their victory with their body heat and heartbeats, and comforting each other's body and soul. The starstone fragments in their chests glowed softly and warmly in the shadows, like an unextinguishable hope. Chapter 74, Glory returns to dust and starlight. The scent of sulfur and blood from the underground cave was replaced by the familiar aroma of disinfectant and herbs in the hospital wing. The euphoria of victory, like a receding tide, left behind deep exhaustion and the tranquility of surviving a great ordeal. Lynn was once again lying on a pristine white bed, his face even paler than before, his lips devoid of color. The bandage on his right arm had been reinforced, secured by a thick splint, but this time, Madame Pomfrey's expression was unusually grave, a comminuted fracture, accompanied by severe magical circuit burns and residual toxin erosion. She explained in a heavy tone to Hermione, Harry, Ron, and Ginny, who were gathered around the bed. As she carefully examined Lynn's right arm with her wand, which emitted a soft green glow, the backlash from the star power outburst, coupled with a continuous erosion from the basilisk venom, the situation is worse than expected. Ordinary bone regenerating elixirs and did any have limited effect. Hermione's heart clenched instantly. She sat by the bed, tightly holding Lynn's uninjured left hand, her fingertips icy. Seeing his brows furrowed in pain and his bloodless face, a wave of immense heartache and fear washed over her again. It was all because of her. If she hadn't impulsively attacked and woken the basilisk, Lynn wouldn't have been forced to unleash star power while severely injured. Is there a way? Madam, Hermione's voice trembled almost imperceptibly. A more advanced treatment plan is needed, Madame Pomfrey said, putting away her wand, her expression serious. I will contact St. Mungo's bone and magical trauma specialists. It might require a special magical metal brace for bone reconstruction and magical circuit guidance. This will take time, and it will also require extremely expensive materials and top-tier healers. She looked at Lynn, then at Hermione. Professor Dumbledore will coordinate everything, but Mr. Stone, you must prepare for a long recovery, at least for this semester. This arm cannot bear any more strain. Long recovery, expensive treatment. Hermione's heart sank, but was immediately replaced by a stronger resolve. No matter what, she would make him better. She would give everything. I understand, madam. Lynn's voice was a bit hoarse, yet exceptionally calm. He looked at Hermione, feeling the chill in her fingertips and the worry in her eyes, and gently squeezed her hand back, offering silent comfort. As long as it can be resolved. Madame Pomfrey gave a few more instructions, then left. After leaving a powerful painkiller and sedative potion, the hospital wing fell silent for a moment, the joy of victory considerably diluted by the weight of reality. Merlin, a comminuted fracture, Ron murmured, looking at Lynn's tightly bandaged arm. Still shaken. How much must that hurt? Lynn did it to save us. Harry's voice was filled with deep gratitude and guilt, especially that last blow. No, Lynn interrupted him, his gaze sweeping over everyone. It was all of us together. Though his voice was weak, it carried an undeniable strength. Without Harry's entry, without Hermione's distraction and Ginny's intelligence, without Ron's support and everyone's cover, I couldn't have done it alone. His words warmed Harry, Ron, and Ginny's hearts, and the heavy atmosphere lightened slightly. Oh, right. Harry suddenly remembered something, pulling an item from his pocket and handing it to Hermione. I almost forgot this. I found it in the basilisk's lair. He opened his palm, revealing a half piece of stained, stiff, and blackened yellowish-brown fur, vaguely resembling a cat's paw. Hermione's gaze fell upon it, and her eyes instantly welled up again. She tremblingly took the half piece of fur, clenching it tightly in her hand, as if she could still feel Crookshank's warmth. Crookshanks, her voice choked. He was a hero, Ginny said softly, with genuine respect. He must have discovered the basilisk's tracks and wanted to warn everyone. He didn't die in vain, Lynn said in a low voice, looking at Hermione's sorrowful profile. He raised his left hand and gently placed it over her hand, which was clutching the cat's paw fur. Offering silent solace, Hermione felt the warmth of his palm and saw the deep comfort in his eyes, and some of the sadness in her heart was diluted by a great warmth. She nodded vigorously, carefully wrapped the cat's paw fur in a handkerchief, and put it into her inner pocket. Crookshanks would live in her heart forever. In the following days, the hospital wing became a temporary command center and a warm haven. The news of the basilisk's demise spread through Hogwarts like a spring breeze, dispelling the cloud of fear that had hung over the castle for months. Smiles reappeared on the students' faces, and the corridors were filled with the light-hearted chatter of survivors. Lynn became a true hero every day. Students from different houses spontaneously came to the hospital wing entrance with get-well cards, small treats, or handmade trinkets, which Madame Pomfrey or Hermione would deliver. The cards were filled with words of gratitude, adorned with crooked drawings of brave heroes fighting evil snakes, full of childlike innocence and sincerity. Look, another one. Hermione walked in, carrying a thick stack of newly received cards and a small basket of fresh greenhouse flowers still dewy. A warm smile on her face, she placed the flower basket by Lynn's bedside. Sunlight streamed through the window, scattering on the vibrant petals and illuminating the pride in her eyes for Lynn. Lynn leaned against the headboard, attempting to read a book of runic magic with his left hand, his time strictly limited by Hermione. He looked at the pile of cards and flowers, his brow furrowing almost imperceptibly, seemingly unaccustomed to such attention. The little Gryffindor lions pooled their money to buy Honeydukes' latest candy gift set, Hermione said, picking up a beautifully wrapped box and shaking it, teasing him intentionally. Ravenclaw's prefect Penelope brought the latest issue of Innovations in Charms on behalf of their house. It's rumored to contain a new paper on magical circuit stability. Hufflepuff's Hannah Abbott sent her mother special rock cakes, said to strengthen muscles and bones. She picked up a hard, walnut-crushing-looking biscuit and winked mischievously. Want to try one? The supervisor can break it for you. Lynn looked at the sly smile in her eyes. His lips twitched slightly, but he said nothing, just silently moved his left hand away from the runic book. Conceding defeat, Hermione chuckled, put down the rock cake, and sat by the bed, naturally picking up a comb to tidy his fringe, which was slightly disheveled from lying down. Her movements were gentle and focused, her fingertips occasionally brushing his skin, bringing a subtle warmth. Sunlight spilled onto her downcast eyelashes, casting a soft shadow. Lynn quietly let her comb his hair, his gaze resting on her nearby profile, watching her lips slightly pursed in concentration, and the starstone fragment at her neck, clinging to her skin, occasionally reflecting a subtle starlight with her movements. A quiet and contented warmth flowed gently in his heart. The external clamor and praise were far less significant than the tenderness and reality conveyed by her fingertips at this moment. The Ministry of Magic's commendation arrived today as well, Hermione said softly while combing, her tone calm and unruffled. A third-class Order of Merlin. Recognizing your heroic actions in protecting Hogwarts and eliminating the basilisk. She emphasized heroic actions with a hint of imperceptible sarcasm. Lynn showed no reaction, as if he had heard an irrelevant weather forecast. Hermione stopped combing and looked at his calm, unruffled face, a knowing smile curving her lips. Professor Dumbledore accepted it for you. However, I imagine you probably don't care where that gilded plate collects dust. She paused, her voice softer, with a hint of pride and relief. Actually, I don't care either. True glory isn't measured by metal. Her gaze fell on his immobilized right arm, which bore a heavier price and brighter radiance than any metal. Lynn looked up at her, her understanding and gentle smile clearly reflected in his deep eyes. He reached out his left hand and gently took her hand, which held the comb. Their gazes met, speaking volumes without words. The sunlight outside the window, the flowers by the bed, the mountain of get-well cards, all this clamor and glory seemed insignificant, like dust, before their clasped hands and the unspoken understanding and cherished in each other's eyes. Only the warm, intertwined pulsation from the starstone fragment in their hearts was real and eternal belonging. A few days later, Ginny, with the help of powerful calming potions specially prepared by Madame Pomfrey and Snape, finally completely overcame the residual mental effects and regained her usual vivacity. Though still somewhat pale from weakness, Ron's wand had been broken in the previous chaos by debris swept up by the basilisk's tail. Mr. Ollivander sent a brand new willow wand, which he was now practicing with. Unable to put it down in the evening, Professor Dumbledore arrived at the hospital wing. He wore a purple dressing gown adorned with stars and moons, and carried a small dish of lemon sherbet, appearing to be in good spirits. "Ah, it seems our basilisk slaying hero is recovering well," he said with a smile, looking at Lynn, who was propped up in bed with noticeably better color, and then at Hermione, who was sitting by the bed, carefully peeling an apple. "Professor," Lynn nodded in greeting. Hermione also put down her fruit knife and greeted him politely. "Street Mungo's has been contacted," Dumbledore said, getting straight to the point. "The head of the Bone and Magical Trauma Department, Mr. Hippocrates Smeeswick, is a top expert in this field. He will come in person next Monday to conduct an initial consultation and determine the final treatment plan. You may need to stay at St. Mungo's for a period of time." He looked at Lynn, his blue eyes filled with concern. "The process might be somewhat painful and long, but Mr. Smeeswick is the best choice." "Thank you, Professor," Lynn accepted calmly. Hermione's heart tightened. Going to St. Mungo's meant separation, but she immediately suppressed her reluctance and said firmly, "I will stay with him." This was an unquestionable promise. Dumbledore nodded approvingly. "I believe Miss Granger's care will be the best supportive treatment." He then changed the subject, his gaze deepening. "As for that diary, Tom Riddle's first Horcrux," he paused, "it has been completely destroyed by the diary, and that means a part of Lord Voldemort's soul has vanished from this world forever." This news, like warm sunlight, completely dispelled the last trace of gloom. Hermione and Lynn exchanged glances, both seeing relief in each other's eyes. Although the source of darkness had not been eradicated, this was an important victory. The destruction of a Horcrux represented a crack torn in Lord Voldemort's ambition for eternal life. "Darkness never truly disappears, children," Dumbledore said, looking at them, his tone gentle yet full of power, "but each victory of light makes it retreat a little. Your courage, wisdom, and mutual belief in protecting each other are a force more powerful than any magic. Rest well, Mr. Stone. Miss Granger, Hogwarts is proud of you." He left a few lemon sherbets and then departed the hospital wing. The golden glow of the setting sun streamed through the window, painting the ward in warm orange hues. Hermione cut a peeled apple into small pieces, speared one with a fork, and held it to Lynn's lips. Lynn ate it from her hand, the sweet juice melting in his mouth. Neither of them spoke. Hermione continued to feed him apple, her movements gentle. Lynn ate quietly, his gaze always on her. The starstone fragment in his heart emitted a steady, warm resonance, like a silent whisper. Speaking of the peace after the ordeal and the anticipation of the future on the windowsill, the flowers sent by students bloomed beautifully in the setting sun. The cards by the bed piled up into a small mountain, and all this clamor ultimately settled into the warmth of their fingertips touching by the bedside, and the love and devotion, deeper and more serene than the sunset, in their eyes as they met. The storm had momentarily ceased, thorns still lay ahead, but clasped hands and connected hearts had illuminated the way home. Chapter 75, Starvane Reshaping in Palm Temperature, Part 1. The scent of disinfectant from the Hogwarts hospital wing seemed to still linger in the air, but the scene before him was now entirely different. On the 5th floor of St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, in the spell-damaged ward, the air was filled with a more complex aroma, the bitter fragrance of strong herbs, the slightly charred smell of some metal calcined by magic, and a fresh, vibrant scent, like a forest after rain. Lynn leaned back on a large, white hospital bed with an intricate silver runic border, dressed in St. Mungo's distinctive light blue striped patient gown. His right arm was still rigidly immobilized by a magical splint and bandages, suspended across his chest. But his complexion was slightly better than when he left Hogwarts. At least it was no longer a terrifying pallor at this moment. He was quietly looking out the window. The massive magical window, like a curtain of water, reflected London's overcast sky and the bustling Muggle streets below as an illusion. Hermione sat in a high-backed armchair by the bed, also wearing St. Mungo's light green visitor's robe. Her special status as a healing overseer granted her this privilege. She wasn't reading but was focused on peeling an apple, the peel forming a long continuous strip that coiled into a porcelain plate on her lap. Sunlight filtered through the water curtain window, dancing on her focused profile and brown curly hair. She peeled slowly, meticulously, as if performing an extremely precise ritual, and only when she occasionally looked up at Lynn did her eyes reveal an unconcealed tenderness and concern. The ward door slid open silently. Healer Smithwick walked in. He was a tall, stern-faced middle-aged wizard with impeccably combed silver-gray hair, a hooked nose, and a pair of gold-rimmed spectacles, behind which his eyes were sharp and wise. Behind him followed a young assistant, pushing a trolley covered with a white cloth, laden with various peculiar instruments. Mr. Stone, Miss Granger. Smithwick's voice was steady, with a professional calmness. Pre-operative preparations are complete. We will be performing the skeletal reconstruction and magical circuit guidance technique in comprehensive treatment room number 3. Miss Granger, as the healing overseer, you may accompany him to the pre-operative preparation area and enter the recovery room immediately after the procedure. Thank you, Mr. Smithwick. Hermione immediately put down the fruit knife and apple, stood up, her voice respectful and with a hint of undetectable nervousness. She walked to Lynn's bedside and naturally extended her hand. Lynn raised his uninjured left hand and clasped hers. His fingertips were slightly cool, and Hermione immediately enveloped them with her warm palm, conveying silent strength and reassurance. Ready? She asked softly, her gaze fixed on him. Lynn responded in a low voice, his eyes calm and unruffled, as if he were not facing a high-risk surgery but a routine examination. Comprehensive treatment room number 3 was a stark contrast to the warmth of the ward. The enormous arched dome was inlaid with magical crystals emitting a soft white light, illuminating the entire space as brightly as day. In the center was a platform cast from some dark silver metal, covered with intricate grooves and runes. The air was filled with a more intense magical metallic scent and a fresh, ozone-like smell. Lynn had already changed into a special surgical gown, embroidered with magic conducting circuits, and lay on the cold metal platform. Hermione was permitted to stay in the adjacent preoperative preparation area, which was separated by a transparent magical barrier, allowing a clear view of everything inside the treatment room while isolating energy fluctuations. Smithwick and his assistant had already put on goggles inlaid with magnifying lenses and complex observation crystals, making final adjustments to a crystal ball floating in mid-air, which displayed a 3D holographic image of Lynn's right arm bones and magic circuits on the image. The white areas representing bones were covered with spiderweb-like cracks, and the blue light streams representing magic circuits were dim and twisted, entangled and blocked by dark green shadows representing basilisk venom corrosion. The situation is more complex than anticipated. Smithwick's voice came through the magic barrier's intercom, carrying a hint of gravity. The ancient venom of the basilisk possesses extremely strong magic corroding properties, interweaving with the shattered bone fragments and severely hindering the self-repair of the magic circuits. Conventional bone grow and magic channeling have had minimal effect. We will be employing the star vein guidance reconstruction technique. He pointed to the crystal ball image. Step 1. Using specially made moonstone probes and the resonance waves generated by nightmare grass extract, we will precisely strip away the stubborn venom residue adhering to the bone fragments and magic circuits, all while you remain conscious. This step will involve intense nerve pain. We will use a calming charm to alleviate it, but it cannot be completely eliminated. Lynn lay on the platform, nodding slightly, indicating understanding. Step 2. Skeletal reconstruction. Smithwick pointed to a row of slender, cold silver glowing metal filaments on the trolley. These are mithril nerve filaments, possessing excellent magic conductivity and biocompatibility. We will weave them into a temporary star vein scaffold, guiding your star power like starlight to precisely calcine and fuse the bone fragments, and then, under the guidance of star power, like the alignment of stars, reposition, rejoin, and reshape them. This process requires you to concentrate highly, actively guide your star power, and cooperate with our magic guidance. Outside the barrier, Hermione's heart clenched as she listened, stripping venom while conscious, melting and reshaping his own bones with star power. This sounded like torture. Step 3. Magic circuit channeling. Smithwick continued, simultaneously with skeletal reconstruction, using the star vein scaffold as a bridge. We will guide your star power to flush and purify the magic circuit nodes blocked and scorched by the venom, stimulating their regeneration. The entire process is interconnected, posing a significant test to the caster's precision and your willpower and control. Miss Granger, he looked at Hermione, during the most crucial energy channeling stage of Step 3, you will need to continuously transmit stable mental support and life force field to Mr. Stone through physical contact, helping him maintain consciousness and stable power. This is critically important. I understand, Hermione immediately responded, her voice exceptionally firm through the barrier. Her gaze was fixed on Lynn, and she mouthed silently, I'm here. Lynn also looked at her, his eyes deep, carrying silent trust. Then, let's begin, Smithwick said in a deep voice. The assistant activated a complex magical instrument. A low, pleasant hum sounded. Several probes, as fine as hair, with moon-white light shimmering at their tips, precisely hovered above Lynn's injured right arm, manipulated by invisible magic. At the same time, a pale purple mist, vaporized nightmare grass extract, with a peculiar sweet scent, yet inexplicably unsettling, began to permeate the area around the wound. Stripping initiated. Remain conscious, Mr. Stone. Smithwick's voice was like a command. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.